Salute. Niggas real talk, man. Fine. About to get up my grind, hop in the black night. About to make it happen, man. Niggas real talk. We all over the place. About to get it popping. Lion Bronx July 7-6.
Yeah, wow.
The night show, the morning show. Niggas real talk, man. About to get to the black night.
Knicks real talk, let's get it poppin'. We hoppin' like toppin' in the Jumpman brand, ain't no stoppin'. Divine and Bronx out our 7-6, we lit from Facebook, Twitter to Twitch, and all that shit. We know Uno with the promo that blow like night flow. Now the streets are buzzing, so we flow with the night show. So spike them lights below. That thumbs up on the month, and you double up, cause it's Knicks real talk, and we on the come up. We'll salute to the cats in the chat. So where it's at, now you place the chats, my pace that under space, while our faces at. We lace these cats with news, notes, stats, game recap, no hyperbole, we straight facts. In fact, we stay lit like a candle through our panel on the panel. We live and so subscribe to the channel. Knicks real talk. Knicks real talk. Yo, salute. Knicks real talk, the night show. Divine BX Sports Jedi in the building, man. What's going on with y'all? Like, hope everybody doing well. We in here, man, about to get it popping. You know, talk some Knicks, man, all season edition. We're going to get into a little bit of NBA, but we here tonight, man. Hope everybody doing well. And y'all ready to get in here and get on your grind with us, man. Be out there, be safe. You already know the deal. COVID-19 still out there, man. So wear your mask, you know, wash your hands and all that good stuff, man. And let's give our thoughts and prayers out to the people down in Surfside, Florida, for the catastrophe down there with the building collapsing, man. So our thoughts and prayers with Surfside, Florida, and all that good stuff. But let's get it popping, man. We got my man Bronx Sports Jedi in the building. Where we're gonna get into it, man. And salute to Tim Smith. The streets is for the love of the game is in the building, man. And Bronx Jedi, what's going on with you, my brother?
What's going on, Divine? How you doing? I hope everyone's doing good out there. To Tim Smith, to our partners and associated for the love of game, Z, Hector, Worldwide L, everyone listening to us on all the platforms, in YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, everywhere. Let's get it, man. I'm glad to be here. I miss you guys every week. You know, I'm missing the New York Knicks playing each and every day, you know, or every other day. I'm coming out here and breaking it down. But I'm glad we have this platform every Friday night. You know, it's must see appointment. You like you guys are my streaming family that I always look forward to have this time and conversation to spend with you guys and enjoy my Friday. Salute to Camilio. What's going on? I'm glad you're here to see you too. Let's get it there with the New York Knicks and the NBA. Chris from Queens Court. Salute, young lady. I'm glad to see you here as well, fellow Bronx Knight. And I'm glad you guys are aboard and we got the NBA playoffs. But before we go, I just want to say I'm gonna apologize right now because I got Game 7 of the Islanders on my TV. So if you hear me screaming and hollering and cheering, it's not that I got Tourette's or anything. It's because the game is on and I'm invested. I'm a little excited, Divine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I understand that, but we got a New York team in the Stanley Cup. Let's get it popping. Yeah, man. But a quiet off season, man. But there's a lot of talk going on out there, fellas and sisters out there, man. It's they out there. We talking about the free agency coming up, the draft coming up. We got summer league. We got all that good stuff popping off, man. So we're gonna get into all that, and before we can get ready to keep ourselves in focus until we get back to the regular season. But right now, man, it's a quiet time. Everybody doing their due diligence. You got Scott Perry out there with Leon Rose and them guys at the Tom Thibodeau at the combines. They all checking out the talent that's down there and what they're gonna do with the picks that they had. Because you do know we got 4 picks this season coming up, 2 first rounders, 2 seconds. So we're gonna look to do something with them things, man. Hopefully, we do something that's gonna benefit and elevate the team, and we got to make sure that we get the right pieces to come in here and help. So we definitely got to get it going, man. Salute to my man. You already know it is CTs. The streets is buzzing. What's popping? Yeah, man. But we got to get into it, man, because it's going to be interesting. I got some lot of thoughts in my mind about what we might do to bring up, a little bit more talent to the team. We hear my man Reggie Miller saying that he think the Knicks need a superstar to be contenders. So it's good to see him say something like that. But we're gonna take it step by step. So let's get into it, man. Salute to everybody out there on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, wherever you streaming in from, man. Salute to the chat. That's where it's at all the time. Salute to Queens Court, Chris in the building, the streets of buzzing, Camilio for the love of the game. Salute to that, man. And thoughts and prayers to my man Worldwide Lawrence and his family down there in Atlanta, man. So we're going to keep it moving, man. And Tim Smith. Yeah, man, but let's talk, man. We got the draft coming up. Interested to see what they're going to do, BX. We got the, 19th to 21st. We got two in the 32nd and 58th. So I know we're not going to keep all four of them, but what do you think you're going to do with these picks, man, that we got coming up?
Well, they look like they're, according to Jonathan Giovanni from ESPN, the Knicks at 19, they're projected in a mock draft to Gerard Butler, a point guard from Baylor. Butler, they say he's a capable ball handler, shooter, defender. Shows that he knows how to play the game in efficient roles alongside good players. Routine winning from the national championship. He also outstanding players honors in the NCAA tournament at 19. We'll see if they want to go with there. They also got the point guard 21, Sharif Cooper from Auburn. They say he's also another one that his appetite for the Knicks, especially if they have a crowded rotation, Divine. Would they be able to interesting if they were to draft both of them? They could take a chance of swinging on that point guard position. Cooper, he's talented. He's an elite ball handler. He passes. He's out. They say he's an absolute wizard out of the pick and roll. He's awesome. And he has a lot of speed and he has a burst and he has a lot of creativity. So could the Knicks go point guard? We all see that the guys are out there watching, doing the diligence, keeping an eye. You see Scott Perry, you see Rose, and you see Thibodeau out there. And they're talking about also another report that they're looking to interviewing the lottery picks, potential lottery picks. They're doing the diligence. Doesn't mean nothing. That they got to be wise. If anything falls on their lap, they don't want to be caught. They have to cover it every angle, cross the I's, dot all the T's, excuse, I said it backwards, but all those things, and they definitely need to do their due diligence. They were talking about, in case they will have a plan in case Mitchell Robinson falls through. Let's say he wants to leave or they can't come to an agreement and they need to, part ways or whatever the case. They're eyeing, Isaiah Jackson, a center from Kentucky. The Kentucky connection that they have. He's also an elite defender. He's like bringing in like another version of a Mitchell Robinson, talented young man with a lot of upside. They're saying, especially, starts clean with another rookie contract on another center. They could see that going there. And also, later they're talking about that center forward from Real Madrid, Usman Gubrat. And they're talking about him as well. Maybe they could bring him and stash him. They say that he's a Coach Tibbs type of player, elite, high Q defender. So there's a lot of rumors. I started reading around to see what they're talking about, what they're looking at, and what they're also another point guard from Oregon, Chris Durante. They're talking about him as well. They say he's on a shooting guard, actually, a 6'6" wing. He shoots 42% from three, 61% from the field. He's an 81% free throw shooter. And he had a high percentage steal, defensive juggernaut, 3.5 steals per game. And one of the stats that really came out, he has averaged 2.8 blocks a game for the Ducks. We could see on that, would they go on that route? But right now they're a little bit crowded with the roster. Like you said, do you really see them picking 4 of those players completely on their team?
Yeah. I don't think so. I think that's they might take some and stash them in the G League or something like that in the development league and get them ready for a couple of years down the line. So I do think that they won't keep all 4, and I just think that they going to get these guys they need. I think to make that roster more competitive, and so I think to me, I would like to see him go get some young athletic wings. Obviously, go get some linky athletic wings that you could bring up in another year or 2 or 3 years, and spend it widely to keep the farm system going. With the G League and able to have some talent down the line. Say no matter what happens, we got some guys down in the stack that we think are going to be pretty good. You know what I mean? So I do think that hope they go that route. But I like to see him get a young Mitchell Robinson back up who could shoot. go get a, you just don't know what was going to go on with Obi Toppin and all these guys because of all this trade chatter. I mean, I've been hearing some crazy stuff out there, so you just don't know what the Knicks going to do. But I do think they're going to align themselves pretty good to go to the next level. And and I agree with Chris. I do think we're going to package these picks, man. I think I don't think we're keeping all of them. That's for sure. And I think they're going to. Like I was telling you, the other day on Bet Sports Jedi on your show last night, I could see them dealing with the Warriors, man. Say Warriors, we'll swap these 2 picks. You throw in Andrew Wiggins just to give us that 3, and that way we don't lose too much from our spending our cap money. That gives you enough more to spend on somebody else too, and a couple of other pieces. So it's going to be interesting, man. But I know we're going to go in there, like you said, do our due diligence. And I want to say I agree with you, Camilio. I like Broke Knight too, man. I agree with you, but that brother could be a sleeper right there. I definitely could see him in the phrase a good chat right there, man. But we're gonna open up the show to the panel in a few minutes. You know how we do, man. We just like to introduce ourselves, get ourselves acquainted with the show tonight, get our thoughts and ideas, and then we'll bring the panel on and y'all can pop in here, man, and do your thing. Hey, Chris, I think he was fit at Reggie Bullock's spot, if you ask me, because I think he's a 20 point per game scorer. Defense has got way better. He's able to put the ball on the floor, and he can do a lot of things that Reggie Bullock can't do, but he also given me a consistent 20 points a game. That's why, and I think he's familiar with Tom Thibodeau. He played under him. He respects him, and so I just think him, RJ, and Randall, I think that'd be a good little young core. And not only that, the timeline from age-wise works well to me. They all in their low 20s. And Randall will be the oldest. I guess Wiggins got to be at least close to that 25, 24, whatever the case may be. So I think it might be a good fit. I just think that we do need that 3, and I think we just need that 3. I think Reggie Bullock, even if he stays on the team, I love to see him come off the bench with Quickley and them guys and Derrick Rose to give us that good defense 3-and-D off the bench and just give us a 3 in that spot. And I just think that him. For that 7th and 14th pick that they got, if they would do it, I'm just saying they would, but to get rid of that contract and they take our 19th to 21st, I think that's a good move for us because his contract is only a couple of years left. So it's not like we going giving them a max deal for 5 years. It's 2 years. Once them 2 years is up, if you think we're gonna keep when we sign him, if not, then we get our money to RJ Barrett. So I hope, and that's why I thought about that trade the other day. But not saying that's how this going to happen. It's not a reality. I heard somebody on Bleacher Report and another show bring that up there too. So I think that was interesting. But yeah, Camilio, I agree. I will say Wiggins definitely matured since his rookie year. Absolutely, Chris. He's got more. Not only that playing out there with Steph Curry them and all them guys. I think that's even more. What makes me feel good about it even more because he played around a great coach like Steve Kerr. He been around Steph Curry. He been around a good culture. You know what I mean? And them guys down there got a culture within itself. And I think that's why I love the chance with that because I think it's a low risk, high reward, especially with the way he's elevated himself. So I think that would be something to think about on. Camilio said they're rebuilding so they could love multiple picks. Right. You know what I mean? So it's a possibility, man. So we got to see what's out there. We're going to keep it buzzing. That was just something I want to throw out there. But other than that, man, like I said, yeah, go ahead, bro.
I'm a piggyback on your point that we brought up on Broad Jedi Sports Talk. That you said, remember that they you brought it up, and I'm giving you, that you said that they paying a lot of luxury tax. The Golden State Warriors. We could actually take that contract off of them, give them some cap relief, give them some picks, bring it in there. It makes sense. Now let me ask this to the chat. Do you think Wiggins is my opinion, it's an upgrade over Alec Burke? So just think of that way. You're upgrading Alec Burke with a Wiggins. That's a home run on that. I really like that when you brought that point up with that Golden State, and especially the picks and moving that forward there, and bringing it in here. He also been part of Tom Thibodeau system. He knows how to play the game, and that's a great way of bringing talent in. You helping them relieve from cap hit, and I think that's the way. I think that's actually really the way the Knicks are going to move. And just think about it. I think so. I think Wiggins have something to go into a different. They need to go into. I think Wiggins in New York will bring his game elevate to another level. I think the lights are going to bring something out of him. Remember, he was a top lottery pick. So he's got talent. He's supposed to be a franchise-changing player. There could be still potential there. You never know when they get into the big market, when the lights are bright. He might just find another notch, another level. Like you said, 2 years left on the contract. If he doesn't pan out, you see you later. You bring back that because you still got Julius Randle, you got RJ Barrett, so you could take a chance on a semi all-star level that's on borderline and see if you could hit the grand slam. So I don't know. I know they're two different players, or even Reggie Bullock, but they're gonna play that same position. If you want to say goodbye to Reggie Bullock and bring in a Wiggins, you want and keep Burks, you could go that route as well. But I'm just saying an upgrade in talent with that. I'm bringing in there. I know they're two different type of player. The different Wiggins is different from Burks, absolutely. But we want to see if for that roster spot, for that particular roster spot, or even for the Alfred Payton roster spot, you want to bring in Wiggins and let Thibodeau sort out the rotation and the roster with the front office, see how they're going to do. That's my point with the Wiggins over those type of players. I'm not, I should have rephrased the question about that way, but that's my point is, for that roster spot, you bring in a Wiggins. So what he gives you, I think it's an upgrade.
Yeah, real quick. Let me piggyback off before the lovely game. I don't think that San Antonio, not San Antonio, Golden State looking to do that. That was me just coming up with a scenario. But Wiggins, I don't think they would want to get Wiggins because he's not good or Wiggins is a real character high guy. He's a character guy. He's a real character guy, and he's not a problem. You know what I mean? He to me he's like a skilled Frank Ntilikina when it comes to their character. You know what I mean? They go about their business. They're not looking to cause noise, not to cause ruckus. All they want to do is play basketball and get better. And his game fits what we're trying to do. And you got to remember, because sometimes chemistry and camaraderie is everything. Sometimes, you got to be able to be comfortable with players and people around you to play. And I think that he fits the type of players that we have on our team. His character fits our type of team. You know what I mean? He like I said, he's a 20-point scorer on average. So I don't think Golden State Warriors is a bad deal throwing them picks to get rid of them, but they got to because, unless you're just going to trade them for another player of his caliber. If you're going to trade him for a player of his caliber, then you ain't got to throw no picks in there. But if you're not trading him for a player of his caliber and you just trying to relieve contract, because you got to remember, they got Seth Curry's contract coming up pretty soon. You know what I mean? Then you got to wonder if you're going to sign Oubre, because they got a chance to lose Oubre, so they might not even be looking to deal on Andrew Wiggins. But I do think that if they can flip him for some picks and another expiring contract, you think about it, they might say, give me Alex Burks, this and that, because they expiring before July, and they give us Andrew Wiggins. And you think about it, the Golden State to save some more money. You understand what I'm saying? So by them saying, if you give us Andrew Wiggins and them picks, we'll give you Alex Burks, we'll give you Frank Ntilikina, or we'll give you such and such, because they contract come off the books. You know what I mean? Golden State is in a very tough situation with their luxury money. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's about because the player is a bad player or they just want to get rid of him. They probably don't want to get rid of him, but they might not have no choice unless the owner want to pay all that money. So I think he will fit well here, and we'll see. But moving on, man, there's a lot of stuff out there, man. I'm dying to see what's going to go on in in the summer league. What we're going to do in the draft, how we're going to go about it. Are we going to get, at least one player out of the draft that'll make the team and contribute? With all the picks we got, I think we might can get a player that can contribute. You know what I mean? And I think if they can contribute, I think that'd be awesome, man. You know what I mean? So we'll look forward to that, and then we'll take it from there, man. So I'm looking forward to everything coming up and what's going on with it. Real quick, man, we're gonna bring in my brother from the streets is buzzing right quick, man. So let us plug the show right quick. 30 seconds. We'll be right back. We're going to bring CT in the building. Salute to everybody out there. Knicks, we'll talk the night show. Divine, Bronx Sports Jedi in the chat. We in here. We'll be right back, man. Salute. Salute. We back, man. Knicks Real Talk, the night show. We got Bronx Sports Jedi Divine. We got Zach from Out for the Love of the Game in the building. We got CT. You know what it is. The streets is buzzing, man, across the universe over there. We see you, my brothers. Welcome for y'all coming on. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's New York Knicks off-season edition, man. Ain't too much going on but talk and wait for them to make some power moves over here and there, dealing with summer league, dealing with the draft. Fortunately, I'm glad we skipped the lottery. That means we improved ourselves, and we no longer was looking in that route. So that was a good thing. But yeah, man, I'm excited, man. I'm ready to see what's gonna go down, man. I'm ready for that draft. See, we're gonna make some moves. We still got time before the free agency where we can make some trades with the players that we still have on contract, with quite a few of them aspiring contracts. So I'm really looking forward to see what the Knicks gonna do. And we're gonna get into all that, man. But CT, what's up, my brother? How you doing?
Salute, fam. Ready to get it popping.
Yes,
Listen
sir.
to what the experts in the panel and experts in the chat want to do in this draft. It's exciting times. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. Zach, what up, my brother?
What's up, guys? How's it going? Hope you guys
We good.
everybody's doing safe, being safe, and having a good time. Hopefully everybody had a good week. Divine, Bronx Jedi, CT. I don't know if you have kids, but I hope everybody had a good Father's Day.
Thank you.
And hope everybody's doing well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm glad to have y'all on, man. Yeah, man. We were just talking about some of this draft stuff because they know it's gonna be interesting what they're gonna do, man. And I know you guys more tuned into the draft than I am, so I think you guys probably got to heal up on some of the guys out there. But there's a few guys that catch my eye, and I do like what my man said about Boatwright. I really do love that, man. I think that's a good sign from Connecticut, and but I would love to see us move up too. I think we can move up and get an impact player. I'm willing to do 3 picks for one. That one gonna be an impact and come in the lineup and really go ahead and give us some play in the starting lineup. If not, then you get what you can, or you trade what you can. You send some down to the G League and put them under the G League wing for a couple of years, and hopefully they'd be able to come up out of there and come to the roster through 2 or 3 years from now, and they contribute to the team, man. It's like having a good farm club in baseball. You want to keep the stock there, you know what I mean? So we need to keep the stock in that G League, draft some good young talent, put them down there. And maybe a couple of years from now, they it's hard to come out the G League, but you never know. Then maybe they make their way up to the big leagues, man. And I would like to see the Knicks do that, man. But CT, man, what you looking forward to in the draft? What you think the Knicks gonna do?
I'm just looking forward to the options we have, and just seeing which way they take this. I think they'll always keep their options open. They're looking for the players that they like, and then if they're not able to get them, and I think they'll assess some trades. We've seen this flexibility from last year, and I'm looking for them to pick up some shooting, some ready-made players if they draft anyone, or trade for some ready-made players. I think they're seeing this Eastern Conference. We've got some teams on the come up, and I don't think they want to lose any bearing. Tibbs isn't getting any older, and I think we're starting to hear more trade rumors. So we'll talk about that. And yeah, I think overwhelmingly we're just going to try and upgrade the roster.
Yeah, I agree. Zach, what you think, man? I think that's what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna try to upgrade it by all means, and I think it's just gonna be a different game this year. So I think we're gonna try to get what we can out that draft, and and see where we take us.
Yeah, look for 3-year, 4-year college players to be drafted by the Knicks this year. Tibbs and them are gonna want. Are going to want more polished players, more guys that can impact the game now instead of more projects, and more guys that are 3 and 4 years away from being 3 and 4 years away. A sleeper I like with the 58th pick is a David Duke out of Providence. Great shooter, great defender, great rebounder, great. He's pretty much really, really, really good all around. His only weakness in my eyes is attacking the rim. But he reminds me of a more athletic Lonzo as far as the way he can play make, he can defend, he's got good size, and he can shoot the ball. With the 19th and the 21st pick, there was some guys that we've been rumored about as far as 3 seniors from college, 4-year graduates that are going to be. There was one from Baylor. I forget his name. He was a wing player, a small forward. His name is leaving me right now. I apologize.
I got it there. I said it a little earlier. It's oh God, I had it here. It's Gerard Butler.
Thank you, sir. But it's guys like that. It's pretty interesting though, because for the first time we might have a record-breaking thing in NBA history. Detroit Pistons are looking to trade the number 1 pick.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, I saw an article. I saw 2 or 3 articles about it today. I'll try to find the articles and send it to you guys in the group chat. But
Wow.
they're looking to shop the number 1 pick, and if they do end up keeping it, they said they're probably going to go with Cade Cunningham. So look for Oklahoma City to use all their assets and bring the hometown kid home. Maybe we'd be able to give a few picks from all of our picks this year, and a few more first rounders, and maybe a player if we want to get up. If Tibbs and Leon Rose love Jalen Suggs that much, maybe we could sneak into the top 3, or and try to grab a Jalen Suggs or an Evan Mobley. Look for a surprise. Like CT said, and haven't seen you in a while, man. Good to see you. But look what CT said. There's a lot of options, so there could be a lot of surprises. Also, and I know you guys might not want to hear this, but I also saw that the Nets are possibly looking to shop Kyrie Irving. So
yeah, I mentioned that yesterday.
Woj said the Knicks are Woj said the Knicks are big game hunting. So look for possibly a little delayed version of Kyrie to New York City, the real New York team.
I don't see that.
Right.
I'm not saying I'm for that.
No, I know.
Hey, the man got talent. He just, we get that mind right. Kyrie even got game, man. But it might take a certain type of coach to get out. It might be a Tibbs type of coach that can straighten them out. Because some guys ain't built to handle guys like Kyrie. But you got to have a certain type of mentality to deal with players like him, and then he's going to respect them. You know what I mean? So you never know.
I think Tibbs is definitely built for a player like that. Because one thing, Kyrie's going to be Kyrie off the court and on the court. And that's all part of what makes him such a special player. But, I feel like Tibbs is one of those guys, no matter who you are, you have to respect him. And he's going to respect you as long as you give him your all as a player. So, plus we've been dying for a point guard for Divine. How many years now, so he would be,
still count.
If he stayed healthy, he could be one of those guys that pushes the needle and gets us to the Eastern Conference Finals, gets us to an actual team playoff.
Absolutely. You see what happened to Boston when they let him go. It ain't been the same since. None of them teams.
Or Luka pans out, and then if Kyrie has to miss a few games to injury, or he wants to burn sage in his bathroom or something, who knows? If he wants to take a break to burn some sage, maybe we could have Rose fill in. We could have different guys fill in. Oh, the Bucks are blowing them all the way.
I don't know if you guys are seeing, the Bucks have made Atlanta go frozen.
Thank God.
They're up 30-31 now.
Thank God.
Yeah. I've never seen this sort of this run against the Hawks.
Yeah, I think that'll go $7 win though.
Without taking away from the Knicks talk, I want to see the Suns and the Bucks in the finals now, because I want to see Giannis deserves a ring, and CP3 deserves a ring with all they've been through, and all the work and hard work they give. And those two guys, if it ends up that way, they deserve it, man.
Me too, yeah. I want to see Bucks, Suns.
A guy from LA, I wanted to ask you guys, and I didn't get to ask it really on my stream last night that you guys were on, because we were running out of time. This whole talk, a lot has been about Kawhi Leonard, right? About the possibility of him, maybe, the pipe. Some people have been dreaming about it. What happens if Kawhi does leave and it's not for the Knicks, and Paul George wants out because Kawhi's gone? Would you guys consider bringing
3-and-D? That's a 3-and-D right there. Absolutely.
Well, he's a superstar. He's playing like one in the playoffs now.
Yeah, I take Paul George in the mix, bro. He's the type of forward. He's the type we need, bro. We need a 3 just like him. A little bit more length than Reggie Bullock and way more skill. Man, that boy, I ain't got no problem with my man Paul George. I like his game. I really do. I think
of 25+ points in the playoffs, so he's actually playoff P again.
Yep.
Yeah, him next to Julius with RJ as a 3.
That's a nice combination. That's a nice combination. That there.
Very nice combination. Yeah, and that's what makes it so interesting with what's going on with our team, man. That we got so many options, man. And like I said, like my man Scott Perry said a couple of years ago, they're gonna wait till a disgruntled star come out there, and they're just gonna get them. You know what I mean? Because sometimes some players they might not be have bad habits. They just don't want to be where they at. They might not be bad people. They might not be off the court drama. They might just not playing in the city that they're in. You know what I mean? They just like it just ain't for me. That'd be like somebody, born and raised in a certain area, then they go live somewhere else and it's just not for them. You know what I mean? And I think might get a lot of guys that might be out there like that. I really do. They might want to be closer to home. They might want to be places where they got familiarity. So it's gonna be interesting, man, with a lot of things going on, and with all the coaching changes, with all the player movement that's gonna be happening. And like I said, I think the Knicks did well with the way the lottery shaped out. I think the New York Knicks did well because not one person in that top 14 had effect on what we do, in the regular season. None of them 14 lottery teams, they can get any player they want. They still didn't do nothing that'll make the Knicks feel like they got to be derailed. So I was happy about that, the way the draft went, even though he was not in the lottery pick draft, but I was happy the way the team got the picks, and I just think that was awesome for us, man. So, but yeah, I'm ready to I'm ready to get it popping, man. I'm ready to get this. I'm ready to see some movement now. I want to see some player movement. So I want to see some. I'm ready for Luka Valdoza to go out there to the Las Vegas against a U.S. team and play against the big boys, and so we can see what he got. I'm looking forward to that coming up. Because I think that's going to be a good test for him. I think that's going to be real positive for him to play against guys like that before he even go into training camp. You know what I mean? To be able to play a couple of to play Kevin Durant and all these guys before you go to the training camp, going to be phenomenal for that guy, man. So I'm looking forward to that Vegas thing for sure, BX.
Yeah, I want to real quick with that. Going to jump back to that Detroit if they are willing to go with Oklahoma and trade for, number one pick. I will. The Knicks can get involved easily for SGA. Call up, see what it's gonna get him here. You want to give up those picks so you can help OKC move up to that number one and get that. Let's do it. I'll take SGH in a heartbeat to help them if that's the truth. If there's truth to that rumor that they want to move away from the first pick and Oklahoma wants to bring his the Oklahoma native back home and build around him and go forward with that. I saw that SGA might possibly be on the move, available, but he's also 23 years old. What is AQC doing, holding so many picks? You can only draft X amount of players. So, it'll be interesting to that. And to your point, Divine, with the summer league, the international games, the Olympics in Vegas, it's going to be interesting because we have a lot of our players being showcased. RJ Barrett for Canada. You have Franklin Aquino going to play for France. To see how they're going to play, even though we don't know we're on the fence and we're going to keep him or re-sign him. But if he goes out there and we see that he has a good international performance with Team France, can we sign him back and bring him back, and show us something? You're going to get playing time for your national team, country and pride. That's a great motivation. And we're going to see if Franklin Aquino brings it to the table, what he's learned on the Tom Thibodeau system and how it could translate against the international, the best of the best around the world. That's a key to look at that, as well as RJ Barrett as well. Can he be recruiting on Andrew Wiggins, like you said, or SGH or so forth, to try to recruit and bring those kind of players, especially with also Luka Valdoza, what can he bring on the NBA front against the NBA players internationally? Also probably recruit someone, I'm thinking maybe a center from Argentina that, you could bring here on a two-way contract with Westchester Knicks or so forth, or late round pick. I'm bringing in here, or just to say, hey, the Knicks, come in here. We have good camaraderie. You bring a center who could pass an alley-oop or XYZ or forward. You never know what all these games and networking could be going around, and that's gonna be interesting to see that. What do you guys think on that?
Yeah,
Absolutely. Go ahead, CT.
Yeah. I love the points. And what do you think? What do you guys think with the likeliness of Chauncey Billups being, Portland's coach, that Damian stays, or do you think there's any chance he gets traded?
I still didn't really breathe in. I still didn't give a lot of air to those Damian Lillard trade rumors. He's very he wants to be there. He's made it known. I feel like he's using that little bit of leverage to finally get the coach he's always wanted, like the style of coach. Because if you notice, like, he's asked for a certain style of coach multiple different times, and they gave him Terry Stotts, and
Right.
And then he wanted Jason Kidd, and Jason Kidd obviously went to Dallas Mavericks. So he's trying to use that. Okay, start giving me what I need, what I think I need, what I want, what this team needs, or else I might be out of here, like Kobe did back in the day when he said, Bill, give me help, or else I'm going to Chicago. That's not talked about very much. Kobe didn't want to leave LA, but he tried to use that as leverage. And, I think that's what Damian Lillard's doing right now.
Yeah. You got. I mean, he got it. He has to be. He loyal, but he has to be. He's a loyal guy. He said he want to win in Portland. He's committed to Portland. He's one of the guys that I truly believe that will do that. But at the same time, you want to win too. I mean, yeah, you got smart, and you want to win. You don't want to spend your whole career and say, I didn't get an opportunity to get that ring. But and I think they just a defense-minded coach away from doing something. They got all the offense in the world, but they just needed somebody who defense-minded. I'm gonna tell you somebody who, to me, I like down there, Steve Clifford. Steve Clifford.
Mark Jackson.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark Jackson definitely will. He definitely will. But I like Steve Clifford just because he's from that same tree that we know that we got here with Thibodeau and Van Gundy, and he's from that tree, and he's a defense-minded coach. And them cats need somebody who they're gonna respect. And Clifford been around long enough for them to know that he know more basketball than they played. You know what I mean? So I think they're gonna, even Chauncey Billups. I mean, it could be almost like they did this year with Steve Nash. He ain't never coached in the NBA before, but he went to a team who had a good team because he's well respected. He got knowledge of the game. He know how to put, and he had good assistants. We put Dan Tony behind him. A Duca till now he went to Boston, but he put some good assistant coaches around him and Steve Nash to kind of balance it out. But that might be the same thing happen with Terry Stotts. If they do take Chauncey Billups, all you got to do is put some experienced assistant coaches who've been in the game and well respected and got a game plan. I think it'll work out. You know what I mean? So I think it worked out well for Tibbs this year. They put Mike Woodson behind him. Yeah, they put Kenny Payne, and Johnny Bryant. They put some good assistants around him, man, and I think it helped out. But it's gonna be interesting, man. Damian Lillard, man. If he do become available, he won't be there long. I know that much. Somebody gonna snatch Damian Lillard up in the heartbeat. You know what I mean? Me as a Knicks fan, would I love to have him? Yeah, but is it gonna be worth mortgaging the for him? I don't think so.
Yeah, you're right.
I just don't think so.
Because I just don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think bringing in Chauncey.
He's proven he's been there, done that. CT. People are gonna him or Mark Jackson. No, Damian Lillard isn't gonna respect anybody any more than those two guys. So you get them to buy in completely. I mean, they'd be scary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, true. But
why don't
they
you
apparently promised.
You bring in Chauncey Billups and you put a coach in, you bring in Stan Van Gundy as an assistant coach, someone with experience in there, or you surround them with guys with smart guys in there to help them out there. The same way Nash had Van Tony in here and so forth. I could see that happening.
Go ahead. Even have Phillips and Mark Jackson, since Mark Jackson's been pretty much being blackballed. Maybe some noise start. You get Chauncey Billups and Mark Jackson as the assistant. That'd be perfect mentor for Chauncey Billups as a coach.
Yeah, I just don't trust because they apparently promised CJ that they're not trading him. So what are they really doing? They're not going to trade CJ, keeping Dame, just bringing in a coach isn't going to get them any further.
A defensive-minded coach. Terry Stotts is not a defensive-minded coach, and whoever they've had has not been. So they have they have what it takes as far as Dame and CJ, and if Nurkic is healthy, and Melo, Robert Covington, Gary Trent Jr. They have. I mean Norman Powell now or whatever. Norman Powell. They have enough players to get it done. It's just they need a defense. For example, Atlanta doesn't have they have DeAndre Hunter and Clint Capella are the only two good defenders on that team. Everyone else is a trash defender as far as one-on-one individual defense. And if you have an offensive-minded coach, guess what? They're not going to ever go anywhere like they did when they had whatever the coach was it Vaughn? Jack Vaughn? Or who was it before?
Jack Vaughn, yep.
Yeah, when they had Jack Vaughn, who was an offensive-minded guy before Nate McMillan, I mean, they didn't go anywhere. They were under 500 and horrible. And now they're in the Eastern Conference Finals because they got a defensive-minded coach who can scheme ways to hide their faults individually into a good team defense. And a guy like Mark Jackson or a Tom Thibodeau, like it's that ilk of coach defensively could definitely do wonders for Portland.
Absolutely. I agree. Real quick, man. Salute to Will and Kibbit. Everybody in the chat, Chris. You already know, man, we here, man. Knicks Real Talk, man. We got CT, Zach, the BX Sports Jedi, me, Divine, man. We talking it, man. And I think that's gonna be interesting with that because I do think they got a team. You even got what's the young man kind of Anthony Simmons.
Yeah, Anthony Simons.
That boy gonna be a baller too. You know what I mean?
He robbed Obi Toppin of that slam dunk.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. So I Portland is another story, man. But I look back on our home front and I'm like, let me ask you guys a question. Who in free agency do you think the Knicks should cover? And whether it's big game hunting or just anybody in particular, Zach, CT, who do you think the Knicks should go out there in free agency that you think that makes sense without how would I say, putting a damper on our cap and our future, basically, and what we got going forward, our structure. Who do you think you see out there that would give the Knicks a chance to go to another level, but don't break the bank and destroy the infrastructure that we have already?
Sign CT at the point guard.
There you go.
So, to me, we've got a few core pieces, right? So Randall, Mitch, RJ. We need to make upgrades at the 1 and the 3, and that'll take us further. We upgrade Payton and we upgrade Bullock. So there's a lot of players bantied about. To me, I'd like to sign either a young player on the verge of stepping up or a seasoned veteran in that point guard spot. I think we talked about before, we can make some trades, I think, for the 3. Jonathan Isaac's another good example. I think he'd fit this defensive mold. We might get him. We might get him cheap, because we don't know where did Orlando fall in the lottery,
Orlando's 10th and 7th. 10th and 7th. They have 2 picks in the first round. They're looking to. I think they're going to stand pat. They're going to draft young players. It all depends on who they're bringing in as the head coach. With the Orlando Magic, I've been saying front runner Becky Hammond has been one of the lead front runners for head coaching. I think in whatever style that she wants to implement, one young players going forward, what they want to use, and what she's going to rely on heavily veterans in the locker room like a Terrence Ross. Maybe they'll build around Jonathan Isaac. It all depends on her, what she has envisioned, what style. If she does become the first female head coach for the Orlando Magic in the NBA history. So I think it's going to happen. I think Orlando likes to make those type of moves, those type of headlines, and will help the city of Orlando just be on the map, breaking history with that. So I think she will be the next head coach. And yes, they are going to stay pat. I think they are going to draft those players. Magic's, unfortunately, they have a history of always picking international players for some reason, and they never seem to pan out. They really, they come out off the rails. They end up picking someone, and there's no wrong with it, but they end up picking someone from Serbia or like you saw Mario Hanzona or certain players that you like head scratchers, and you don't take
Alfred Payton.
Yeah, well, Alfred Payton leads the franchise in triple doubles. But he leads. He has the records there. You go to the record books of the Orlando Magic. Alfred Payton, for like it or not, he's there. But we'll see with that there. He was good when he came up. He had his, he had his thing. He had his moment.
He was. You know what happened with the Knicks with him real quick. I just want to chime in on something else. Alfred Payton was the up and down point guard, and I think the Knicks played that half court style. That's what hindered him. When he was in Orlando, man, he used to run up and down the court with that crazy hairstyle, dropping dimes all over the place to the Cats, man. But then, when he went out there to New Orleans and to the Knicks, I think that his style of play just didn't fit with what the Knicks were doing because Knicks was playing half court a lot. He's not a half court guy. Alfred Payton was one of them guys went up and down. But salute to the Sergeant in the building, Sergeant Knicks. You already know what it is, my boy, my man. Salute, Sergeant. We see you. But yeah, man.
Cowboys for life.
Yeah. Yes, sir. That's the thing for me. But I'm gonna tell you something on the Becky Hammond thing. I do think if she don't go nowhere, that means that I think they know that she's gonna get that job Pop got when he walk away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would
Well
love
deserving.
Becky Hammond. I tell you what, I would love Becky Hammond to come in here and take Mike Woodson's spot. And the reason why I say that, New York Liberty, New York bred, played for the Liberty, know the town, know the city. I mean, Becky Hammond is a gritty sister. She's gritty in her mind. That's why I don't think she's gonna have a problem coaching in the league, because she's not a soft person. She got that certain type of beast man, that mentality, that edge to her when she need to be, because she was like that as a player. You know what I mean? And so I think she'd be interesting, man. Orlando
should instantly
Yep.
bring more rings than anyone
Oh.
we currently have.
She had the perfect mentor. She had the best coach of all time, Greg
Right,
Popovich.
yeah,
There is no better
absolutely.
coach. And around guys like Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, Manu, all those guys. I mean, she was around the class organization of this era.
If she don't get a head coaching position this year, I don't think, like you said, I don't think she'll leave San Antonio. She'll stay in San Antonio. I don't think she'll leave San Antonio to be an assistant on the New York bench. I can see Teresa Witherspoon. Now that Van Gundy is no longer in New Orleans and that coaching staff is broken. Remember, she was a assistant coach there, or one of the coaches in the Pelicans. So I can see her coming back home. In the Garden, being an assistant head coach with the New York Knicks. I can see that moving forward. The league is transitioning, it's changing. Now we have the females on there. It's going to be a matter of time when they're going to run, be a head coach in this league, and it's going to be interesting, and it's going to be good to see. They have another perspective, mindset, and bringing in their smart ladies that will be in there coaching, and we'll see. Hopefully, the men don't make it an issue, and they. Just like everyone else, respect everyone no matter what it is, and I think she commands the room. So she has that attitude.
Becky,
yeah. Oh yeah.
Becky Hammond, Teresa Witherspoon. I'm not even going to say women, but because it doesn't matter. But players and former players and coaches, and now coaches of that ilk, and that integrity, and that class, that knowledge, the IQ of the game. It does not. It translates. I don't care who you are, where you're from.
Still basketball.
And that shouldn't hold them back or hinder them in any way. I mean, they're just as qualified, if not more, as any male head coach out there, male candidate.
Absolutely, I agree.
Let me hit y'all with a couple. I'm gonna hit y'all with a couple of questions, and each of y'all go around and answer this question. What is your take on Ben Simmons and what's the cat down there in Cleveland?
Colin Sexton.
Yeah. What's your take on Colin Sexton and Ben Simmons?
I'll let Z go.
Salute the city for real, city. What's up, my
man? City, salute.
Salute city. For me, look, Simmons, I'm not low on his talent, like some, but I don't think he's the best fit for this team. I think Golden State, he'd thrive, and I think they're interested in him. And with Sexton, I wouldn't be mad at that, but I think we're trying to go a little bit more experienced at the point with Thibodeau here. Thibodeau's trying to win in the next 3 years. He's well documented. He's 62 years old. I think Sexton's still a few years away. So I just think I wouldn't be mad at it, but I just don't think the Knicks would heavily consider Sexton, especially with all the picks we currently have. If we wanted a point guard we could mold, we could easily pick one up ourselves. And what do you guys think?
My concern is with Sexton. Why is Cleveland want to get rid of him? And what's the hurry of? He's still young. He still has a rookie contract. Maybe I understand he has trade value, yes, right now, and maybe that's why they're trying to do it. But what are you guys doing? You're spinning your wheels, and now you're gonna, if you get rid of Sexton, you're spinning the wheels again, in my opinion, and it kind of worries me because why are you? Is there an injury that you don't know of, or do you see something that we're not seeing that you want to pawn off because he's young and there's a rookie? That's the only thing that interests me because he's still young. His rookie contract is almost, he's got about 2 more years left on his rookie contract, or one. at best. And if he doesn't pan out, a bust, you just, hey, don't sign him or, see you later. But that just kind of worries me with Sexton. I know he has a lot of, he's been said to have a lot of talent and said, we don't watch a lot of basketball from them, but we never know. What's going on?
Yeah. Salute, Sarge. What up, my brother? Good to see you. Good to
Sarge,
see you.
I did not recognize you without the hat. I had a double squint and all that. Are you at Game 7? Are you at Game 7 in Tampa? That looks like it.
I didn't recognize you without your Cowboys hat on, Sergeant Cowboys man for life.
So you know I would never wear a Cowboys hat ever in life. That's number one. Let's start with that.
Liar.
I'm traveling right now, so I'm in a hotel. I'm down here getting some food. But I wanted to check in and chime in with you guys, let you know that as soon as I get my food, I'm taking it back up to the room and I get on the computer. I'm on my phone right now. But I did want to salute you guys and give you props for the platform as always. You know how we roll.
Yes, sir.
Hope
How
you're
was
doing
Father's
well,
Day for you,
man.
man?
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. We just cutting it up. You know what it is. We can't wait till you get back up. We got the panel open for you. You know the door is open, man. Your name is always on it, so you know how we get down, brother. So when you get ready, get that food in you, man, and enjoy that. Now come on, we'll be here.
No doubt.
We'll leave the light on for you.
I'll
That's
make
right.
Share us some food.
Barry Jones.
I don't share. I don't share. When I eat, I eat. You know what I'm saying?
Stay away from the lemon pepper wings.
On the table. Salute, guys.
G-Man.
All right.
Yes,
So
sir.
what do you think of back to the question? Was
If I may,
Simmons?
Was the question Simmons or Sexton, Divine? Is that
Both of them.
Both.
Oh, what are your thoughts on both of them?
Or
Yeah.
I mean, I'm more of a Lonzo guy, even though it's, and I'll explain what, because I want a true point guard. I feel like we need a true point guard who can shoot. As far as what this team is currently constructed really needs, and Colin Sexton, like CT and Bronx Jedi were talking about. I mean, there's a reason they want to get rid of Sexton. He's young. He's not even close to his prime yet. He's a 20-point-a-game scorer. There's something wrong. I mean, you guys know the saying, right? If it sounds too good to be true, it is. It is too. If it sounds too good to be true, it normally is. So there's a reason that they want him gone. Just like there's a reason they released Kevin Porter Jr. and like things of that nature. I just don't believe in him or what's the case, but it'll be interesting to see where he goes. But if I had to pick between the two of them, I'd honestly go Ben Simmons, because you're not going to find a 6'10", 240 guy who can give you 13 any walking night. He can give you 15 points, 15 rebounds, and 15 assists. And if you actually look up his workout videos and his training regimen and when he plays in the offseason, he can shoot the ball. That might sound like far-fetched and crazy to hear, but he can shoot. And he has a little step back. He has some moves in his game. It's all mental with him. Just like, it was mental with RJ. RJ was a solid shooter in college as far as from the free throw line and whatnot. And he came to the Knicks his rookie season, was shooting 40-something% from the free throw line until 2/3 of the way in. And he finally figured it out. I feel like if he's around the guys that fixed Julius Randle and the guys that fixed RJ Barrett's jumpers, maybe they could help fix him a little bit and get his confidence going. Because if all he needs is a jump shot to be an unstoppable force. So if we can get him when his value is at his lowest, and at the worst case scenario, we have a real, Elfrid Payton was a guy who can't shoot, but every now and then you'd see a glimpse. We have a real triple-double threat every night. He could be a defensive player of the year candidate. He's a great defender, and he's been in big moments. Has he succeeded? Not as much, but they've succeeded more than our guys have. So he's more battle tested than what we have. So if he has that confidence, if he gets out of his own way, let's say, he could be a dominant player in this league.
yeah, I think if you go out to Ben Simmons, you definitely got to get a superstar, because he we need a superstar mentality guy. I think that's Ben Simmons' problem. He haven't reached.
Not everybody can shoot during workouts.
But here's a thought for you. If we get Simmons, right, I'm making Obi Toppin my starting power forward, and I'm moving Julius. Because Simmons and Obi are the only way we could succeed, I think.
Yeah, because Ben
with
Simmons
those two.
about what he would do with like Quickley and whoever you want to put around him, like shooters, like you said, CT, Obi, that people that play with pace. I mean, it would be a completely different team. Like you guys said, he's a perfect fit for Golden State just because of the shooting they have around him. If you build a team around Ben Simmons / RJ with shooters around him, it'd be crazy. But and even LeBron and multiple players around the league have said Ben Simmons can shoot. It's just all in his head. I mean, if that's true, then like Paul George was in his own head, and all of a sudden he forgot how to play basketball in the playoffs, and the Clippers didn't give up on him, and now look, they're reaping the benefits. I'm just saying. I feel like we're giving up as a not all of us, but like certain NBA fans are just giving up on Ben Simmons too early.
That's crazy. Just because he had a bad, that Ben Simmons is talented, bro. Yeah, I mean that man, he's the creme de la creme of a lot. You know what it is? It's that he had a bad series, and everybody, look, Julius Randle had a bad series. RJ had a bad series. It happens. Some guys just get to that, and I only, yeah.
Yeah, his issue is he's the second best player
and what he
on the
did,
team.
If you look at it, he's without a jump shot, he was the second best player on. If we get it in his own head and all the problems that he has, he was the second best player on the first seed in the East. Like we'd love to have that problem, but Ben Simmons, like what we argued about, like when not argued, but we all agreed, like when Julius Randle was struggling, he didn't do the other things that he did all year to help his team win, right? Ben Simmons, that's not a question. When his shot's not falling, when he's not being aggressive offensively, that horrendous game 7, like where he wasn't aggressive, he still had 13 assists and like 10 rebounds. Like he still gets people involved. He playmakes, he rebounds, he plays amazing defense. I'm just saying, if I had to pick between Sexton and Simmons, I'm going Simmons all day because there's no, defense wins championships still. And playmaking, we need more ball movement. He'd be a perfect fit for, as long as he can get out of his own head and not be afraid to shoot the ball in a game. Like if you remember,
was Simmons all NBA? Any teams?
If you can, I don't know, but if you can, if you guys watch that game 7, it really is in his own head. Even attacking the basket, he passed a wide open dunk to throw the ball to the other side of the
that was crazy.
Shot, like he won't, like it's in his own head, dude. Ben Simmons can attack the rim on anybody. He can attack.
Real quick, Zach, I wouldn't have a problem if the Knicks got him. I would put him at the 4. Let him be a point forward. Put him at the 4. Let him put him down in the post. And just do your thing. And then when you're on a fast break, give him the ball. You know what I mean? He got a floor game. Yeah, Joe. He got multiple ways. Because if his percentage, he might not be a great shooter. I mean, for what I see, he doesn't shoot in the game. Since he's been in the NBA, I haven't seen him shoot the basketball in games. Not well, because that's the reason why he gets that stigma. It's been like that since he came out of LSU. The man don't shoot the ball. You know what I mean? So, but you cannot take away his talents that he got on the defense end. His defense, his playmaking, his power game, his up down the court game. You put that man down there in that paint for a couple of plays, just let him bully somebody. See, it's hard when you got Embiid and then you got Tobias Harris. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that negates what he could do. But I think if they would have utilized that young man to put him in a post sometime with that body he got and that athleticism, man, But then his another thing that hurts him. That's why you can tell he's not a good shooter. He can't shoot free throws. If you can't shoot free throws, you're not a good shooter.
But he had moments. He like this year was his worst. Like the playoffs was just the low. Like he hit rock bottom. Like there's been seasons where he could shoot free throws. There's been seasons where he could he can shoot wide open shots. So but it's in his own head. Like Giannis used to be. Giannis has proven he can hit a wide open 3, and that's what's made him a 2-time MVP. So when he realized I'm going to shoot this wide open 3, and he makes them at least enough to make the defense respect him, you look how much that opened his game. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Ben Simmons is going to be RJ Barrett from 3, I'm saying he needs to be able to knock down that open shot. But if you look for example, Divine, your point about putting him at the 4, like in Randall's spot, like if they put a wall up on Ben Simmons, if you guys noticed in Philly, when they did that, they did like the wall of Giannis on him. he was kicking it out to wide open shooters, and they were knocking.
Right, exactly.
So like,
exactly.
and he's a true point guard when it comes to his passing. No offense or disrespect to Julius Randle, but he's a real passer, a real playmaker. You know, and like that would open up our offense so much if we put shooters around him. If we brought back Reggie Bullock, if we get RJ Barrett, all these guys Quickley and all these guys, and we added some more shooters like a unrestricted free agent nobody talks about, Evan Fournier. You know, like guys like that around him, they'd be a dangerous team.
I like him.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say Simmons has pulled out of the Australian Olympic team, so that tells you how serious he is about, you know, this season and how it looks that he's not working on his game, because he's missed every major tournament for Australia. He's constantly put it off, and this year was the year that he was supposed to play in the Olympics, and he's pulled out again. And there's been a big uproar here, but you know, I respect him for wanting to focus on his bread and butter. You know, but if he doesn't come back a different player, then there's going to be knives out. You know.
But still, though, I wouldn't be mad at even if he never changed. If we put the shooters, like even if we didn't have Ben Simmons, we need more shooting. We need more talent offensively. If we added more guys that could create their own shot and shoot, like for example, if Ben Simmons was on the Atlanta Hawks, think about how dangerous that team would be. Or like you said, the Golden State Warriors. If you gave him a team with just shooters around him instead of guys like Tobias Harris and Joel Embiid, who they can shoot the three, but like they're bully guys. They like to play inside and in the mid-range. And you can't have threes. You have your big three all like to play operate in the same space. That's why it doesn't work. You got to get rid of one of those three. You know,
that's why I like him. I mean, that's why I like him in the sense with the Knicks for this reason. He would get us rebounds because you think about it, even though Julius Randle get us 10, 11 rebounds a game, they on the defense end. But when he had the 3-point line, RJ at the 3-point line, the point guard at the 3-point line, when that ball go up in the air, it's only one person going to get that rebound. Either that's Mitchell Burns or well. So Ben Simmons, I do like him at that down power forward spot in the post. Because if somebody do shoot, that boy can get you a rebound. He's a triple-double threat. So, and real quick with the Colin Sexton thing, I think the reason why the Colin Sexton thing is out there because you got to remember, Cleveland got a 4th pick. They wind up getting Suggs. They don't need Colin Sexton. Not because he's not a good player. Not because he ain't. No, Colin Sexton can play basketball. He gave it to – I seen that boy give it to the Nets them on a regular, man. He was dropping 40 on these cats. I'm like, yo, he busting they butt by himself. Colin Sexton is a bulldog. He's somebody we need in New York like that mentality. You got to remember, everybody cannot play basketball in New York. I don't care what your skill set is. It's the mentality. You got to have a mentality to play basketball in the world most famous arena. And certain guys is not built to play in this particular arena. I mean, I'm being dead. Out of all arenas in the NBA, is one arena where you got to have a certain mentality to play basketball. And that's why I always look at guys, when you always hear me say guys who dogs and bulldogs. You need guys who can fight and scrap and go back because the fans going to come at you when you're doing bad. The media going to come at you when you're doing bad. The players that you're playing against going to come at you when you're doing bad. So you got to have a certain mindset to play in New York. And that's why I like RJ Barrett. That man don't let nothing rattle him. Oh, I'll be all right. I shot 0 for 21. I ain't worried about it. I'll be all right. He got the mentality to play, and that's why I like a Colin Sexton because he has the mentality to go in New York and play. And I just think that a lot of people much as I love Lonzo Ball and all the guys we talking about, can you play in New York? Can you play in New York? Because it's a breed, it's a different animal over here. You know what I mean? And I think that's why the Knicks, like now that you got Tom Thibodeau, you definitely got to have a dog mentality now.
Yeah.
That's why I brought him up in that because I think that's the reason why I said that because
let me return real quick. If I were to choose Sexton over Simmons, of course because of talent, and Simmons is an NBA player, but let's be realistic. It's a salary cap league. This is and it's going to hinder you to take Simmons' contract, $40 million. He's spending a lot of money to give you what he gives you. For what he gives you, $40 million, I don't think the price is too rich for my opinion. I would, and if I had to choose either or between Sexton or Simmons, of course Sexton, because like I said, he's a rookie contract. He's only making $5 to $6 million at best. And he's looking and he's gonna be hungry to come to the world's most famous arena, to a big market, and bright lights to try to now he has opportunity to get generation type changing money. With the New York Knicks. He comes in here. First, he comes in. Let's say he comes with the Knicks. He could be in a running for most improved player. Those steps. Then year two, when he's about to hit the free agent, go get yourself an NBA All Star appearance, so you can try to get that max. There's motivation. There's carrots to be dangled in front with the young kid like that. Like you said, he's a dog, and that's why if I had to pick Sexton over Ben Simmons, I would go the Sexton route with that. Would I love Ben Simmons? Absolutely. But if he was making,
Right, yeah.
$25 million more, $1 million a year. But
We're
another
talking
name
about
that's out there,
contracts too. Definitely Sexton, yeah.
right?
Yeah. How many more years Ben Simmons got left?
He's got four more years, and he makes 33, then 35, then 37, then 40 million.
It balloons. It starts escalating. So here's another name that got me excited. We're going to continue the Sexton talk, but another name that's thrown in there.
SGA.
He rejected a $12 million contract by his team. The Brooklyn Nets offered him $12 million to re-up. He said no. It looks like it's going to take around $17 to $18 million to get his services. It's Spencer Dinwiddie for $21 million or $20 million. I'm the New York Knicks. I give him a 3-year with a. You want to put team option or players option, whatever it is, get him in here because it fits the budget. You get the point guard. He could play. He's a dog. He plays in a big market. And now you have 3 guys now that we could talk about, guys. There you go.
Yeah, and then as far as I was just saying, as far as a basketball standpoint, when I picked Ben Simmons, I didn't. Of course, his contract, you'd rather have Colin Sexton, but Colin Sexton definitely is built for this team or built for the city. I just don't think he fits what we want to do as a team. We don't need I wouldn't call him selfish. I'm just saying he's a ball dominant guard where he needs the ball in his hands to be successful. RJ needs the ball in his hands to be successful, and so does Julius. So I don't like having 3 ball dominant stars on your team. But I say Lonzo too because with all the pressure his dad put on him and that whole name and that family, and for him to keep getting better, he's built for New York too. Just because he's built, he's always been under the bright lights since before he even started playing in the league. He's always had this mentality, like LeBron or LeVar dubbed him the best player in the world before he even stepped on the floor for the Lakers. So he's been through the ringer as far as media and all that stuff. But Sexton definitely, if we need a scorer, if we need a guy that's just going to get buckets for our team, then Dinwiddie or Sexton makes sense. But, it all depends on what you want. If they want a true point guard, then you don't want to go with a Dinwiddie or a Sexton. You'd want a guy like Alonzo Ball or try to go after Chris Paul if he doesn't re-up with the Suns.
Yeah, I agree. I think Lonzo, because of what he's been through, I agree with you 100% with that. He's been through the limelight and everything like that, and he's been through it. You know what I mean? So, salute Nick P, man. Nick P, what up, brother? We see you, man. Salute to you. Yeah, what's up, dude? But yeah, I think Dinwiddie is a very good choice. He got game, and that's what. First of all, you need guys who got game. Let's be real. We need cats who got game. You know what I mean? Because I think we got exposed in the playoffs. Why they turned us into a jump shooting team.
Yep.
We got exposed. You know what I mean? And I think that's why I brought up them cats. Can you imagine the Alpha Payton with the early Alpha Payton that he was at the beginning of the year? The way he was going to the paint, getting them little floaters and them little bunnies down in that middle, man. He was competing hard, but we missed that in the playoffs, man. We missed that bad. So that's why I think we need attack guards. We had one of the 3rd best percentage-wise 3-point shooting team in the league this year. That wasn't the issue. The issue was when we not hitting the ball. Yeah, when we not shooting the shot, what do you do next? So if RJ ain't hitting, if Randall ain't hitting, if Bullock ain't hitting, them cats don't go. Oh, other than RJ, he the only one goes to the hole. You know what I mean? So and I just don't want nobody. I don't think the Knicks need one-dimensional players. That to me, if you can shoot the ball well, but you can't get to the paint, then if somebody get on you and stop you from shooting the ball, then you ain't got nothing. You know what I mean? So if somebody lock you down on from that jump shot, you ain't got nothing to go on. And we got too many players like that already. That's why I said we need guys who could like Colin Sexton, who can get in the middle, I like Lonzo, but Lonzo's not a downhill player. He doesn't attack the paint. You know what I mean? So if you lock him off of three, his game is over. And if he's not running the fast break, his game is over. You know what I mean? So I just think we need cats who can around the floor. Yeah, you can create their own shot, get to the paint, get a bunny. Because, you know, if you become a stagnant jumper, you become one-dimensional, then you're not going nowhere. And see, that's what Trae Young is so effective. He's not one-dimensional. That boy get downhill. He shoot that tray. He keep the defense honest, because if you roll up on him, he coming down the paint. And if he come down the paint, then he's Lob City. We need guys like that. And I just think that we got to find a point guard who goes downhill. You know what I mean? And I'm not east and west, but north and south. You know, Tim Smith, I like that. I love Norman Powell. That's a dog right there. I love when we can get that brother. No question
Tibbs
about
loves
it. So
Norman.
Yeah, and
yeah, he's nice.
Lonzo can get into the paint. He just does it to pass. He doesn't do it to score. He penetrates well. It's just to kick out. It's not to, like you said, it's not attacking the basket. And Randall can get to the basket, but the problem was they were triple teaming him when he did, so he had to turn him into a jump shooter. You're right, you know, and it's all depends. Like, and then what you said about getting a Dinwiddie or a Sexton can also make sense. Like I said, it just depends on how you want to build your team, how Leon and how Tibbs want to build their team. Like, hate to bring up my Cowboys again, but like Mike McCarthy says it best. He says, "Get me the best talent possible. If we get enough talented players, we'll game plan around them and make something that fits." So you can go get a Dinwiddie or a Sexton, or even both. I mean, you could sign one and trade for the other. Have two guys, you know, because Dinwiddie's coming off a knee injury. He could come off the bench, work his way in, maybe play the two, RJ slide to the three. You have so many different opportunities. You need to get guys that can play basketball and game plan around them. Make something, make it work.
Yeah, real quick.
That's why Powell.
Powell's called.
Yeah. He fits,
real quick.
You know.
I think, you know, as much as we talk about all these point guards the Knicks could get, I wouldn't be surprised if Immanuel Quickley get his turn, because see, this is the reason why he went downhill.
Yep.
He was Trae Young as a rookie to me. He got Trae Young's game as a rookie. You know what I mean? And that's why I know we talking about a lot of things, but I think the Knicks might got a big plan for Immanuel Quickley. See him and Alpha Payton, that's why they played that point guard spot, and Derrick Rose, and that's why Frank Ntilikina didn't pay, because he couldn't go downhill. You know, you couldn't get to that bucket. And I think people don't. I know we talk about a lot of point guards, but I think if even if Derrick Rose come back, I'm cool with Ben Veldoza, and even Derrick Rose. If Immanuel Quickley can have another maturation to his game this year, I'm cool with that. I think Immanuel Quickley's gonna be special. You know what I mean? I think he done got a taste of the NBA. He know what it's like now. I bet you that boy come out of the offseason a little bigger, stronger.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Immanuel Quickley gonna have something to prove.
You know he's gonna get better with that work ethic and how he works, and he's always in the gym. I mean, yeah, and no doubt, I'm with that too. He's gonna get way better. And by the way, my everybody said I was trolling, like when I said that Mitch Robinson was at 275 plus pounds. Did you see his post today?
Yep. 275. He's muscle.
What do you guys think?
Yeah.
That could cause more foot and ankle injuries now that he's not used to carrying that weight. Like off a broken foot twice, same injury Yao Ming had. You add more weight. That's not exactly a good thing for a guy with foot problems.
The guy who leaps, you know, jumps up and down.
Yeah, that's his problem. He gets up in the air a lot. And even the last accident he had, that was a freak accident. The man came down on somebody just like Kyrie Irving did. He came down on somebody and it happened. Mitchell Robinson is special. I don't care what nobody says. Mitchell Robinson is special. He is special.
The first
man, come on.
Contact. He just.
Yeah, I understand. Yep, it's part of the game.
I'm a big Mitch fan.
If you add
I just think they
cause more injury.
Oh my God! I think Mitchell Robinson.
I think he'll be fine. He's not Yao Ming. He's not no Yao Ming. He's built different. That's all.
Yeah, I just meant like 7-footers with foot injuries. Normally, it doesn't end well.
I think they're going to move Mitch, you know, just because of the contract situation. Yeah, I think they want to capitalize on that talent and use that in a big trade, you know.
One thing is his campaigning is his rear end off on social media. Knicks this, Knicks that, Knicks this. Everything he does on social media is with Knicks. So he doesn't. The kid don't want to go anywhere.
All that doesn't matter though if you can't stay on the floor.
You know what?
I think,
I don't think it is.
and I don't think it's. I just will quickly make my point, but I don't think it's a reflection of what they think of his talent. I just think if you're in the business, he's coming to a point where you're gonna have to make a big decision on paying him, and we all know the talent he has. He has currency in the league, and if you can flip that to get another big asset in, and then not have to pay him, then you got to consider that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's a good point.
Yep, but if not, I think he was one of the reasons why we didn't beat Atlanta. If you would have had Mitchell Robinson down there, that would have been a whole different ball game. Nerlens Noel is good, but he is not Mitchell Robinson. He don't rebound like Mitchell Robinson. He don't cover the zone like Mitchell Robinson. He can't get up and get lobs like Mitchell Robinson. The only thing he can do that Mitchell do is block shots. But Mitchell Robinson is a rebounder. He was just coming to his own, man. Just coming to his own. And, this year he had the hand injury. Because remember, the foot injury was his hand. That wasn't no foot. So his hand injury, and then the foot, soon he got back 4 games later, he jumps up in the air and steps on nobody for a free catch and we live with it. But I think you keep that option. And that the broken foot that he had, it wasn't a severe broken. It was more like a real, real high sprain because he could have came back in the playoffs, basically. So it wasn't a fracture type where he broke the bone and all that. I think the Knicks said, you know what? We're just going to keep you out because, first of all, we got to protect our interests. You know what I mean? First of all, you are an investment, so no need for you to come back. Mitchell Robinson could have played in the playoffs.
Yeah, that was the talk. He broke a metatarsal bone in his foot twice, so that's weak. Like as far as it's weaker. You don't want to rush him back. You're right. He's an investment.
Right.
Potential.
What if would you guys do this trade if you ring Orlando and say, hey, we'll give you Mitchell Robinson and all our picks this draft for Isaac and Markelle Fultz?
Yes.
Would you consider
absolutely.
that?
Yeah.
100.
Well, here's the thing for me.
Isaac and Ross.
Here's the thing for me. You trading an injured player for 2 injured players.
That's why I say
now you back in the same boat. You're back in the same boat. You know what I mean? Because now you're trading an injured player for 2 injured players. And I might as well just give Mitchell Robinson tell the $10 to $11 million and take a risk on $11 million to take a risk on $80 million and Fultz's contract. I would love to do it if they wasn't injured because I do believe now we talk about talent. Jonathan Isaac is the real deal. I would love to have him in New York. Oh my God, I love that boy since he was at Florida State. But then we go back again, injury. He had his injury was worse than Mitchell Robinson's. You know what I mean? So I would do it if it wasn't for that CT. I would love that. But I do believe that I think people underestimate what Mitchell Robinson really can do with a basketball because people forget they tell me, oh, look at him and he was just shooting 3-point shots in the gym. It don't matter. He was hitting them. It doesn't matter where he was shooting them at. He was in the gym. He was still hitting them. You know what I mean? The Mitchell Robinson game is better than people thinking. It. Here's the problem. When he was under Fizdale and Mike Miller, he didn't have the people to show it. Now Mike Woodson said, listen, when he first had Mitchell Robinson, he had that, but then with him, when Mike Woodson said, that Mitchell Robinson is special. And then Mike Woodson done coached the best of them. You know what I mean? Yep. Mitchell Robinson got talents that a lot of 7-footers can't do in the league. It's only a handful of them can do. He got a chance to be Anthony Davis without a 3-point jump shot if he work on his game. The kid's only been in the league 3 years. You know what I mean? It ain't like the guy been in 6-7 years. The dude came out of high school 2 years ago. You know what I mean? So, you got to give these cats time to grow. I think this cat in 2 or 3 years, he's going to be a problem in the NBA because he's going to be done figured it out. I got experience now. I know what all these cats do. So now his experience is going to kick in. I hope they sign Mitch back. I think they should sign Mitch before they sign Noel. I'll tell you that right now. That's for sure.
Depends on what he takes.
I hope they bring him back. Just when you talk about him shooting threes, the same thing as Ben Simmons. He can't shoot free throws, so he's got to work on those first before you can even.
Right.
Before you can even, if I was a coach, I would, if I ever seen him invest the 3-point line before he got better as a free throw shooter, I'd make him run until he puked.
But I don't think he would do that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying, what I was just saying was that you could tell that he has talent. Now, I don't want him to do it in the game because that ain't what he's supposed to do. But he has talent to do it. I look at talent. I don't worry about
special.
What do you have talent? Mitchell Robinson is something that the Knicks need. Talent. He's talent. You know what I mean? Because you could teach talent. You can't, some guys you just can't even teach them nothing, but you could teach talent. You give Mitchell Robinson a certain type of center like Hakeem Olajuwon, or somebody to mold him for a year, or put somebody around him like Kevin Garnett to show him the intricacies of certain types of things that big men do. Mitchell Robinson to be special. You know what I mean? So let's hope from a homegrown guy we drafted with the 36th pick in the second round. You know what I mean? Making $1.5 million. Where he had what he had done for the Knicks deserve to get that boy a contract. You know what I mean? Give him $10 million, $12 million for 3. Give him $36 million for 3 years. If you want to get a team option, fine. But I think that he earned this right to make a little Knick money. So I'm hoping that they bring him back. You know what I mean? But yep. But I like what's out there. I like our team, man. I like Mitchell Robinson too. But I agree with you, CT. Anybody's tradable. Anybody's tradable. You know what I mean? If Mitch got to go for somebody gonna make us, I love you, Mitch. But
let's I'll just give you an example. Like we all think 10, 12. We all think that's what we would, want to ideally pay. What if his agent and him say, no, we're, 15 or 18, or we want to sign the qualifying and just come back and then you got a chance of losing the asset for nothing. So they only know the gauge with the agent and the player, and if they're not aligned, then you could see a move,
Yeah, and to your point, if you want to do that with Orlando, I'd take Jonathan Isaac, obviously, but with Terrence Ross, just because we need a guy that can create his own shot and shoot and just a flat-out scorer. Markelle Fultz is solid, but we have another same problem, a point guard who can't shoot. And if we get Terrence Ross, a guy who can just shoot he's just a basketball player. You can plug him at the 2, at the 3. You can put him anywhere off the bench, really. And he's pretty durable from what I understand. So he's just a good basketball player. And then you have Isaac, and you keep Reggie Bullock to fill in if Isaac does get hurt. Obviously he was a great fill-in, and then we could get, whatever at the center. We could draft that kid from Kentucky, that Jackson kid that everybody's talking about. So many options we got, guys. So many options.
Yeah. I definitely I'll do the trade with him and Terrence Ross. I ain't got no problem with that. None whatsoever.
Yeah, that boy can ball.
Ross his contract is pretty friendly, you know what I mean, with a couple of years left. So
that bench should be nasty with Rose, Quickley, and Terrence Ross. Imagine that, and Obi.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping to break out next year. Obi Toppin. I hope the Knicks don't trade that boy unless they got to do what they got to do. I want to see Obi Toppin. I think he's gonna be special too, man. I just hope we keep our grown talent, our picks like we've been doing since Scott Perry got there. He ain't traded nobody. None of our draft picks, other than let me see. He kept everybody. He even kept Frank Ntilikina 4 years, and he didn't even sign him. I mean, he didn't even draft him. He kept Damian Dotson 4 years. He kept a lot of you guys. He keep him around. I like that, man, because it sets a good precedent for your organization. That's why I say you might disagree with some of his draft choices, but you can't knock the way the man ran that organization. Scott Perry brought the noise. Because think about it, you don't want to have that stigma of as soon as you draft somebody you don't like, you get rid of them. Nobody gonna want to come and play for you. You know what I mean? So he brought stability back to the Knicks organization, and I'm happy about that. One thing, the stability, because like I say, even Knox. Knox, he still got around. That's why I think they might just say, you know what, we just gonna take the 1.5 million. We just gonna do that. We let the chips fall their way with Mitch. They might just keep Mitch for the 1.5 this year. You know what I mean? And then after the season, they do what they're gonna do. Whatever. Be walk. But I like the way Scott Perry did that, man. He kept keeping these guys around. He did not just trade them because they didn't. No. We drafted you. We're gonna give you 4 years to get your stuff together. And if you don't get your stuff together, then we're gonna have to do what we're gonna have to do. But he giving them opportunities, man, and I love that about him, man. I think that it's so important to have stability in the Knicks organization. We haven't had that for years. We always trade him so we get somebody, get rid of them. 1 minute, then nothing. Coach 1 year later, get rid of them. Scott Perry said, "Nah, we got to have some structure in this company. This is a business. We can't keep firing our players and our managers and all that." And I like what he did with these young guys, man. And that one thing, that's why I hope that they keep Mitch for that reason. Even if you lose them in 4 years, you only had them for $100 million. You only losing them $1.5 million. Ain't like you're using them. You know what I mean? So, we'll see, man. But we're gonna have a crazy off season, guys, and I just know that it's gonna be a lot of things happening. I don't think it was enough information for us to keep up on, but when we do, I told the guy the other night. I heard the rumor in there with Karl Anthony Towns. It was Mitchell Robinson, Kevin Knox, Obi Toppin. I think it was this year's first, one of them. I think it was the 2023, either Owls or Dallas, and one more. And his contract is only a couple of years left or whatever. Would you do that for Karl Anthony Towns? I know Zach, they say they're not really about it. Would you do it as a CT?
I'd do it.
So,
okay.
Yeah, what is it, Mitch? Obi, Knox, and one first?
No, it was three. It was three firsts. It was about three of them. I think one of them was protected, though. I think that one of them was protected.
Mitch, Obi. For Karl Towns, look, it's hard. I'll probably stay pat. I like it.
Okay.
I like Obi, and I like the picks. I think we can find some other deal to improve. I'm not about big men so much at the moment. We need dynamic guard play, and we already have Obi as a big who has good potential, and like you said, Mitch is the potential. Young, still improving. I'm trying to upgrade our wing and our one spot. We're always lured to these players that don't really fit too well. I don't know. Karl's a big upgrade. He'd be the best player on the team probably, but I think we got. I want to keep the pieces we have in place and just upgrade the deficiencies we have. Move forward from there with some flexibility.
You still have flexibility too, CT though. Like it's that like it was one of the first round picks this year, and like Divine said, one from 2023, and then I think one from 2024 that's like lottery protected. So if we're in a lottery team, we keep it. But Karl Anthony Towns is a huge upgrade, and he does a lot. Imagine if we had a 5 that could actually shoot and create their own shot. Not only that, but be dominant, 20 plus, 10 plus, 5 assists. He could play outside. He could play inside. He's a better defender than you give him credit for. And you're not really giving up anything. I mean, Obi Toppin, we hope to God, like within the next 2 to 3 years, he could be half the player Karl Anthony Towns is. Same with Mitchell Robinson. Yeah, they got talent and they're special, but Cat is special, and he's special now. Like he had his worst year last year, like in a couple of different seasons, because of, prayers to him and his family, all the tragedy and all the tough things he was going through, and he still had a great year individually. And then you have the dynamic guard play that would improve as far as like Quickley. We hope he improves. We hope Luka does something. We can get someone in free agency, and you can get a wing player in free agency or with a trade with those other capital, and you can end up having like a death lineup. You could get a Spencer Dinwiddie or a Colin Sexton. You could get DeMar DeRozan in free agency. You can get Jeremy Grant through a trade. Jonathan Isaac. You can stay pat and build what, like you said, our weaknesses that are real weaknesses, or you could add a box office talent like Karl Anthony Towns for little to nothing, and still have assets to build and get and fill holes in where we need them.
True indeed. Real quick, BX, who lost?
The Islanders fell to the Tampa Bay Lightning. Congratulations to the Tampa Bay Lightning for winning the Eastern semifinals they're returning to defend their cup against the Montreal Canadiens. Go Canadiens. Tampa just keeps freaking winning, man. And kudos to the Islanders for a hell of a season, making it this deep run. Game 7, they 1-0 battle, man. It was an exciting back and forth third period, and it was just high flying. Man, what a game. Disappointing.
Yeah, well, salute to the Islanders, man. Good run, good run. You got close, no cigar, but you'll be back. Y'all been playing pretty good the last couple of years. But here's another thing real quick on the Karl Anthony Towns thing. Look at his numbers, bro. And the reason why I like him, and I know, and I understand why Nick P, like, he don't play no deep, so I get it, Nick P, I understand that, But he's a 7-foot dude who putting up 20-something and 11. And we need, right? Yeah, right. And his numbers is crazy. And not only that, we need somebody taller. We need a 7-footer because Julius Randle was 6'8", 6'9". We in the league now where you look at the like I said, the Milwaukee Bucks. when they got Lopez and them, and I always bring this up, Lopez and Giannis, 7-footers. You got Andre
Embiid,
Drummond.
Jokic.
Yeah, you got, and I think Karl Anthony Towns, he stretches the floor. I think him and Julius Randle play so good together. I'll tell you why. Either one of them can go inside or outside. You know what I mean? So if Julius Randle on the perimeter, you could throw Cat in the middle. But if Julius Randle happened to get a drive to the lane and go down the middle, you could spot Cat up in the corner because he could hit the three. You know what I mean? And he giving you double-digit rebounds with 24 a game.
Don't forget, too, Julius
oh, my goodness.
Julius was a horrible defender before Tibbs got him. Think of what he can do with Karl Anthony Towns with a few, He was better defensively when Tibbs was his coach. He still wasn't great, but he could get better.
Yep, absolutely. And I think certain situations, and even when Phibbs had him, he was young, you know what I mean? Real young guy coming out of Kentucky, he full of himself and everything. But I think he'd been so humbled over his last year with his mother passing away through COVID and all that. His dad living in New Jersey. He probably want to come close to his dad. You know what I mean? But I don't have a problem with Karl Anthony Towns in New York from this standpoint. He got talent. He's talented. You know what I mean? And this is a talent league. You got to have talent. And that boy got talent. You could teach him some of the other stuff, or you can get somebody to cover up some of his lapses. But the kid get you a block or two a game. He's not like he don't make an effort. I think that boy feet so big, but man, that boy down in the paint, BX, with Julius Randle. Now you go get a stud number 3.
Like a Jeremy Grant from Detroit.
Yeah, what? Jeremy Grant, my God.
Think about Spencer Dinwiddie, Lonzo Ball, or Colin Sexton, RJ, Jeremy Grant.
Oh,
Julius
my goodness.
Karl Anthony Towns. Bring back Noel, Bullock. You can get somebody at the backup 4 position, and Alec Burks and Derrick Rose.
And you still got Quickley. You still got, oh man.
That's a
nice team.
Finals at least right there.
That's a nice team right there.
And then they're all young and they're all growing.
Kentucky connections.
At some point they win a title.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, salute to the chat. Nick P, what up? We see you. Salute Frank Matos. Frank, salute. Salute Tim Smith. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. We in here at Knicks Real Talk, the night show. We got my man Zach for the love of the game on there, hosting it with us tonight, man. Came on and represent with us. We got CT from the streets is buzzing over there in Australia and Atlanta, down under, chilling, man. We here, man, and just cutting it up, talking Knicks. We ain't here for the night, man. We just having a good time with it, man. All the great minds on the panel. So just salute to everybody. Man, hit them thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Y'all already know what it is, man. Knicks Real Talk, man. Run them thumbs up and show some love. And BX, man, talk to me, man. Would you do the Towns thing if you had to?
It all depends on what assets we're moving with the draft pick. Players gonna have to move players to match salary and XYZ, but the draft capital. Remember, my opinion, the 23rd pick from Dallas, the 2023 pick for Dallas is going to be an interesting. It's not protected either. That's 2 years from now. Can we see Jason Kidd coming in there? He's a good head coach. Don't get me wrong. We open him the best, but can you see the Dallas Mavericks going into a funk, a spiral, and dare I say, be bad in the Western Conference? And now you holding their 23rd pick on a year unprotected. They let's say they the worst of the worst. Luka wants out. KP explodes and it doesn't work, or he's injured again. They don't replenish the talent. Let's say the worst case scenario. That pick is very important, valuable to keep and we have in our back pocket. No one knows what's gonna happen in 2 years. No one knows the future. We could be bad. Again, we don't know. We never know. But the way things happen in the NBA, and the way things aren't happy in XYZ, and they're having a new front office, XY, they're going in a different direction in Dallas. So that's going to be an interesting pick to keep an eye on. That's going to be, to me, that's a value. That's a hitting goal.
Do you know how protected it is? Does anyone know?
It's a lot of it's unprotected fully. If they win the first all right pick, I think we keep it.
It's top
Frank
10.
Matos said, Yeah, Frank Mathers is top 10 protected.
Oh, it is 10, Frank. Okay, thank you, Frank, on that. I thought I heard that it wasn't. I heard from one of the NBA so-called talking about that pick is very valuable in XYZ. So I was under the impression that, but that's also
Yeah.
still a good carrot to dangle and keep in our back pocket for that. Just to have that. Um, I don't think the Dallas Mavericks will that could be like an 11 to a 12 pick, and belongs to the Knicks, and they can still get a good player
Yeah,
attracted to
in the
that.
high school draft, that's going to be the deepest draft in history.
Correct, and that's going to be an asset. And also with that, Mitchell Robinson, I wanted to go on with that. Even if you pick up Mitchell Robinson for that 1.5 million this year, and you thinking you're going to let him walk or afraid of that, remember you could move him at the trading deadline next February when it happens, because now you're going to have players that might not be playing well, or let's say, they're going to enter free agency. Remember, next year free agent class is going to be the darling of the league with a lot of studs, ready to go to sign. You could now you have a 1.5 million expiring Mitchell Robinson that you could dangle, and if you just sign maybe not much players here, maybe a Dinwiddie, you bring another stopgap three and D or whatever. You don't have to spend all your money this season. You want to be smart and bring in the right players or even draft. Then you could go ahead and in the next. Let's say for instance Chicago has the same season that they're having this year. That they just finished concurring and it's not working with Vucevic, Levine's unhappy, yada yada. The talk. You could trade a Mitchell Robinson along with some other players, and you still got money in your draft pick for the rights and the bird rights of Zach LaVine. You bring him in here. Now you have his bird rights as well, and now coming into the new NBA season, you go offer him the max contract, and now you got yourself your stud with a Mitchell, because Mitchell Robinson, I'm not going to give you. He's asking for $15-16 million. I heard from his camp. If he goes over that number, the Knicks are not going to think about budging. Letting him go. So I would do that. Pick him up, hold it on there. Not spend all your load. I know Knicks fans don't want to hear that. We're so close, and we want to get to that next level. But I think out in league, what we said, 2022, 2023 is really our window. He always writes that on there, and then I agree with him. I think next year is going to be a building year. I don't think they're going to spend everything this off season. So don't be disappointed if free agency comes and we're not named to all the darling free agents out there, which is not really that many. DeRon DeRozan, Kyle Lowry. The names aren't too sexy compared to the following summer. That's going to be a lot of nice, really sexy names. There's going to be the disgruntled players, the usual suspects but I think the Knicks are doing their. That's why you see all of them down at the combines, really, really doing interviewing and talking to all the young players, going at youth movement. And I see that. I see they're just going to pick. They're going to sign one point guard. Like you said, maybe they just come with Immanuel Quickley and just let Quickley do his Trae Young. A poor man's Trae Young for now, and maybe he'll grow even better than Trae Young. And maybe they'll want to bring in, with these college players, that another point guard, developing point guard, or another wing guy, or that center for Mitchell Robinson to an insurance policy, and then they go for there for next season. And come trading deadline, whoever's unhappy and whoever's having a bad season, team record wise, and they know that they want to either blow it up, rebuild, or whatever the case is, then you could trade a Mitchell Robinson. You have those picks, the 23rd pick and XYZ, and try to get that player and keep their their rights that you can match and go over your cap or sign them to the max deal because you have the money for it. So I think that's the way the Knicks is going to go. And remember, with the high school draft coming up, and now there's rumors that the NBA might be going into an expansion draft now because they might bring in 2 teams now. They might bring in the Harlem Globetrotters threw their names in the and this is serious. I thought it was a gimmick. I thought it was, it's just a joke, but they're really serious. They want to. I remember we talked about a 3rd team in New York. We didn't think about it like that, but there's reports and they went to the league. They put the paperwork in, and they actually want to do the Harlem Globetrotters to come in the league, which is it sounds ridiculous, guys, but it's
Vegas will have a team.
Vegas, Seattle,
Seattle,
Supersonics bringing Seattle a team home.
Yes. Yep.
I think that needs to happen before anything.
That'd be nice. I'm with my man Frank Matto. Salute Frank Matto for throwing that up there. I would trade Obi, Mitch, and Knox and 3 first round of town. I'm with you, my brother. See you. Sorry.
Yeah, because like Divine, you have
That's
to.
special, man. Serious.
You can only hold on to, and I'm for holding on to assets for a certain extent, or to like we would still have assets even if you do that trade. Picks, we'd have salary cap, we'd have all that. You can't just hold on to your stuff forever and hope for 2023 or 2024. It's gonna be every year. We're gonna say, oh, there's this guy in this draft, there's this guy in that draft, there's this guy in this. Like it's never gonna stop. There's gonna be years after 2023. After that, there's gonna be plenty of years where there's prospects. You gotta know when to hold your assets. You gotta know when to fold them. You gotta know when to go all in. And if you you can do a little bit of both, make a push for a superstar, because Cat is a superstar, a young superstar in this league. He's going to be if he continues his career trajectory, he's going to be at least a top 10 player in this league at some point. You know, he's young, he's great. He's great already. He's a top 20 basketball player in this league already, and he's young.
And remember the Kenny Payne effect. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to tell you. Remember the Kenny Payne effect.
He's already top 20, and if Kenny Payne gets his hands on him, I mean, Tom Thibodeau helps him on the defensive end. I mean, he'd be top 10. But you know, and you can't just hold on to draft picks and salary cap forever and expect. You know, we're now an accelerated team. We're now a 4th seed, which means we are now a top half team in the East, which means we now have to do everything possible to get better, to make a run at things. You can't waste years. No, you don't see any other basketball team in this a successful franchise in this league wasting years waiting for the next batch of talent. You know, like Oklahoma City's done that. They had the big 3 with Russ, Harden, and KD, and they traded Harden because they were like, oh, assets, we need cap room, we need to save for this draft and this draft, and they went and got Reggie Jackson, Andre Roberson. How'd that work? You know, they have 19 picks, and what are they going to do? They're not going to draft 19 players in the next 5 years. They're going to trade that for superstars. They're going to trade that for other things. No successful championship team, even the Spurs, they had their guys. They had their core, and but they never stopped adding talent. Rudy Gay, LaMarcus Aldridge, they had to keep going. You can't stand pat in a league that always changes from year in, year out. You have to always add talent, and you have to force things because you need ballers and you need to compete, especially if you're a top 4 team in your conference.
Yeah, you know what's interesting for me, real quick, CT, and let you chime in. Let's just hypothetically say you did have Anthony Towns, Julius Randle, RJ Barrett, but don't forget, you still got cap space. Now, let's say that the season goes on, and next thing you know, Zach LaVine hits the free agent market or some type of scenario where Zach LaVine comes over, this person goes there, this person goes there. Now you're talking about a straight offensive juggernaut. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even do LaVine. If I had to do LaVine for Randall, I wouldn't even have no problem with that. You know what I mean? I'm dead serious, because I just think that boy is special. I think So I mean, you talking Karl Anthony Towns at the 5, Randall, Zach LaVine, RJ. I don't care who you put at the point guard, long they can pass the ball. But I mean, that's a good situation to have. But I just think that sometimes the connections, like Kenny Payne, when Karl Anthony Towns at Kentucky, he was there. Julius Randle at Kentucky, he was there. That's why when you look at all the De'Aaron Foxes and all these Kentucky guys, Leon Rose and these guys got connections. And Worldwide West, I'm telling you, these cats, they did something special to me about bringing all these guys together. They knew what they were doing. Leon Rose said, listen, I done been an agent to a lot of these guys. Kenny Payne, I done taught a lot of these guys how to play basketball. Worldwide West, I know a lot of these guys. So the Knicks ain't going in this thing to just to be penny in and around. I think they're gonna go out there and they're gonna get a disgruntled star. That's how they're gonna do. I think they're gonna do that first, and then they're gonna use their money wisely because you do now. Are they gonna extend Julius Randle? See, that's why I like the Karl Anthony Towns thing, because if you're gonna extend Julius Randle, Karl Anthony Towns only got a couple of years left. You know what I mean? So now, say if either you resign Karl Anthony Towns or you put him on a trading block after a year and a half or 2, and then say if you get his contract off the book, now you can sign RJ his money. You know what I mean? You just got to take that chance and keep the flexibility. And Camilio, bro, I ain't mad at you. That's this my man. That's BX boy. He on that too. But Camilio, what about SGA Divine? I saw that OKC might want to trade him. Bring him on.
Yeah, sign me up.
Think about this too, like what
Bring him
to
here,
my
Camilio.
point. To my point about you can't sit still. You have to make a run at it. Everyone, literally, me included, almost everyone that I know made fun of Atlanta for giving Bogdanovich $80 million, giving Gallo $60 million, giving all these guys big contracts, giving all these guys, like, what are they doing? They're not going anywhere, like, just getting all these guys. Well, guess what? They're in the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, these teams, you have to spend money to make money. You have to get the big guys in here. You have to, I'm not saying trade everything, and that's the beautiful part, is that we'd still have cap space and assets and flexibility, even if we traded for those guys for Karl Anthony Towns. Could still get, like you said, a Zach LaVine. Could still go get anybody you want. And you could take that flyer. If RJ all of a sudden becomes the Maple Mamba and becomes the second coming of Kobe or DeMar DeRozan, guess what? You can get rid of Karl Anthony Towns and have $1 million assets to go out and get a star that fits RJ Barrett and let be RJ Barrett's team. Do 1 million different things with this squad.
Yeah, they could. When you get SGA and Karl Anthony Towns, Kentucky Boys again, man, oh man. I mean, you know what, BX, you've been talked up SGA. Now we already, like we said, they saw he might be trading him, but I'd love to get him in New York. I'll try to tell you that right now. That'd be nice,
No
bro.
doubt. SGA is a stud.
That SGA talk is actually, I'm gonna give it to my main man Dan Ackler. Dan Ackler, he's the one that wanted SGA. He bought me. He warmed me up, and I've been on that train, ever since Dan. I know you're out there listening. I know you were on here last week. Shout out to you. That's your main guy, and I jumped on that train with you, man. I'm with you, and we want SGA's here badly, man.
BX is so stupid for Oklahoma City to do. They got 19 picks and SGA. They could literally trade 12, 13 of those draft picks and go get Karl Anthony Towns. Go get Jonathan Isaac. Go get Zach LaVine and have a death squad, a young death lineup to put around SGA. Why does OKC never make any sense?
I guess it's a city that nobody.
It's all about the timeline.
And nobody
they don't want to just.
But he's young. They have all the time in the world and all the assets and a young star.
Right. He is young, but he's about to be eligible to be the big extension, and I think they want to.
Base.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they're cheap.
They could take 2 of those draft picks, and they'd still have 17. They could take 2 of those first rounders, ship Al Horford's contract away.
They did. He's in Boston.
Yeah,
remember?
Exactly, like they did. And then now they could take 2 more first-round picks and give Kemba to somebody to get rid of his contract. And guess what? They have the most cap space in the league by far, and still the most draft picks in the league. So they could still man.
It's still rumors. I think we don't yet know if OKC's serious about moving him.
Well, if they do, they're Presti needs fired if they do.
I think it goes back to what BS is about to say. I just think it's Oklahoma. How many young cats in America want to live in Oklahoma?
Maybe his agent's already leaked. Hey, the next pivotal contractual thing, he wants to be out.
True.
They're like, oh, okay, we don't want to be the cornerstone. To this. Please move us when you can.
Yeah, no knock against Oklahoma. It's because of Oklahoma. It's because it's not. To me, it's not a sports town. You know what I mean? Other than the Oklahoma Sooners, they don't got no pro football team.
Yeah, it's a football town.
Right, and they don't have a basketball team. I mean, they don't have a baseball team. They just got a college football team. They don't have a college pro team. So I just think that that market is so small for these guys. They want to go out there where they can really get the branding done. Get, like I said in the previous stream, they want to be able to get these endorsements. You want to get a certain type of endorsements in Oklahoma.
They should have stayed in Seattle.
LA.
Yeah, that was a basketball.
They know. I won't be surprised they move back to Seattle.
Why did they even move? Because I missed that point. In history.
A new stadium.
Yeah, they wouldn't. There was some problems getting them to build them a new stadium in Seattle. They weren't treating the team right. Same reason the Seahawks almost moved. Like before they got their, I mean, they just Seattle's not a good place to their pro teams. Like as far as even the Mariners were talking about moving at one point.
Yeah.
I think this day and age, you'll find definitely a lot of minority owners come together, and that'll never happen again. You know.
Yeah, especially you're right. With today's resources and everything you have at your disposal, you can definitely make anywhere good for a team to stay.
Yeah. Even the lowest NBA franchise is worth, crazy amounts of money now, and it's just going to go up if Vegas and some other teams jump in. I might see, one day we might see an international team or another Canadian team. We just don't know. I think they'll shorten the season at some point, maybe 72 games, and bring in more teams.
I'd like to see a team in Baltimore. Like my fiance has always said, she roots for the Knicks because of me, but apparently there's a lot of people in Baltimore that want a team badly. They have the Wizards, but I mean that's DC. They want the Bullets back, or they want a team in Baltimore again.
They do well.
Yeah.
I think you got that Virginia fan that probably be more of a Baltimore fan than the North Carolina fan to a degree. So that might not be a bad market in a sense. I mean, then you got that subway, not subway, but that car ride type series against Washington versus the Baltimore team. And yeah, you'd be surprised how that might work.
And you
out.
got
you see how rabid they are they stick by their Orioles through everything. And they're good. This is a good sports town. I mean, it's sports city. I mean, they're good to the Ravens. They're good to the Orioles, even though the Orioles deserve nothing. They deserve.
What about you got tiny market teams like Memphis and that? Let's say they're not winning, and Ja ends up growing up a little bit, getting frustrated. Is he going to want to stay there?
Oh,
I think they, because they brands now. I think these NBA players, they brands. Certain brands don't sell in certain places. Like, can you imagine if KD started his career in a big market city? He'd be a billionaire.
Yeah. And then let's not look.
Bro.
I have no facts to back this up. I have nothing to, but I have a weird feeling. And normally when I have a weird feeling, it comes true. I have a weird feeling that Luka Doncic is going to end up forcing his way to the Knicks.
You might be right. You might be right.
If we Doncic, man, at all costs, I don't care who on this team gets given up. Goodbye. Luka Doncic is a stud.
Yeah, remember he was young. You see the jersey he had on, right?
2 years in a row.
They got Jay Kidd.
The Clippers, which the Clippers are still a good team. I mean, they're in the Western Conference Finals. They're a great team by himself. I mean, he had Tim Hardaway Jr., Kristaps Porzingis. They're disappearing acts, and he literally almost beat him by himself. I hear that Trae Young is better than Luka. Crap, that's not true. Trae Young, if he had that if Luka had that Hawks team, they'd be in the same spot, if not better. Luka's a stud, and if we can do anything to get a guy like him, man, at all costs. At all costs, you go get that man.
But you got the perfect trade scenario right there. Julius Randle's from Dallas.
I'd give up RJ too.
Julius Randle, born and raised in Dallas. He'd go home and be the face of the Dallas basketball sports team with Luka Doncic. But if you trade him with Julius Randle, you don't got to give up an extra whole lot because Julius Randle was on a level 2. So, but I think your chance not to have to give up the farm if you trade Julius Randle. But if you don't trade Julius Randle, you have to give up the farm for him. So,
I think you have to give up Julius, RJ, and like 4 or 5 picks. But I'd still do it because anybody in their right mind, you want to talk about cap space, they'd still have it. And in free agency, who's not going to want to come to New York City and play with Luka Doncic?
I think I would. I don't know if I would give up both of them though. I'd give up one of them.
RJ will never be Luka Doncic.
I don't think it's because he'd be Luka Doncic. I just think that you take Julius Randle and RJ Barrett off the Knicks right now, bringing Luka Doncic to the Knicks ain't gonna be nothing because you ain't got nobody to play with him.
Right.
They ain't got nobody to play with him. Yeah, I wouldn't give up both of them.
You got the cap space.
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know if he will wait around for that, let's say a year or two, because you're gonna have to give him $200 million. He's gonna eat up that cap space. Luka Doncic is gonna be around $45 million. He's gonna eat up majority of that cap space. And then RJ's, he got about 2 more years before he get his max contract. So you can
The
live
thing
with
is, right, with the 23 draft, right, we have about 5-6 second round picks, right, in the high school system. That's equivalent to adding almost like 5-6 first round type talents in one season, just like that. So I think we're built to be able to replenish if the cupboard's bare.
Yeah, and
You know?
like think about, so you go get him maybe not this offseason, but let's say Dallas just falls apart again next year, right? Like they did this year. I mean, they made the playoffs, but they fell apart. Supporting cast around Luka, and he gets traded to the Knicks. You just talked about BX Jedi, how sexy that next year's free agent market is. All of those players would come crying to come play with Luka Doncic in
no
New York
question,
City.
no
And you
question.
think about Brooklyn has three supermax guys pretty much on their team. You could have two supermax guys, and then like CT said, with all the draft picks that we would have coming up, you could put a great young team around them. There's vets out there, like not Derrick Rose at that point, 'cause he'd be too old, but like a Derrick Rose that would take a vet minimum to play with him. There's so many different things you could do, but if you have a chance to go get Luka, by all means, you do it.
Yeah, you got to. You have to definitely do that. I mean, I guess I would. I guess when the time comes with Kane, I probably would be, but I probably would have to do it. I mean, RJ and Randall. I mean, that's a lot. I would love to be able to if we could keep RJ.
Oh, that
And
would be highway robbery if we could keep him.
I mean, but if you keep RJ, even if you give up 5 picks in Julius Randle, and maybe you had to throw in some other players, but I think Luka and RJ would be special because both of them cats can get to the bucket. I mean, with the ball in their hand, you know what I mean?
Right.
Them boys would be special.
They're betting
bro.
on J Kidd, by signing J Kidd, they're betting that's their last hope.
And J Kidd,
keeping him happy.
Head coach, but he didn't do much with Giannis. He didn't do much in Brooklyn. He head coaching. It's been reported that his ego gets in the way a lot. Hopefully he's matured and he's learned from his mistakes. But CT,
I think he probably did. I mean, he had, when he did Giannis, though, he did have Giannis when Giannis first came in the league. Giannis was a frail little one, but he looked like Giannis looked like Nerlens Noel when he came in the league.
Yeah, but I think he had his first All-Star appearance. He did have him, and
he put him. Giannis raved about it. Giannis said he really appreciates Jason Kidd. I think Jason Kidd let his ego with that front office stuff get in the way.
Yeah,
I think that's what it was. Camilio said Immanuel Quickley in 4 picks. Randall. Oh, I love when Camilio them throw this stuff up in there.
I like that one too.
Randall, IQ in 4 picks.
Nah, they'll like 7 picks if they don't give up RJ too.
No, you got to keep.
The thing is, if he says New York or no one, that gives us leverage.
That's true. That is
true. You got to keep the dream alive. It's going to be Luka Doncic, RJ Barrett, and Zion Williamson on the Knicks.
I could see him wanting to be a Laker boy.
That's a dream scenario, and that they've been talking about it. Then there's been pictures on whatever, and I've seen it getting around a lot. So I think that's a dream scenario.
Luka's my favorite player in the league today. He's gonna be the best player in the league within 3 to 4 years. Book it.
I could see teams like LA Lakers, when LeBron getting close to the end, just parting with AD or someone to try and get him to the Lakers.
Dude, if
to be that next generation.
It is not fair. If that book championships for LeBron, multiple, if he had Luka Doncic by his side.
I think Steph Curry.
I think AD is going to start breaking down. I think their window's shut.
Yeah, AD's sucks to see though, because I really like him as a player. I like him. Great
top
guy.
5, man. Top 5 when he healthy.
Yeah.
It's
sad to see. It reminds me of Amari Stoudemire's career. Amari was on the up.
He's thin. He's just not built to be banging and copping knocks and hits and all of that. He needs a solid big man. And LeBron's getting older too. I think that Lakers front office is really retooling.
It worked though for him. They got a ring. It worked.
Yeah, hats off to them. But they're not paying Schroeder the money he wants, so they're not trying to keep it together.
Yeah, no,
You know?
Schroeder ain't worth the money he's about to get.
Camille say, God, will Luka have a better career than Dirk when it's all said and done?
Health permitting, 150%.
Yeah. He's still
He's
only
got,
21.
he's got to
This is a
win a
dude.
championship. He's got to win a championship because Dirk,
Yeah,
no matter what the numbers are, Dirk took that team. He beat the big, the Heatles by himself, and
oh, he
man,
wasn't by himself now. That supporting cast played out of their mind.
right, but there was no
Yeah, you're right. He was
superstar.
the only superstar. Yep.
Right, he wasn't no All NBA. Don't of course you got JJ Barrero, who's phenomenal. We could go on and on with the names.
Sean
That was
Marion,
part of
Jason
it,
Kidd,
right?
Tyson Chandler,
Everyone was
Caron
good.
Butler.
They
They had
all
some
played
ballers,
they
man.
all played an integral part of winning that, helping him win that title. But it was him that put the team on his back and carried it. So we got to see if Luka will do it. We'll see if he. It's still a lot to be written in the chapter of Luka Doncic. If it's going to be in Dallas in a Dallas Mavericks uniform or another uniform from somewhere else. I salute out to Lee. We were talking about you a little earlier, man. I'm glad you're here with us. Glad to see you there.
Salute out.
And yeah,
Hey,
and yeah, go ahead, Devin.
No, I was about to say, Elton Lee, I'm glad you brought that up. I was about to ask Zach and y'all earlier, what do you think of Luka Garza in the NBA? I was about to bring out that question earlier. I'm glad Elton Lee came in and put that in there. I was about to ask you guys, what do you think of Luka Garza? Do you think he's gonna be legit Zach when he get here, or you think that's the college game because he just dominating down there?
I mean, it's really tough to say with prospects, right? Like with prospects that have a lot of hype that aren't like of course you have your Kevin Durant's, you have your Michael Jordans, you have your Carmelo Anthony's, LeBron James, you have all those guys that are surefire hits. Like no matter what, they're going to be an all-star at least. They're book it type of guys. You know what I mean? Like there's those guys, and then there's everybody else. Everybody else, they could hit. They could be great players. They could not be. I'd have to see them in NBA action at least, maybe some summer league. But even summer league, Kevin Knox was a summer league all-star. But you never know. I mean, I hope the best for the kid. We'll see. I mean, it's so tough to predict what people are going to be before they even play a game in the league.
Yeah. He's a big boy. He can hold it down. He banging down there Iowa. I say wherever he at down there, but that boy he could play though. I just don't know, how you
no
translate.
doubt.
Yeah, I don't know how you translate when he get here, like you said, but that boy he be putting it down out there though.
Anybody that gets drafted, like people, I like me personally, and a lot of people I talk to and know tend to forget this point. If you make it to the NBA, you're a great basketball player. You are a stud. You're talented, or else you wouldn't be there. So, but it's just how do you play when everyone else is great and everyone else is a stud? How do you adjust your game when everybody else is as good as you, if not better?
Absolutely.
We'll see.
That's why I think a lot of players don't focus on fitting into a role first. The way you stay in the league for years and years is to be excellent at your role. Be a spot up shooter. Just work on one or two skills that's going to keep you around. Then keep building on that.
I agree.
Everyone comes in with dreams of seeing Luka balling out on national TV and LeBron and that. Ain't nobody going to be that. Not everyone going to be that.
Right.
That's why they come in with these egos. Kevin Porter Jr.'s, all this. They know they have the talent, but they just want to be that superstar immediately. You have to work your way up.
Absolutely, it's a step-by-step process. You young boys coming in here playing against grown men by the time they get here, so it ain't easy coming in this league. You gotta, like you said, CT. You gotta have a certain gift. You gotta be gifted to do the things that these guys do. You know what I mean? And they got a gift. Luka Doncic got a gift, and that boy been playing basketball at his age. And the Lord knows how long he been playing basketball, even pro ball. You know what I mean?
He was 13 when he was playing.
Yeah, they got gifts.
13 years old playing pro.
Mm-hmm. But you can get there if you work hard, though. You got to work hard, though. If you ain't super talented, you got to work hard. You know what I mean? You just got to work hard. You got to, like Alan say he has a motor. But Luka, he would be a good backup in the NBA. I think he'd be a good backup in the NBA for sure, Alton. I agree with you 100%. You know what I mean? So, real quick, salute to the chat, man. Y'all already know we in here, man. Camilio, salute Elton Lee. Kib it, everybody who popped in on the show tonight, man. We appreciate y'all. Nick P, Frank, Matt Toes, everybody, man. And we on the building. We got Divine Brunt, Sports Jedi. We got Zach from the Love of the Game. We got CT, the Streets is Buzzing. We had Sard popping for a minute. So y'all guys keep chiming in with your thoughts and everything, man. And stay tuned in.
Sarge is still eating.
Right. Hit that like and subscribe and all that good stuff. But yeah, man, we got a lot of good options in New York, man. But we got the I'm dying to see what Luka Valdez are gonna do against them guys at that Vegas thing, man. I'm gonna be glued into that. I'm looking to see what that young man gonna do. I think that's a quick way to determine what we're gonna do on free agency. He could determine what the Knicks need to do in free agency from a point guard perspective.
What are you guys' mindsets going to be if we all are watching? Let's say we're doing a watch along, and this dude just lights it up, like just completely just on fire, better than anybody could be expected. What do you guys think?
I'll be honest, I do a podcast as soon as the game over. Soon as the game over, I do a podcast. Nah, man, if he lights it up, then we are in a beautiful spot, bro. We are in a if that dude pans out for the New York Knicks, like you saying, we are in a beautiful spot because now we just saved a lot of money.
And he's been working out right now. He's been in the facility for weeks, and that these coaches would have had a good look at him. A lot of what we do in the draft could help us understand. Maybe they just use the draft for one pick to address the wing spot, and then that's it. But yeah, we're going to have a great sample preview. He's going to be playing against Team USA, the Australian teams, Nigeria. I hope these exhibitions are on TV somewhere. I'm sure there'll be some stream, and I think, I think this guy's going to be comfortable. I like his pull-up. He's got the range. He's not like a normal European player.
Right.
He's all-rounded, I think.
Yeah, and plus he's what, 25?
25.
He's already at a good age where his ego or whatever's worked out. He's more of a grown man than just like an 18, 19-year-old kid walking into it. That plays a big role. He's already to the point where he keeps his head down. He goes to work, But I saw a comment that you just posted about we need a change of pace, and I totally agree with that at center. But a low risk, cheap guy in free agency, high reward type deal that would be really good off the bench to provide some post scoring. Jahlil Okafor. He'd be a really solid to play that Taj Gibson role, or to come in whenever we need some bench or some post scoring. Because that dude, he was drafted in the wrong era. Because if he played 10 years ago, 15 years ago, he would have been a stud. Just the way
Billy.
He plays.
What do you think of Billy?
Hernan Gomez? I was the leading supporter of the Billy Hernan Gomez fangirl club, when he was in New York. I loved that guy. Per 36 of 17 and 15 a game. That dude was a stud. He just didn't play any defense. No defense.
That's why I think he'd be great for a role.
He was the reason when they traded him. I think that's what started the avalanche of KP wanting out. Because that was his best friend.
Here's a name to look out for, center. Willie Cauley-Stein. I think he's available. He's gonna.
He's another one-trick pony.
But you don't want you said you wanted to bring in as a third option center. And you bring in a Willie Cauley-Stein.
But a guy that can do different things, like score in the post, and Willie Cauley-Stein is pretty much another Nerlens Noel, Mitch hybrid type of deal, isn't he?
But
in
a sense.
I like his game, though. I like Willie Cauley-Stein.
Oh, yeah, I like him a lot.
Yeah.
Remember when Larry Bird said he was going to be a max player one day?
Well, maybe under Kenny Payne.
That would be
nail right on the head, bro.
If they went and made Willie Cauley-Stein a max player, I'd quit.
I think Kenny Payne get him. I think Kenny Payne get him to. If you get him to a Nerlens Noel level, he only could command about $5 million. He only making $2 million now. something like that. So hey, whatever. I mean, it might be more than that, but he's not going to cost you over $10 million. So that ain't a bad move. If you can get him for the mid level, or a couple of years at $5 million a year for a couple of years. That because I think Noel going to get 10 or more. I think Noel he done played his way into a $10 million contract, and that's why I don't know if they're going to bring him.
He
I'm not
earns it
sure.
too.
If DeAndre Jordan's earning 10, then
great. He played great, man. He did way more than we could ever ask for.
Yeah, he did. He did. He really did.
Here's a change of pace center that you guys that he's just high energy, athletic, up and down, running and gunning. Jackson Hayes. That's my main guy anyway for backup center.
Yeah.
I've been on his back. I've been on his favorite with Pelicans. Jackson Hayes, man.
But
I like that.
He's a defensive rim runner. We need more than a rim runner. We need a guy.
He's high energy.
Yeah, but so is
athletic,
Mitch,
quick. I mean, but he
He's
has
great.
better hands than Noel.
I have better hands than Noel. But Jackson Hayes is great. It's just like Taj Gibson. Like if he was younger, he was a perfect change of pace guy because he can score. He can create his own shot inside. He can do certain things. Like Jahlil Okafor is still very young. Like a guy like that, or a Willie Hernangomez, guys that can actually score the rock. Like Taj Gibson, how many times this year when we put him in the game and like we were going down or needed a bucket to stop a run or just change momentum, that he could actually go and get that. Like he was one of the few guys on the team that could get a bucket anytime. Like him, Derrick Rose. Like those two guys, Alec Burks, those three guys could go in and get a bucket anytime, any place, and we needed it.
Hey, listen,
what is
for certifiable bucket?
Hey, don't count out the rim runners now. Two of the teams in the West and the Eastern Conference Final got rim runners.
Two of them. We already have two of them. Is the thing is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I don't think we're gonna. But Nerlens a rim runner. He's not a rim runner. No. He's not a rim runner. That's not his game. Nerlens don't go run and catch a lob all over the place and run to the rim dunking on people. That is not Nerlens. He's not a rim runner. He's just a skinny.
And he can't set screens.
Yeah, right. But here's the thing: Clint Capella is a rim runner. Them cats in the Eastern Conference Finals. You know what I mean? DeAndre Ayton starting to learn how to play a little mid-range game, but he came in as a rim runner. He in the Western Conference Finals. Sometimes it don't matter if you got the right pieces around these guys. You know what I mean? Because it's all about the matchup. You know what I mean? That's why I like Mitchell Robinson. You know what? He might be a rim runner now. 2 years from now, he might not. He might be DeAndre Ayton. Now better because he's more athletic. So I don't got a problem with Jackson Hayes. I love Jackson Hayes' game. I think when you get certain players, you got to make sure the other players around them fit that game. You know what I mean? If Luka Valdoza can do the pick and roll with Mitchell Robinson, I'm happy. I'm good.
Cool.
No, yeah, and if we get a Jackson Hayes, if we lose Nerlens Noel, I'm all for a Jackson Hayes type. But still, I'm also still all for getting a third string center that's like a Jahlil Okafor, like a guy that can change a pace, post up, do a lot of different things that our other centers can't, because you always want to be versatile. You want to have a Swiss Army knife team. You want to be able to plug and play guys that do certain, you want to have every weapon in your arsenal that you can have.
Yeah, you know what? Why I say that with that? Even though he didn't pan out for the Knicks, but Emmanuel Mudiay and Mitchell Robinson had that thing going on, bro. Emmanuel Mudiay would get down there and throw Mitchell Robinson lobs from all over the place. You know what I mean? And even Franklin Cleaner and him had a good connection with that pick and roll alley-oop. I just think that Derrick Rose and Peyton they didn't have it. You got to get the right point guard in there, like you say, Lonzo Ball, like you guys say, Lonzo Ball happened to get in that middle. It's a wrap when he throw that ball, because you see what he's doing to Zion and Zach Jackson Hayes per se. Yep. You see how he be. You just got to get the right point guard there who can get them guys the ball when like Trae Young. Look what he making. He making Clint Capella look like a beast.
He making Collins into a $100 million player.
Right, because he know how to get in there and get them guys the ball at the right time. If you try to, that's why I liked about Emmanuel Mudiay. Mudiay, I didn't want him to come back as a Knick, but I'm saying when he was here, Emmanuel Mudiay would get in that lane, and when they go after him, and that's Mitch was coming over the top, bang, bang, bang. I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. So I just think we got to get. That's why I hope Luka pans out to get a point guard in here who know once they break down that defense. And I like Valdoza. I hope he pans out because he's going to keep him honest, because he can shoot the three like CT said. He can step back three. He can shoot off the three. And if he get in that lane, because now you trying to play him on the three ball, and he get in front of you. Oh my God! If Mitchell Robinson or somebody, and you let Mitch come, you got Julius Randle out there, you got RJ out there, now you got that other guy, whoever going to be the three, that all can knock down three. The Luka Valdoza get in that lane, and Mitchell Robinson sitting right there. That's going to be a problem for a lot of teams. So I'm hoping that whatever they do, it works out that way. But there's a lot of good centers out there, man.
What do you guys think? It's like we talked about what we think might happen, but what's one surprise move that you think could happen that would just shock everyone that the Knicks do? I'll start with BX.
This season, if they go into this off season or free agency and they make a trade and they bring in Zach LaVine.
Yep.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Good one. Yeah,
that's why you're my co-host, man. That's why we're co-hosts, man. We think alike.
That's right. That's right. I was thinking the same exact thing. I was like, oh, I could say Zach LaVine. So being that he said that, we had to go another route. What you think, Zach? What would shock you? What would really truly shock you?
Well, of course, I got to go with my twin, Zach, too, because, we are family. I just say twin because we have the same name. But,
right.
Honestly, and BX and you guys all know who I wanted at the small forward position. If they actually went out and got Jonathan Isaac, I'd throw a parade in York, Pennsylvania, and I'd be shocked because all the time I want them to do something, they never do it. As a Knicks fan, anytime I want something to happen, they never do it. So if they actually went out and did a Zach LaVine or went and got a Jonathan Isaac, actually signed Lonzo Ball for under $20 million, that would shock me too. Because the whole thing was about Lonzo wanting over 20. If they got him, like BX was saying, like 16, 17 million for like 3 or 4 years, that's a steal and a half, and that would be amazing. Or trade for Luka Doncic. That would shock me.
You got to put that one out there, because that would be a major shock. I'll probably lose my mind if they do that. I'm going to go off the limb, and I'm going to say SGA.
That would be amazing, too.
SGA. With all them picks and that, and they got the 4th this year or something like that.
Y'all gonna say Cat? Not gonna say Cat?
I wouldn't say Cat because we talked about it, and I could see that happening. I don't think that would shock me. It really won't. I think Kenny Payne, Julius Randle played at Kentucky. Kenny Payne from Kentucky. John Pellicari got a good rapport with the Knicks front office. I Worldwide West know them Kentucky boys left and right. That would not shock me. It wouldn't. But SGA would shock me.
What would shock me, and to CT, to bring this to answer it a different way, your question a different way, what would shock me in a horrible way and make me break my TVs and just be done with the Knicks all over again, and negative, not done, I'll always be a fan, but negative Nancy again, like I've been the last 15 years, is that they went out and gave the bag to Dennis Schroeder. They do that.
Yeah,
I'm breaking every TV in my house. Burning every jersey. It's going down. Like you guys wouldn't want to. I wouldn't talk to anybody for a couple months.
The German assassin.
They're not doing that. This new regime.
I like what Lee said. Make a run at Brandon Ingram. I ain't mad at that.
No, not at all.
That's a nice one.
That's a stud right there.
What would shock me is if they did the deal for CP3.
Oh,
that'd shock me.
Could you imagine what we would have been this year with Chris Paul?
Oh yeah,
we'd still be playing the Bucks right now.
Yeah,
we'd be playing the Bucks right now if we had Chris Paul.
You're probably right.
Do you think the Knicks gonna get him do you think the Knicks will actually give CP3 a long contract at his age?
I'd say 2 years, $75 million.
Okay. That makes sense.
That's what I'd give him.
That makes sense.
Wow.
Here's how crazy
that's too much money. Chris Paul. I mean, look what he's done. Especially if he wins.
Remember his contract a few years ago was like thought of as a albatross. Right. And it's like now he's cutting it short to add extended years for more money.
Playing himself into a better
right. That's amazing how fast time goes. That's why I don't have a problem taking our 2 or 3 year contract. Before we blink our eyes, 2 years is over. It's already over. That's why I don't have a problem with somebody taking somebody $35 million for 2 years because the money come off the books and you got the money back. And so to me, it's like putting money in the bank. And if the guy gets you to the championship, then it was worth it. And then if he gets you close, but you don't succeed, okay, a year later, it comes off the books so you can trade him at the deadline. So that's why I like the Anthony Town thing and the people like that. It's just to the fact they got 2 years instead of somebody got 5 years of $200 million. And you got 2 years at $70 million. I can live with that. So yeah, Chris Paul at 2 years. Zach, I would take that. I would take that leap of faith because you could bring in that three now. You bring in that three and make it happen.
I think Chris Paul is going to Los Angeles Lakers because you're already seeing Carmelo Anthony is LeBron is going to bring him in. They're going to bring him. He's going to be signed. So I think they're going to try to get that banana boat semi-band together to try to win that. They're winding down. Chris Paul is probably gets go in there and he can still make more State Farm commercials out there in Los Angeles. And I think that's the way they're going to. I think Chris Paul is going to go to Los Angeles Lakers. He's finally going to get there, after the NBA negated him to go there. And I think LeBron, they'll work whatever the numbers it is there. They were also talking about Kuzma being traded. There was names out there for trying to get some players there for Band. I actually saw Ingram's name around that for Kuzma and
would you do Kuzma? Would you do Kuzma, DX? Would you bring
for the Knicks? Here? You know what? He's not bad. Remember the guy won a title despite the fact that LeBron carried and he was the main focal point, but he was a contributor. He has championship experience, winning experience. You know how to win. He's got under some positive stuff from LeBron and playing with Anthony Davis. And he already played in a big market in Los Angeles, and he worked. He's no slouch. He's a good player. Maybe a change of scenery, for the right package, the right deal. Of course, I would definitely call Los Angeles to see what we could do to bring them. Now, let me ask you this: would you do a Kuzma for Obi Toppin straight up? The money worked or whatever the case was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I like Obi Toppin, man. Oh my God, you know me. I got a soft spot for drafting guys to the Knicks.
I know, me too. I thought about it too. I'm like, I love Obi Toppin.
I like Obi Toppin. I just think his athleticism, what he could do with basketball. The boy can shoot the three. He's starting to learn the NBA. It's tough coming off with not being a player behind Julius Randle and coming in your first year with all the high expectations. But because you had to play behind Julius Randle, you might. But I just think that the best is yet to come for that dude. I think he's one of them players that will get, even though he's 23. I think he would get better at the year. I think he still got 2-3 good years of growth to me. You know what I mean? It's hard to say, but I think if we trying to win now, you think it's worth it? Yeah, I guess you go get Kyle Kuzma then. But I like Obi Toppin though. I like Obi Toppin. I really like his game. I just think that he got better at the end of the year. Going to the playoffs. He's the one that him and Tyler Kidd probably one of the better players in the playoffs for the Knicks. You ask me. So between our playoff, the way we played the playoffs. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's a tough one for me, man. Sentimental, I guess.
Yeah, and the ages are almost similar. Obi's 23, Kuzma is 25. Remember, Kuzma's been a little longer the year, more mature, being on pedigree championship. So that's a hard one. I saw out to Leo Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes will be a good pickup, but he just makes a little bit too much money for, maybe since we don't see him, we underappreciate his game from Sacramento. Maybe he is the dog, a real good dog that we could use if we need, and that 3-and-D. But just that contract is just a little bit rich for what So who knows? That's a good deal. I can see Philadelphia. Remember, I was telling you about the Aaron Fox along with Buddy Hield and even Harrison Barnes. You could mix match for Tobias Harris and Ben Simmons. You make that deal, and that's a blockbuster move between those two organizations that will make it work with the numbers and all that.
To be honest, Harrison Barnes and Andrew Wiggins, just because Harrison Barnes is a much better three-point shooter and he's more veteran, like he's battle tested. Remember, he's a champion. He has that. He knows exactly what it takes for a young team like Golden State was back then to come to fruition and win a title. So he knows what the Knicks would need to do. He knows good work habits. He could do wonders for Obi, RJ, the young guys, and he is underappreciated. He is a really good basketball player. He got that big deal for a reason, man.
Right.
I could see Reggie Bullock coming back for 8 to 10.
Yeah, I see that. I think he's gonna get that MLE too. I think he might get that mid-level reception. I definitely see him coming back. Hey, what about my man Bagley, Marvin Bagley? You know, he's been having that injury riddle year up and down. I mean, do you still think he got what it takes to go to another level? Because he had a nice game, but he just, I guess it's because he been out in Sacramento and he's hurt last year, but I think he's gonna be available though. I don't think they're gonna keep Marvin Bagley down in Sacramento.
Well, he wants out too, right? So like,
his dad wants him out of there.
It's careful. Like, I mean, I guess for me, from my coach's perspective, I'm a little old school. I don't want anybody that, like, it's one thing having a disgruntled star, right? Like a Luka Doncic, a Karl Anthony Towns that want to get out because they didn't put enough around them to help them win, whatever the scenario may be. But they're stars, they're established. They've been there. Marvin, I do not like unestablished players that act like they're stars, that are already crying out, boo-hoo, blah, blah, blah. He was crying he lost his starting spot. Well, there's a reason you lost your starting spot. It's not because the coach has it out for you. It's because you didn't play well enough. You didn't play up to your expectations. So, I don't know. He's a little too head casey for me. But like you said, he's a talented player. When he gets his mind right and he gets his work ethic right, man, he can be dangerous. So if you get him in a low risk, high reward deal, I mean, why not?
It all depends if this coach. It depends on our coaching staff. I love what I like about them. If they could collaborate and say, any one of these coaches between Andy Gear, Kenny Payne, or whoever's the next assistant coach in there, and Tom Thibodeau, I think I could get this guy right. I think I can get him, tap into that potential. Remember, I think he was the top 3 pick in the draft. Marvin Bagley. I liked him in the beginning of the season.
I think he was.
Number 2, I liked him when the names were coming up, especially when the beginning of the season, I didn't know what the Knicks were going to be. So I'm like, if a top 2 pick is available and he's unhappy and he's a small forward that this team needed, I mean, I was all big on him. I didn't, like you said, I didn't know too much about the offseason baggage or behind the scenes baggage that you're talking about that has come out. And I'm like, but man, if we could put the prices right, yeah, because I was big on Marvin Bagley. I think the Knicks should make a call, investigate, bringing him here, and who knows? They might untap and unlock something, in this team. I just what they did with Julius Randle. I'm not saying they're the same, but you never know. And also Julius could rub off well. The right mindset. Hey, young man, come here. I learned from Kobe. Where you going? We're not going. No. We're going to the gym now. It's 10:00. No, so what? We're gonna go shoot around. So maybe good habits to put him in. Remember, Sacramento hasn't been a plethora of good example and instability and it's XYZ. But the Knicks got a winning atmosphere, winning culture, when they call, and I think that will rub off well on that kid with Derrick Rose and XYZ. So maybe that's something we got to think about.
Let's not forget what he's done with Bus, right? Like what he did with Nerlens Noel. What did our coach staff do with Nerlens Noel? What did the preserve Bus? He was considered a bust. All these
what do you think they? Sorry.
No, go ahead, CT.
Yeah. What do you think? It speaks to the franchise when they didn't draft Luka because of the former coach had some feud with his father back in the Balkans countries, like that was out of this world. Like that they don't get enough slander for not picking Trey or Luka.
Yep. That's why I was about to bring it up. I'm glad you said that, CT, because I think we also got to take a look at how terrible Sacramento organization was. You know what I mean? And thank God Scott Perry got them De'Aaron Fox. You know what I mean? And that place has been a hot mess. You know what I mean? It really, and sometimes, you could be around a negative culture and it might rub off on you. You know what I mean? It really truly might. You know how the Knicks was for prior to these last so many years. It was just a negative environment. You know what I mean? And sometimes players need the structure, man. They need to just like BX said. I think the way we are built now, Knicks could turn a lot of guys around because they got a coach who listen. Put like this here: you either respect Tom Thibodeau or you get off the team. Because you ain't going to go up against him because the man probably like, but now bust you. Like, he's that type of dude. He's thorough like that. You know what I mean? You got to respect, and I think now he's not David Fizdale. He's not Hornacek. He's not, no pun intended, to Mike Miller. And I love Mike Miller. If we didn't go this route, I wanted Mike Miller to come back for sure. You know what I mean? But I do think it's a different ballgame with Kenny Payne and all these guys there. They got cats who's respected. They're not Kurt Rambis. They're not these guys, Derek Fishers, and all these guys. No, these are some hard dudes. Like, listen, man, you need to come here and get your game together. If you want to make it here, you can make it anywhere. But I got no problem with Marvin Bagley if let's say if my man walk, Nerlens Noel walk, and you bring back Taj. I don't have a problem with that. I wouldn't have a problem with it. I just know who's around. I know the culture is set now. The culture is set in New York. So I agree with CT, man. That place out there. Look at how they were treating Luke Walton and all these guys. You know what I mean? And then they had Rashad Holmes came in there. So I mean, but Marvin Bagley was injured a lot last year. I remember when he played against the Knicks. Man, my man Mitch was making it hard on him, but that jump hook in the middle was balling though. He was balling with that little jump hook in the middle. I was like, whoa, he get it. So that's an interesting name, man, for a young guy that'll fit the timeline who might just need a fresh start. I mean, some people just need a fresh start.
Imagine him with under the tutelage of of Gibson. You put Marvin Bagley on that veteran.
And that's what they didn't have in Sacramento. I think that's the key point. They didn't have no veterans out there. Think about who De'Aaron Fox, all these cats is young. They had no veteran leadership out there. And the ones they had, other than Harris and Barnes, they had no supreme leaders out there. And I just think that when you got a whole bunch of young guys and they don't got no experienced guys to teach them the ins and outs of to settle them down to this, man, instead of you going there tonight, you probably need to be here. Or, don't do that because this might not work for you. When you don't got guys like that, then you kind of throw on the island by yourself. You know what I mean? And think about Luke Walton. Luke Walton is not an old guy. And he had his issues of being a head coach with them. You know what I mean? So it's like the owner, I mean, that guy, they're on another planet too. You know what I mean? And Bloody Divox and them wasn't, they was going through what they was going through. So that whole place been a mess. That's why it bothers me when everybody always try to dog the Knicks, but don't look at teams like that who was going through a lot of same stuff, but we in a media market where it all counts at. Because, there's some worse owners out there than James Dolan, a lot of them. It's a lot of them. So that's why I bring that up with Sacramento. Some of these guys just need to change the pace, man, to get up out of them from what they're under and maybe get around some more established people who can hold you accountable, and it might make a difference for them. But other than that, man, I would have to try Bagley. I think I would. All depends what you had to give up for him.
Let's not forget, our star player right now, our number one, Julius Randle, was in Marvin Bagley's shoes. A lottery pick, high lottery pick that didn't live up to his potential, was still a solid basketball player, a good, player, don't get me wrong. But he was in a terrible organization. LA was terrible. All they cared about was Kobe Bryant's farewell, rest in peace, but his farewell tour. That was, first year he broke his leg. Second year was all about Kobe's last hurrah, getting him all the touches he wanted. And then after that, it was just a horrible franchise with a bunch of dysfunction. And look at all those guys that came from that squad and ended up being sixth man of the year, most improved player, second team All-NBA. Brandon Ingram's an all-star. Lonzo's Lonzo. I mean, Marvin Bagley could easily turn it around, and if you could get him for, I don't know, maybe the Detroit pick, the 32nd pick in the draft, and then that's it.
You think his value that low?
No, he's not that low, Zach. You could probably get him for. You're gonna have to probably give the 21st pick and maybe the second round pick for him.
Still, if you can, I think it's gonna take one pick. If KP's only getting a late lottery pick, Marvin Bagley ain't getting. It's not gonna cost. Yeah, I don't know. Marvin Bagley, he'd probably cost around the same as KP, a late first round pick. But if you can get him for that, what the heck, give it a shot.
And keep your eye on New Orleans, right? We got Brandon Ingram, could be disgruntled too. The front office overhaul. We got they didn't like the way JJ Redick's situation was treated. Josh Hart wants out. Lonzo might want out. Zion might want out.
Josh Hart be a nice role player.
There's going to be a lot of turnover in New Orleans this summer.
That's a hot mess out there. Wow. Yeah, you think about it, CT.
1 year of Van Gundy, and they already got him out of there.
Right.
Yeah, and then I'm reading on Marvin Bagley. He liked the tweet that people suggested he should leave Sacramento, and he put a like on it in Twitter. And then now he's getting backlash from the tweet liking him wanting to leave Sacramento. So he's getting backlash. He's really not I think he overstayed his welcome there. He's not, and I think he needs to get out. It's going to be interesting to see where he moves, what rumors he gets played. Remember, he's a former Duke player, and we got a guy here in Dodgy Barrett, team, Dookie, who knows they bring him in here. He's only 22 years old, guys. 6'11" guy, 22 years old. A lot of upside, a lot of room to also remember he hasn't matured either. He hasn't, he's still immature. If you ask me, and he's gonna have to say, you know what, a fresh start under the right tutelage of, like I said, Josh Gibson, Taj Gibson, or Julius Randle, Thibodeau, Derrick Rose, and have sit down and have a conversation with a Derrick Rose, youngest MVP in the league, going through injuries and going and reinventing himself and going through that conversation with that young man, and that could go a long way just to sit down and listen, young man.
You know what's crazy about that, BX? Here's two names I'm gonna throw out there why it's crazy, why I think I can see it happening. The only reason I'm throwing out Marvin Bagley and John Panadic is because of Scott Perry.
Yeah.
The connections, you know what I mean? The connection he got in Sacramento and the connection he had in Orlando. You know what I mean? That's what the Knicks need. They needed people who had connections. That's why they brought him in here. That's why they brought Leon Rose in here. That's why they brought. You need people who got connections, and the Scott Perry got connections. You know what I mean? And he was vice GP in one of them teams and the other. You know what I mean? So that played the major part. So he could be like, okay, I can call Sacramento. They know me. They probably we got a rapport together. You know what I mean? What would help me out? I help y'all out. You don't make it hard for me. I don't make it hard for y'all. What y'all want for Brandon Ingram? I'm not Brandon Ingram for Marvin Bagley. Scott Perry can get on the phone right now and say, listen, if y'all want to get rid of him, let's talk. It don't nothing hurt to talk. And Scott Perry might listen. They might ask for this here, but Scott Perry said, listen, guys, do you think he's going to get that in the market to work with me? I work with y'all. I'll give you this, blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, he could be here. He could do the same thing in Orlando. He can call down there. Because when Jonathan Isaac was drafted, Scott Perry was either there just leaving there or going. But I think he was in that realm. But that was only 4 years ago. You know what I mean? So it's the connection that plays a part. Now, I could see him calling down like, listen, what are y'all going to do with Jonathan Isaac? It don't hurt to ask. He might have made that call already. Scott Perry might have been, listen, y'all going in a different direction. I noticed that you got rid of all your major players like Fournier, Vucevic, Aaron Gordon. Or y'all gonna do the same thing with Jonathan Isaac? If they say yes, they keep him. And he say okay, but they say no. Then Scott Perry got a leg up on a lot of people out there. You know what I mean? And I think it's networking. You know what I mean? I think it sounds like that. What you know is who you know. And I think that he knows a lot of people in the NBA. Scott Perry got a good name in Detroit. Let's say Detroit want to do the Jeremy Grant thing. Scott Perry can get on the phone with Detroit and listen. He knows these people. He's from Detroit. He worked in an organization, so he got clout with a lot of these people. And I think you cannot underestimate what clout can do for you and connection can do for you in a business like we in with the NBA. So I think it's a very good chance that can happen with Marvin Bagley. I wouldn't put it past Scott Perry to pull that off. I really wouldn't. I think it's that easy for him.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing to add on to what you just said. Don't forget we have Worldwide West. So use that as an example.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You could sit there, Perry, you'd be like, look,
yes.
What do you want for Bagley, right? And BX Jedi said there's no, which you're smart to say this, BX. I love your takes. This is an attack on you, but you said, his value's higher than that 32nd pick, which it is. It definitely is. But you can call and be like, hey, I want to give you the Detroit's pick for Marvin Bagley. And they say, no way, he's worth more than that. I'll be like, look, Worldwide West, already talked to him. He wants out. He don't want to be with you guys anymore. He wants to be with the Knicks. Worldwide West know everything. You know this. So he's disgruntled. People aren't going to like that. You're not going to get the value that you want out of him. This is what I'm offering you. If you don't like it, shop at the other teams. Come back to me. You know what I mean? They could have that different.
Oh yeah. I agree with that. No, I understand your take there on that. I definitely agree with that. And I see. I think with the Mo Bamba, Alton Lee, I think Orlando's keeping him. They really like him. Being down here from Orlando, they really are going to keep him. They're going to build around him. They're going to try to make it work. They're going to have a new head coach, but they really big on him. So we'll see what's going to happen with Orlando with that. I think they're gonna. I think they're gonna. I don't see them making the deal. I would like Isaac, but you have a front line of Isaac, Mobamba. They got a pretty good team there. Whoever the new head coach is, and we'll see that. And also Dylan Brooks from Memphis will be a nice
I like
change
him.
of pace. He was
I
a
like
gritty guy, man. I liked him too. He impressed me. He impressed me.
He fixed New York City, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
like him.
what do you think about Messiah? Like, you don't really see Messiah Ujiri pulling off no moves, right? Because everyone's turned off from dealing with him, And look at Toronto, now that they're in this situation they're in, it's like it's all come back around on him, That's one guy I hate dealing with, because he fleeced everybody.
Between him and David Griffin, both they're gonna get, and then they're gonna reap what they're sow because the general managers don't want to get in the table with them, or like I don't want to deal with this guy, or they'll start lowballing them, and they're gonna have to get to the point where they're not gonna really this guy always wants to fleece us, so I'm just gonna start lowballing you, and then we'll go up, and you can only play that game so hard, and it's just gonna catch up to him, like you said, Messiah Ujiri. Not a too much likable person. Me personally, what he said about the Knicks, I couldn't. For me, I couldn't care less for what he said.
What did he say?
When he got on that press conference about he started goofing on the Knicks. Why do you want me to go to Coach Knicks? Oh, I'm dying, hate the Knicks. And he started. I'll find the clip. He started with his goofy laugh. Oh, that was on one when Toronto won one of the press conferences. On stage, he just turned me. He totally turned me off-putting with his comments on that. I remember when the Knicks were high and they wanted him to come be an executive, and he just totally dissed them, and then he ended up leaving Toronto anyway. So it was, I just didn't, don't burn your bridges. Just be, and that if you're a general manager, be polite, be respectful of the other organization. Even if if you're a general manager and let's say the worst franchise, let's say asks you you're interested, just be polite. Don't have to rip or the way he did. It was very putting, uncolorful. I'll find that clip because I want to bring receipts when I talk to, so that I have credibility.
That's an interesting team next year to ask me, because we got to remember they just was in the lottery. They got the 4th, 5th, 6th pick, something like that. They got I think it's the 4th. Think about this here. They got the 4th pick. Kyle Lowry, $30 million comes off the books. You got Van Vliet. You have what's his name? Anunoby. You have Siakam. Pascal, right? And then you got that kid Boucher, and you got the 4th and $30 million.
Gary Trent
That's
Jr.?
why. Yeah, right. Exactly. Oh my God, I forgot about him. That's another cat I wanted on the Knicks, Gary Trent.
He's a free agent. He's a free agent.
Yeah, he's a free agent too. So that they might could give him Kyle Lowry money. You know what I mean? That team is not. That's why I think the Knicks got to go out there and make sure we stay competitive, because they're gonna be on the come up. Watch what my man Rick Carlisle do with them Indiana Pacers. I'm trying to tell you, he's the coach they need.
Washington.
You know what I mean? Yep. So it's gonna be interesting. Knicks. That's why I think the Knicks. That's the reason why I think the Knicks gonna go big game hunting. I hope they do it strategically right. But I think they're gonna have to upgrade that roster, because if the Knicks don't upgrade that roster to a certain level, the Knicks can wind up being in the play-in next year.
Yeah, unrelated to the Knicks, but speaking of Toronto, it would be cool and would be justice to what Messiah Ujiri did. Yeah, got him a ring, whatever, but DeMar DeRozan loved that place, and he was so loyal, and they loved him. Yeah. If Kyle Lowry signs a 1-year or 2-year deal, a little cheaper, they bring back all those guys that you said, and then they go ahead and they give DeRozan a 2 or 3.
This is him. Hold on, let me bring it back. Let me rewind.
That'd be cool though to have.
Please clap after this. I hate the Knicks. I don't care.
That's him. He was on the show. He said he hates the Knicks, and I don't care. And he said, you guys could clap on that. That's Messiah Ujiri, the wonderful, colorful.
Now they'll watch us overtake them. Enjoy that. And although they did have it rough. Being based in Tampa for a whole season. They have a big advantage playing at the Air Canada Center.
Mm. Yep. They're gonna be. They. That's a team you're gonna have to watch. They're gonna be back in the fold. I think Indiana gonna come back in the fold. I think Boston gonna come back in the fold. A lot of teams gonna get better, man. Because I think them getting rid of Kemba Walker was huge for them because he just didn't
Charlotte.
fit. Yeah, right. Charlotte got. I think I heard Garner. They talking about Gordon Hayward. Them and Charlotte doing the deal to send him back to Indiana.
Really?
I seen that on one of the blog street on Bleach Report. I think it was Bleach Report or somewhere.
Indiana.
I'm like, wow.
Interesting.
They'd love to get out of that $120 million deal. No,
I agree, CT.
Back to Utah?
they'll package Devontae probably to get out of it.
He's from Indiana.
He never played for Indiana.
No,
he
but
went
he's
to
home.
Buck.
That's his home. That's his home.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, brain fart for a second. My fault.
Yeah. And I think he was going to try to go there before Charlotte signed him. I don't think Indiana had the room to make it happen though, because it would see that was Boston stupid. I would have traded him for Miles Turner.
Oh yeah.
Boston needed a big dude. I'm like, why y'all didn't just trade? Gordon Hayward do a sign and trade for Miles Turner at the fight. That would have solved all y'all problems. So.
Instead, they signed Ennis Canner.
Yeah, right. Oh God, Ennis the Menace. If Ennis knew how to play some defense, he would have been special. But he can't play a lick of defense. That boy can't play defense to save his life. That's why I said we can get on some players about defense, but today, Ennis Canner, that dude's a hot mess, bro.
I remember him being on Colin Coward. I remember being on Colin Coward's show right after the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals, and Colin Coward was killing him, showing footage of him leave it like 15 feet away from Steph Curry when he was supposed to be switched on him in the pick and roll. And they asked him, he goes, "What was your strategy here, leaving the best shooter of all time wide open?" And he goes, "Well, you just got to let him shoot. You can't let him attack the basket." And he goes, Wait a minute. Your strategy on defense is to let Stephen Curry shoot wide open threes."
Oh my God.
That's crazy. Yeah, Ennis Canner. I like. He was a hustler dude, but boy, that defense. But think about it though, the man got but you know what? That's what he messed. His defense cost him not to get max deals, big deals. He was only getting these small deals because he can't play no defense. I'm like, yo, but he can rebound that basketball though. He can rebound that damn basketball.
Let me ask you this: between the center, if you had to pick between Ernest Cantor or Steven Adams, which one would you pick?
Steven Adams all day.
Jose, are you serious?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I take Steven Adams with Chris Paul's contract. I take Steven Adams with John Wall's contract over Ennis Cantor.
I wouldn't take the contract.
I don't care if he has a horrible contract. I'd still take him over Ennis Cantor.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Games.
Yeah, no doubt. At least Steven Adams, he played some defense. He played some. You know what I mean? He's a rugged. He's hard to stop down there. That boy big, man. I was watching him play against somebody on there. I'm like, that's a big dude. He got shoulders on shoulders. He's a mountain dude, man.
Just his mass, like his massive frame alone makes him a good defender.
Yes, he is. Oh,
just
man,
how big he is.
All right, then. Ernest Cantor or Bomba McMahon.
How about I'd pick Kwame Brown over Ernest Cantor because Kwame Brown played defense.
Kwame Brown was a decent player, man. Everybody ragging on him, man.
What's funny is like when you talk about him, Doug Collins and Michael Jordan wanted to ruin his career because they didn't want to draft him. The owner wanted Kwame Brown. They wanted Eddie Curry. So if you remember, like they would practice him for 4 hours straight, full on sweat before a game, and then complain he's tired. Well, what do you expect? An 18-year-old kid working out 4 hours before a game, and then what do you expect him to not be tired, ready to go?
Pick up Luke Cornett before Cantor.
Me too. Me too, for sure.
I'd take J.R. Smith's brother. Remember when they made J.R. Smith's brother get a tryout? I'd take his brother over at his kid.
Man, that was Woodson or Grunwald or someone.
I'd take Kevin Knox at center before. No, okay, that's a stretch.
Remember we signed that Dan Gadzarich or something for like
I'd take Cole
last week.
How about this? Here's a good one. Cole Aldrich or Ennis Cantor.
Cole.
No, Lou.
I think Cole Aldrich.
Lou Emerson. Lou Emerson.
I think Cole Aldrich scored more points for the other team during the game than he did for the Knicks.
Yeah.
and I still take him over Ennis Canner.
Yeah, Cole Otto didn't
Yeah, we've had some players.
Yeah, we have, man. That's what I mean. We've been in purgatory for so long, man. It's just
Remember we were signing these Mindaugas, Kuzminskas, and all those unknowns.
Right.
Mindaugas is a solid player,
Alexi Shev.
Hey, Alexi Shved wasn't bad for us. Neither was Mindaugas Kuzminskas. He was solid off the bench for us.
I remember Kuzminskas.
The Lithuanian launcher, Michael Rappaport called him. The Lithuanian launcher.
He was. I thought he was gonna pan out, man.
I forgot he existed.
Oh no!
Hey, he just won the he just won the MVP in the championship over there in wherever he playing at. Just won it.
Wherever he's playing at.
And Jimmer Fredette.
Yeah, right. I think it's the AC something. It's one of them Euro leagues.
Oh my God, Jimmer Fredette.
Yeah, no, he lit up Shanghai Sharks. You know,
remember when
he's the MVP.
And he wasn't even, he knew he wasn't getting another 10-day with the Knicks. He came in to start launching.
Jimmer Fredette, yeah.
Mello called him Jimmy. You know.
I'll call it Jimmer Forget we even drafted that joke.
Yeah,
Jimmer
Forget. Man, the immortal.
Guess who picked him up? Who drafted him? It was Sacramento. Pick 8.
No, right.
Scott Perry. No,
yeah,
it was with Orlando. He was with Orlando.
Oh.
But you think about I'm so on and off with Scott Perry. Like, I'm not a huge fan of him. Think about who's drafted in his career. Like, he's got some second round guys, but he's drafted Darko Milicic, Alfred Payton, Mario Hezonja. Those are just 3 of the horrible players he's drafted. Like, you know, but then he gets gold mines in the second round. It doesn't make sense, man.
It don't make sense. Look at Isaiah Thomas. Isaiah Thomas
took no
GM. He's got a hell of
you know what? Look at my man, but you got look who you forgot who else Perry did sign though. De'Aaron Fox.
None of that makes up for Darko Milicic.
But you know what? I don't think that was Scott. At that time, Scott Perry wasn't even the GM. He was not even like assistant to the assistant GM. That was my man.
He was Joe Dumars' assistant, and he was the one that pushed Joe Dumars to draft Darko. He was the one.
No, but maybe the Carmelo camp they didn't want to go to Detroit. You never know. You know.
I don't care. I'm still drafting him over Darko Milicic.
Yeah.
How about Dwayne Wade or Chris Bosh? One of those two could have played over Darko. Yeah. Kirk Heinrich.
And didn't he? Who drafted Terry Flynn?
How about what? Remember, here's one. Jordan Hill.
Oh, God.
Jordan Hill or Ennis Canner.
Yeah. Nah. Hold up. Frederick Weiss.
Yeah, the immortal Frederick Weiss. Yeah.
When Vince Carter dunked over him in the Olympics, I was like, "Yo, we drafted that." Vince Carter jumped over his head, and he didn't even bend down. I mean, Vince Carter jumped over that's the most amazing dunk I've ever seen in my life. And
that's why people hate Frank as well. You know, it just reminds them.
Yeah,
reminds them, right? He gave the Euros a bad name, bro. You got to admit that. And then the Knicks side, I was like, "Wow, what were we doing with this dude?" And so, but you know, that's
on the other side. That Gallo pick turned out to be a pretty decent pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you know, he's bowling for Atlanta. David Lee had a solid career.
Yeah, won a ring.
Wilson. We drafted Wilson, didn't we?
Yeah, he was solid, but even he would have been a lot better too if he didn't have all those injuries. He was talented, man.
Yeah, he was like Jeff Green, like a better version.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, yep.
No,
it's amazing.
Remember? Here's another one. How about which Plumlee brother do we have? Was it Miles?
Marshall.
Marshall Plumlee or Ennis Canner. This is good. I like this.
And now he's a sergeant.
I'm going to go with Marshall Plumlee because he's a soldier.
Yeah, that, and he was
Yeah.
he could at least try to play defense.
What
I
about
bet you,
right?
I bet
I
you
got
even
one
he's
right now. 2021. I'll take Herb Williams.
right now,
Oh.
2021. I'd still take Kwame Brown over at a Skinner. He was
Remember
one
when
of
the
the
whole
greatest ever, but still, I bet you all those people realize, gee, I probably shouldn't leave Steph Curry wide open with no one around him.
remember when the whole fan base was upset we let Mo Endor walk, you know?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I thought we had something with him.
He was lighting it up, you know. He was just like an Energizer bunny,
He
and
was
then
on all of
he
my
was
2K
out of the
builds.
league.
All
with-
of my 2K, my leagues. He was on them. He was on my teams.
The next year is with Real Madrid, you know.
Yeah, they thought he was gonna be the next starter mine. They didn't know he was starter out of
Ronaldo Bachman.
He was started fired.
Rolando Buckman, another one. Oh my
Yeah.
God!
Oh, yeah, I was
He's
about
still
to say
playing
that.
for Puerto Rico.
The whole South Bronx was going crazy in Puerto Rico. Oh, Rolando Buckman. Oh, Orlando
Yeah.
too. I'm like, oh my God.
Divine. He was started fired.
Right. Yeah, we like I said, we've been through some mess the last 24. We have picked some deuces, bro. We
How about
picked some deuces.
Nate Robinson at center or Ennis Cantor?
Oh,
At least Nate could jump.
Nate probably had more career blocks.
Probably.
and where's John Jenkins? You know, we're always
CT,
finding
I
these.
just gotta say, I love when you bring up these names I forgot existed with the straightest face. Like you're not even chuckling to get it out.
Check it out. He was an all right ball player, but I don't know why everybody thought the world of him. Landry Fields. I did not. He was all right.
He was good
all
until
right.
he broke his arm so bad he had to go from right-handed to left-handed.
Well, because where they got him from, they got him in the late second round. He just came out,
he-
the underdog. That's why they liked the Landry Fields.
He would have been a lot better if he didn't have to change his dominant shooting hand midway through his career.
Yeah.
I mean,
He was a good
he
player.
had to change the way he shot. He had to change what hand he shot with because that's how bad his surgery was on his wrist or whatever.
Yeah, I just remember him and Andy Routens, like they were best friends, and they had.
It's amazing who we have picked up over the years. I
We
mean, God
wasted
rest
so many picks.
away, but you usually get what's his name, Michael Sweeney. He's rest in peace though. But that was a pick. I was like, oh man, yeah, Mike Sweeney was a tough one.
Those are
I forgot about that. Most of them were Isaiah picks, weren't they?
Oh my God! But you know, Isaiah had.
He had some good picks.
Talent. He had some good.
He did. Though. He sure did. He had an eye for talent. Even the team he assembled in New York, they just were young. But think about it. Zach Randolph was special. That boy went on to be a beast. Jamal Crawford went on to be a beast.
Yeah.
He picked some good dudes down there. Yep.
Lee was a late, 30th pick, I think.
Yep. Yeah. He had an eye for talent. The only thing that happened was he came into that organization.
He reached too much, though, sometimes, you know.
In the turmoil with Anita Brown, the Brown, the thing. And, like I said, but Isaiah Thomas was a really good scout time. What's the cat he had? Marcus Camby, when he had him in Toronto, he drafted Marcus Camby. What was that other kid? Damian Stoudemire. David Knight. Yeah. Isaiah did have I agree with you, BS. He did have an eye for talent.
Q Rich.
Him and Phil. I mean, they both know. Like Phil was right about Kristaps and Carmelo. Like Phil wanted to trade. You were talking about Zach LaVine right now, right? Phil wanted to trade KP, and he would have got Lauri Markkanen, Zach LaVine, and 3 first-round picks, and we killed him for that. Do you remember that? We killed him for that.
Yeah. Did a good job.
That's because KP looked like the franchise at that point.
Fired, yeah, but still, he was fired for wanting to trade KP and wanting to trade Melo.
Yeah.
And look what we ended up doing. Trading Melo for second-round picks and Doug McDermott and his Canner. And trading KP for, it's to be determined what we got from it. But still, we could have had LaVine. We could have had Markkanen. We could have had all these guys.
Jaylen Brown. Yeah, he asked for Tatum as well, so that's
And
why.
Isaiah, like you said, if they would have let that team marinate and grow together, that would have been an exciting young team, a very exciting young team.
Yeah, Phil Jackson. I think he did a lot of good things, and I think he did something that made no sense either. But he did. I think the people beat him up a little bit too much. I thought he came in here. He turned that thing around with the draft pick situation. We not trading our first round draft pick. He started that. And I like that Scott Perry continued that trend. But that was Phil Jackson came and said, listen, we're not trading no first round picks. And I think he gave Melo the money because I think that's what they wanted him to do. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to blame all that on him. But I just think that I also think that Phil Jackson, what he learned, being a president is not being a coach. He's one of the greatest coaches to ever do it. But being a coach and a GM is two different things because you got to have certain egos you got to try to maintain. And then I think what's his name? Steve Mills. I think Steve Mills had to play a lot in that with that Phil Jackson situation. I think he didn't want Phil. I think he wanted the job Phil got. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I think he had a lot to do with that Phil Jackson too. But at the same time, Phil was doing things that were crazy though. Some things he was doing that make no sense to be in New York. But you got one thing people got to respect. Phil is a New York Knick.
Well, what Phil did,
he's a New York Knick. He wanted 2 rings, bro. You know what I mean? We might not agree the way he ran it, but he a Knick though.
Was he right about these players? Absolutely. What he want to do would make sense? Like absolutely. It just took the only thing that I hate that he did was disrespect Carmelo publicly the way he did. You don't got to say stuff like that. You keep it behind closed doors. If you want to be real with him, tell him to come to his office and be like, look, you're a ball stopper. You do this, you do that. If you want to win championships, I know what it takes. I have 11 of them things. You need to do these things, behind closed doors. Don't out him in public like that, man. That's horrible. But, I mean.
He got frustrated. He said to Melo the year before, this is what you got to do. And he broke that, deviated the plans, stop the triangle.
Mm-hmm. But now we would kill to run the triangle because the triangle, all he wanted out of the triangle, all it is a different way to have continuous ball movement and player movement. And what did we lack the most this year? Ball movement and player movement.
Well, you know what? Carmelo Anthony did buy into the triangle that year. He had his best year.
We just didn't have the talent around Carmelo.
But know what his Phil Jackson's biggest problem was? Carmelo Anthony been in the league for a certain amount. You don't hire Derek Fisher. Carmelo Anthony just played with him last year. Carmelo Anthony played with Derek Fisher the year before that. Why would you bring in Derek Fisher to coach of Carmelo Anthony? See, that was his biggest mistake. You can't. I know you want to stick with that Lake in the organization thing, but you do not bring in no Derek Fisher. The coach
Ty Lue was available.
Right.
He was thinking of Ty Lue, but then his first choice was Steve Kerr, but Dolan didn't want to pay allegedly what Kerr's demand was, and then he had a backup plan that fell through, and he was left with Derek Fisher.
But Steve Kerr better be counting his blessings because his coaching, he'd be a broadcaster right now if he coached those.
And then he crapped the bed with hiring Hornacek. There's another bad move
on that one.
But prior to that, his first mistake was letting Mike Wilson go. That was a big mistake.
Yeah, but Jeff Hornacek gets a bad rap though. He would have been a really good coach for us if he was allowed to run his own system instead of being forced to run someone else's. Because we forget he turned Gordon Dragic, Isaiah Thomas, and
Eric Bledsoe.
Three guards. At the time, though, it was just Brendan Knight. Before they got rid of Brendan Knight and got Eric Bledsoe.
He did a good job.
They had 50 wins with 3 point guards that play 0 defense starting. Jeff Hornacek did good things as a head coach. He was almost coach of the year that year.
Yeah, he was good. I liked the Jeff Hornacek. I didn't have a problem with Hornacek, but the other, I think letting Mike Wilson go, that was crazy. I didn't get that. I'm like, this guy just won you 54 games, and the only reason he missed the playoff by a couple of games that year because of the plethora of injury. New York they was shattered with injury that year. He still almost got them 2 guys to the playoff for 2 games. You should have came in at the GM. You should have came in at the vice president, left Mike Wilson there, let him finish out his contract. And if it don't work, then you move on. But when he let Mike Wilson go, I like that was mistake number 1 out the door. You should not did that. And he never recovered from that. he never recovered from that. You know what I mean? He couldn't find a coach to do what he did. So, but Phil did some good things though. He did some good things though. He really did. He really did. He was good with the cap money. He was good with the draft picks. He kept us some good, So I mean, you got to salute him for the things he did, and you got to rip him for the things that he didn't do. You know what I mean?
Speaking of coaches, right? Why do you guys think Patrick Ewing never even got an interview? Really? Like as a head coach?
To me, he wasn't ready. To me, he wasn't ready.
I believe so too.
Right,
he wasn't ready.
I feel like we should have at least interviewed him because he was a good assistant coach at the time. We should have at least given him an interview.
But Zach, how you gonna say no to your Nick Legend if he wants the job? That's why they didn't bother interviewing him, because it's gonna be really hard. And especially the media, they brought in Patrick Ewing. You have a team that needs a head coach, needed to invigorate the fan base, and you're gonna tell no to Patrick Ewing because he's not ready. It isn't gonna look good, especially the Knicks trying to get out of that stigma of the front office can't do nothing right. They didn't hire. They brought in Ewing and they didn't even hire him. They just they did a token interview XYZ, and that's why I don't think that's why they didn't bring him. They didn't bother bringing him. But I've been saying after Tom Thibodeau
I think he
expires, it's going to be Patrick Ewing. When they're ready to win. And I think that's that job is groomed for him coming here. And to ultimately, David Blatt is part of the New York Knicks system, but he's not because of his disease and his illness. He's more of a front office type of guy. You won't see him in the coaching, but he is part of the Knicks organization.
I forgot David Blatt was part of the Knicks organization.
Yeah,
I forgot that.
Yeah.
David Blatt was a really good coach too. I mean, it wasn't his fault that Kyrie and Kevin Love got hurt. Or if they didn't get hurt that year, they would have won the championship.
He won Coach of the Year, and then was let go.
I mean? Like they were up 2-1 on Golden State with LeBron carrying them by himself. If he had Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving that series, they would have demolished them. They would have won in 5. You know what I mean? Like they would have won that championship. And he gets fired. I mean, he was a great coach.
Yeah, we had some interesting ones in there, but I'm glad the ship has turned now, fellas. We on the right course now. We got some stability and all that. But that's amazing. Everything we just talked about, that's a goal to show you how crazy it's been the last 8 years for us, man.
Right. Just 8?
Yeah, longer than that. But when we just talked about in that span of 8 years, this 1 year, man.
Yeah, here's another one. You remember Chris Copeland? Who left us to go to Indiana?
And I was like, man, that's a bad move, but no, it turned out well. He didn't pan out.
Yeah.
He just fit Mike Woodson's system. That tells you now how these coaches, remember Woodson was part of this coaching staff, how he was able to help out with along the other coaches that we have to jumpstart some of these kids' careers, because Copeland. He was balling, man. He was really good in the playoffs. Yeah. I wanted him to play more in that Game 6 when they lost to Indiana. You got to play him a couple more minutes more alongside with Melo, to go with that. But that's history. We all know that right now Phil Jackson somewhere in Montana with his posse chilling, relaxing.
Yep. Oh, he ain't mad. He collected $80 million.
Yeah. But, with Joe Kim, he's probably sharing a drink with Joe.
Yeah, bro. Jedi. Speaking of, I don't know why. I know this is Knicks related, but this is a New York related thing with the Yankees. You want to talk about a Knicks style signing that the Yankees did that I just remembered, since we're talking about not worthless names. Their lives mean something, but like ridiculous names I forgot. Remember Kei Gawa?
Oh God, what a garbage!
$60 million, and he started 2 games for the Yankees. Garbage.
That's why. Yeah.
He had a career CT. They paid $60 million just to talk to him, like people did, like Tanaka and all that, and signed him for another 50. So they had $110 million in this guy. His career ERA is like a 9.85.
He was terrible.
He was in AAA within a month.
He was terrible.
Awful garbage.
They didn't learn from Hideki Arabu, and then
That's like something that reminds me of that is like Isaiah Thomas. He was on the verge of getting like $200 million, and then then the next thing is out of the league.
That was Danny Ainge should have never let him play through that injury. 1, and 2, he literally played through that and the death of his sister.
Yes,
they should have signed him, and it would have been a bad. They should have taken care of him, man. They should have signed him and then traded him if that's what they were gonna do. But they screwed him. Danny Ainge, you want to talk about Masai Ujiri and Danny Ainge is worse. I don't like how Danny Ainge has dealt with his players, and how terrible he's been. You want to talk about the Knicks being disrespectful to their players sometimes. Danny Ainge is number one for that.
Yeah, I can't. You just reminded me. He played through that injury. He was like carrying them on his back to the Eastern Conference Finals. I think they were like one piece away.
53 points the night of he buried his sister, and then came out and dropped 53 points on one hip. He's the only player in NBA history to play with a metal hip. He had the same surgery Bo Jackson had. The same surgery, and he's still played in the NBA this year. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and his game was like Trae Young back then. I know he was like really small, crafty, got past the big man. He was just unstoppable.
Lisa, his Cubs had a no-hitter last night.
Yeah, they had a combined no-hitter, 4 pitchers, if I'm not mistaken. They
did the Yankees beat Boston?
No, we lost 4-3.
Shocker.
They had runners in scoring position all night long. They just couldn't get that big hit.
Man, that doesn't sound familiar at all. That's not like that's the last 6 years of Yankee baseball.
Yeah, they had a chance in the ninth. It didn't come through. Not a good night for New York sports teams. The Islanders lose the game 7 of the Tampa Bay Lightning. Kudos to the Lightning going into the Stanley Cup playoff to the Stanley Cup title game cup against the Montreal Canadiens. The New York Mets fell to the Philadelphia Phillies, and Boston beat the New York Yankees 4-3. Not a good night for if you're a New York sports fan.
Hey, when is the NBA draft? When is the NBA draft?
It's the July 29th, if I'm not mistaken.
29th.
Well, Chauncey's been confirmed.
Chauncey's been confirmed for the head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers.
Really?
Yes.
I figured he would.
Congrats. He deserves a coaching job, man. Him and another guy that deserves one, keep an eye out, is Kenny the Jet Smith. Because he was looked at for the Knicks job, and I don't think he got a fair shake. I think he'd be a great head coach.
Yeah.
What do you guys think is? Go ahead.
No, go ahead. It's not mine. Wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, how do you guys see the East playing out next year? If you to put the order based on what we know right now, what teams do you think are going to move up, stay the same, fall down?
It's so much because every team is too. Every team has a crossroads. Whatever moves they're gonna do, whatever they're gonna play, who knows? It's so too unpredictable. To see the stability. The Hawks are gonna lose John Collins. I don't know unless if they sign him and go over their luxury tax with Atlanta. Atlanta has never. I don't think has ever gone over their luxury tax to keep players. So I don't know if that's a precedent if they're gonna do that. So he might walk. You're talking about the rumor. You forgot the rumors. Russell Westbrook to Los Angeles by going to the Lakers. That's for Kuzman. That's where the Kuzman. That's what I remember. I read to see what the hell did I see that name?
Montrezl Harrell, Kyle Kuzma, Alex Caruso, and draft picks.
Draft picks.
For what?
For
Russell.
For Russell.
Really? Wow. That'd be good value for us.
Right.
Nah, Russ is still a triple-double, dude. He'd do well with LeBron.
Right,
yeah.
right.
If there's one person that can control Russell Westbrook's ego, it's LeBron James.
Right, and then you put a Carmelo Anthony on the wing to come in off the bench and XYZ.
Possibly Derrick Rose.
They didn't get Beal out of there.
Hey, at least
that's one we haven't brought.
Portland pulled the trigger on CJ McCollum.
What about Bradley Beal to the Knicks? We haven't talked about that all night.
That's not going to happen.
Nope.
Boston, I think he's going to. They'll trade Jaylen Brown.
I think if Russell Westbrook leave, it might happen.
Bradley Beal to the Knicks.
I think I don't know if he'd be on the Knicks, but if Russell Westbrook leave to go to LA, and Bradley Beal is not going to want to play with a bunch of young cats like that.
Hey, what's going on? Today I'm going to be showing you 3 ways to get all your applications.
Yeah, I think that might be. But you know what? In the East, though, what's interesting, we do got to make a move. But think about it. Boston just got better.
Yes, they did.
Al Horford going to help them a great deal in that center spot, and they get Jaylen Brown back. They still and they get rid of Kemba Walker. Now, something Elton Lee put in the chat too earlier. We are competing now against Boston Celtics for a point guard. Now the price might go up, like you said. I agree with that, but I think Boston gets better. I think Indiana going to be better. I think Miami going to retool. So we got to retool too. If not, we're going to find ourselves that competing for maybe the 8th seed next year, because I think there's a lot of people going to get better, man. I think Miami going to make a move. I think Boston makes their move. I think Indiana makes their move. You don't know what Chicago might do. You know what I mean? I think let's say Philly. We know Philly going to do what they're going to do. So we got to see. Salute 19 Con, man. Salute my brother. We see you, man. Salute you trying to end this late.
Salute 19 Con, man. What's going on?
Yeah, for all you right though. I think in the East, I think in our division, I can see the Knicks fighting for the second spot. Somehow, some way, if we make a move.
In the division or in the East?
No, in the division.
Okay.
I think if we make a move, I can see us possibly getting better and challenging Boston. I don't know what's going to happen with the net thing, man. I don't know what's going to happen with the New York Nets. I don't know if they break the New York Nets up, you know what I mean, or not break them up, but they move Kyrie. Now you got Kevin Durant. Are you going to? What happens with James Harden contract? You know what I mean. So I do think the Knicks got a chance to maybe get some players and probably take second at the division. I think you got to put Philly. I think you got to put Philly number one right now. So Boston got Al Horford. They probably going to wind up getting another player because at the point guard, because they got rid of Kemba Walker.
Oh Lord, he's back. Great.
He finished his tomahawk steak.
Just finished the third meal.
I see the tomahawk steak and the big potatoes and the
dessert, cheesecake.
I was having a good night.
Look, Zach, I know that I revel in the fact that I can ruin your night. I do. Every day I wake up, my sole purpose in life is to ruin your night.
Because you know why it ruins my night? Because guys like I have to share my Cowboys fandom with people like you. You don't deserve being a Cowboys fan like you are.
See, there you go. There you go. Hey, BX, just so you know, I am in a location undisclosed at this point, but I will be back in Florida tomorrow, my brother. Oh my God!
You better not have went to Pennsylvania.
Top secret scouting mission.
If you're in Pennsylvania and I find out, G-Man.
No, I wasn't in Pennsylvania. I'm in the southwest of the United States. So I'll tell you what, I'm in Alabama right now. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
Okay.
Hey, let me throw this. I'm gonna throw a plug. Check it out. I'm gonna throw a plug right quick and a not so plug. If it wasn't because it's for the love of the game, you wouldn't be on here as a Cowboy fan. So I'm giving you a plug, but I'm throwing you a slug. All right.
Hey, not everybody. It's okay, Divine. Not everybody understands how to appreciate greatness.
My God!
Not me. The Cowboys. I'm not cocky. You guys know this. I'm talking about the Cowboys. I was throwing a jab out there. You guys like to be Giants fans. It's okay.
Oh,
okay. You'll come to the dark side eventually.
The blasphemy that just spewed out right now. Oh my God!
Listen, it's late. I'm not on night shift anymore. I'm a little delirious. All right.
Well, we're gonna call this giant real talk for 5 minutes.
Okay, where's the big red X? How do I?
So guys, what I want you to know is this, right? And you may have seen it or you may not have seen it. There is something out there circulating right now that's called the pod couple, right? So the pod couple consists of myself and Cornerstone Kev. And our first show will be on Thursday, this Thursday coming up. We'll be on the Florence Tales Launch Tears Network, and we get out there and do what we do. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So
We gonna represent.
What times?
If you're available, most definitely tune in and see what we have to offer. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. We gonna be there for you, brother. You already know.
Is it an open panel type thing? Or?
No. So what we're gonna do is gonna be myself, and in the beginning it's gonna be myself and Cornerstone, and we're gonna have a discussion based panel, and then once we get through whatever that dialogue is, we may open it up to have people be able to come on and give their opinions. But it's gonna be controlled, and we're in a time crunch, right? So there's a certain amount of time that we can be on, and we want to kind of tackle as many topics as we can within that time frame.
I'm upset, G-Man.
Why?
Because Cornerstone Kev and I thought of a perfect name. It was called Cornerstone and the Cowboy.
So no, we're never gonna do that. That's never gonna happen. I'm just saying that's never gonna happen ever in life. You know what I'm saying? Especially if I'm a part. No, we're not doing that. No.
Oh no, that name rings.
What time are you planning to go on the air?
It should be right around 6:30, 7 o'clock. So what we want to do is we want to give everybody a chance to get home, get settled, get all their, those chores that you have to do when you get home. Because when I come home, my wife got a laundry list of stuff she wants me to do before I can settle down and do anything. So I want everybody to be able to get all that out of the way and be able to tune in and enjoy what we have to bring.
Well, I can't wait to watch it, man. I'll be there to support.
Let's get this plug. Y'all already know what it is. You got the Sarge on our Blanche Tears new show. Him and Cornerstone Kev. Y'all go represent, support. Y'all already know what it is, man. Support the process. Let's get it popping down there. Go support them, brother. They great mind. They great intellect. They know what's popping. So go support the Sarge because he's supporting us. So I'm going to be down there hitting you up. You already know that. And, we got to keep supporting all these cats for the love of the game. Everybody, man. Bronx Sports, Jedi. Keep supporting these cats, man, because all we doing is showing love for the sport that we love, bringing y'all content, bringing y'all dialogue, having fun with it. You know what I mean? I do let the Cowboys get in here every now and then. We're going to be cool with that. You know what I mean? But when the season start, I don't know if I can come on this show, bro.
Hey, man. Enter at your own.
I'm going to be honest with you. I might have to throw you some curveballs around there.
Divine, just realize you're gonna have to sign an insurance waiver if you come on and get killed with your Giants takes.
Don't my goodness!
I'm just playing. I'm just playing. It's
bro.
Right. Look, my co-hosts are Giants fans too, so I got
They are.
And G-Man can tell you I'm all jokes, man. I respect all the teams. I don't. There's rivalries, but I respect them all, and I honestly just want the whole division to be strong again.
Right.
So Z, this is what I will say, right?
Okay.
And so here we go. He said, "Oh God." So what I will say is this: I will say I've interacted with a bunch of Cowboys fans throughout my life, right? And you are probably the most realistic Cowboy fan that I've ever talked to in my. And it's refreshing. So there's hope in my mind for those delusional people out there that think that whatever is going on in life, every year the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl. Stop playing with me right now, right? So when it comes time and that may be the narrative, I will support that narrative because at the end of the day, the Cowboys are the NFC East. And
Whoa! Say that again. Say that again. One more time, please. Say that again. Say that again.
The Cowboys are in the NFC East.
Oh, no. You said the Cowboys are the NFC East.
No, that's not what I said. That's what you heard, but that's not what I said.
Exactly. I think your wife just called you.
What I said was the Cowboys are in the NFC East, right? The NFC East revolves around the Giants. Don't get it twisted.
No, bro. Okay.
Don't get it twisted.
Now who's being delusional?
Hey, I will always speak the same facts. You know what I'm saying?
It's not facts. There's not been a single back-to-back division champion in, 12, 13 years?
Well,
Nobody runs it.
Who has the most Super Bowls in this era?
Who has the most Super Bowls out of the division?
No. I said who has the most Super Bowls in
Yeah, but they don't. They're not the NFC
No,
East.
no. You cannot change the narrative. Who has?
I'm the Giants. But can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
If we're talking about who runs the division in the whole history of the division, who has the most division championships, who has the most Super Bowls out of the whole division?
The Cowboys.
Okay, so then how do the Giants run the division? Nobody runs the division.
Okay.
That's the best part about the division. It's so competitive. I love it.
So, going back to my initial question,
Nope.
we can talk about revisionist history, right? We can
You're being revisionist right now.
I am
only talking about. You know you are.
Lee said the last time the Cowboys won the Super Bowl, they wore leather helmets.
Listen, the last time they won a Super Bowl, I was pooping in diapers. So
I have to give the Cowboys credit where credit is due, because they ran the NFL in the 90s. Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin, Troy Aikman. They had it going on for real. I hated the Cowboys so much during that time frame. I can't even begin to explain to you that the internal hate in my body that I had for the Dallas Cowboys at that point. But you know what happened in when we went to the 2000s, we were like, okay, here comes the Giants, right? And people just wrote us off. They wrote us off. So they said, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to match the Giants up against the undefeated team in the AFC, being the Patriots.
Oh, okay.
Right? So what did they do? They sent us to Arizona, to the Heat.
Closed his eyes and threw the ball as long and far as he could. Got the luckiest catch in the world.
You can call it what you want, but at the end of the day, the wins and the losses is what counts. I don't care how we got there, but we won the game.
No, I'm glad you did. I hate the Patriots.
Me too. Oh my goodness. Now, you know, and then it's amazing that the people, the talking heads will say that the person that's the most undefeated, we beat them twice. Those two Super Bowls we got, Tom Brady. Tom
Brady. We beat him last year.
Right now.
If Philadelphia wouldn't have played that stupid game, we would have knocked Tom Brady out of the first round last year.
Exactly.
No.
We would have knocked Tom. Check it out. I'm gonna tell you why. They had to come to the Meadowland. They had to come to Giant Stadium. Remember, Giants. If Giants would have won that game, they was the home team.
Yeah.
And the way Joe Judge had the boys playing at the end of the season, they might have knocked them off.
Y'all needed an Andy Dalton, classic Andy Dalton turnover to beat the Cowboys. What are you doing with Tom Brady in the Buccaneers?
You know what?
You know what? You ever heard that movie? Any Given Sunday, anybody can get their butt spanked. Anybody can get it. Yeah, I think so. I think the Giants, the way Joe Judge was playing last year at the end of the year, that defense. I think they probably would have beat Tom Brady now.
Oh my!
I'm dead serious. Not because of fandom either. Not because of fandom.
Oh, that's right there.
I just think that the way that secondary was playing at the end of the season, and the way the front four started playing, when did it beat Tom Brady? You got to put a pass rush on him. You make him tap dance back there. Tom Brady is a problem. He has problems. He's been like that his whole career, and I think we had the personnel to make him kind of catch these blitzes coming at him. I'm not saying I think they had a good chance to win that game. I put it like that.
Tom Brady don't like to be touched. And when we figure
he don't like to be touched now. Right.
He don't like people to put their hands on that. And when we figured it out and we got that pass rush together, it was over. That whole season was over at that point. But you know, I don't want to turn this into a football show. I'm just saying. Football season is coming. You know what I'm saying? It's coming. And
don't run and hide. Don't run and hide. That's all I ask. Don't go into hiding when your team craps the bed.
You know what? I would tell you the same thing, Z.
I'm not going to run and hiding.
So when I ping you, I need for you to show up. That's all.
Listen, just send me a text wherever you need me.
I always got to put the chat. Hey, Elton Lee, no pun intended, but we not disrespecting the GOAT. We just was saying as a football team, Tom Brady gets rattled when people put pressure on him. He's been like that his whole career. It's not about disrespecting him, man. It's about we just showing what game plan you can use to be the quarterback. I just want to throw that out there. That's all.
So Divine, you are very politically correct, and what you say. This is what I'm gonna say. Alton Lee, okay. So Tom Brady has 7 Super Bowls. Yeah, he does. I won't dispute that fact. But who are the 2 Super Bowls that he lost to?
3.
What team was that?
3. He lost 3 Super Bowls.
3. Yeah, he did. He did. But, I would say this about Tom Brady, right? I would say Tom Brady has extended the life expectancy of a quarterback. He has done that. He went to Tampa Bay and resurrected a franchise that was on the road to the demise.
Right.
He did that. That's a fact. He did that.
You want to know another tidbit quick? Before I'm gonna head out after this, but you want to know why Tom Brady lost those 3 Super Bowls?
Why?
Those are the only ones he didn't cheat in. Pretty easy to win a Super Bowl. You know exactly what the other team's gonna call. Oh yeah, that's a blitz. Okay, cool.
Oh my goodness.
That's cover 2. I know. I don't even have to read the defense. I just heard it.
You on fire tonight?
Yo, Zach, it's been a pleasure, my brother. Thank you for chiming in with us and all that good stuff, man. We appreciate you coming on. You already know you keep us enthusiastic.
When is your next show, Zeke? When is you guys' next show?
Oh, we have no idea. Probably Sunday.
Okay. Well, I got you guys. I'm subscribed and I got the reminder on. So whenever you guys go live,
heck, man. Did you say you just subscribed? I'm about to slap you.
No. I said I am subscribed. I subscribed way when you guys first started the channel.
You subscribed when we started talking Cowboys.
No, that's
but I see Sarge hasn't subscribed to the Bronx Sports Jedi channel yet, though. Just saying.
Whoa. Look, you know what? I'm about to correct that right now. Right now. You're right, BS. I have not, but I didn't know. I'm sorry. I'm delinquent in that. So, I will take the penalty. Look, put me in the penalty box. But I promise you, after today, right now, I will be subscribed. I'm going down.
Don't worry, bro. Jedi.
Congratulations to your Tampa Bay Lightnings for winning the East and going to the Stanley Cup. Congratulations on that.
We're gonna have.
I know you're a fan of the Lightning.
I am a huge fan of the
Lightning. Canal. Real quick, just let me highlight Canal. Yeah, we just want to take a little bit of time, talk a little bit of Giant football, but this is a basketball show, and we will get to you on SGA. We did talk about it earlier, but we will get back to the Knicks in a minute, so you hang in there, don't go nowhere. But we want to cut it up with our boys and have a little fun tonight because we've been on since 3.5 hours. So we did go over a lot of Knicks basketball. So we just went to a little segment of football, but we coming back. We can talk about SGA for you. So salute to you. Thanks for chiming in. And everybody know we good, man. That's what we do.
That's kind of what happens when G-Man and I see each other. We just kind of go.
We go off the rails.
No, it was good. It was good. I enjoy it. I mean, like I said, we got all year to talk Knicks. So we broke up the night a little bit, which is fine. I'm cool with it. I enjoyed it. So, but you Cowboys have a good night's sleep tonight, buddy.
Hey, man, I'm sleeping well knowing that Danny Jones isn't my quarterback.
Oh, you got Joe. Danny Jones going to outdo this.
Ooh, look, a
you
parting
can't even
shot.
argue me. Dak's the best quarterback in the division.
Man as a parting shot. See,
when he's healthy.
Hey, it's all love, guys.
That's why I love Z. That's exactly why I love Z.
See you guys.
All right, but have a good one, man.
All right, brother. Be easy, man.
Peace.
Well, thanks for everybody hanging in with the football and talk, but we just had to get that in there. So we had Zach from For the Love of the Game talking about the Cowboys. You know how they ruffle everybody's feathers. Cowboys be having me ruffle everybody. Oh. I'm like, you got 3 playoff games in the last 20-something years. Oh, Zach, you're killing me, buddy.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, Canal, real quick, where we talked about SGA. I would love for him to come here, man. I have no problem with that. Like we said earlier, Canal, If we can get SGA for the right price, and I'm all for it. I'm all for it, man. So if he come here, I'll be glad for the Knicks to have him. And I know everybody on the panel know that he'll make a difference on the Knicks. Definitely will. Him at the point guard with, and then bring another player in there. We got something popping though, for sure. I'm definitely with that.
I agree. I think where I am with any off-season moves, or as people have holistically started to call this the business season, is this. I like to take things in segments, right? So the first segment will be the draft. So depending on what we do in the draft, should dictate what we do in free agency based on who's available, right? So if we go out and we get a young kid that should be the next point guard, he should be the next thing in the New York organization, then I think that the free agent that we go look for should support that effort, right? So depending on how that works out, I think that it's going to speak volumes as to where this team goes in the future. Now, with an SGA brings a whole lot of positives to this team. But what we have to be careful of is this. Does he support the narrative of what we're trying to build? Is that the best option as to what we're trying to build? I don't even know what that is at this point. I'm not in the front office. And those guys don't call me every day and say, hey, E, check this out. This is what we're thinking about. I don't get those phone calls. So the only thing I can do is speculate at this point. But I can read tea leaves, right? That's one of those gifts I got. You know, when you shake the bag up and, you know, you smell that aroma of what them tea leaves smell like, that's what we do, right? So once you do that and you figure out, you know, kind of where we're going and what that mindset is, I can say, okay, well, yeah, that's a good pick. That's the guy you should go get. Or I can say, no, that's not who you need to go get. That is contrary to everything that you've done up until this point. Don't do that. That's a bad move. And those guys are smart enough. They make way more money than I make to make these decisions. Way more. But I would tell you this. What they don't have is they don't have the power of the people. So when you go out there and you make an idiotic move just for the sake of you saying I made a move, guess what? Next year this time, you're going to be looking for a job. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Because you are not doing what is in the best interest of the franchise. I don't care about now. Everyone and anyone that has ever heard me on any panel talking about anything knows I'm an Obi fan. Everyone knows that, right? But I will tell you this. For the sake of making our franchise better, if Obi is a piece that we have to give up, guess what? I'm going to be okay with that. I'm going to be hurt. It's going to take me a couple of days to get over it, but I'm going to be all right with it because at the end of the day, it's all about making a franchise better. And that's where I am with that. So, you know, SGA, if we can get him, that's a win-win for us all the way around. I agree 110%. But what I don't want us to do is sacrifice the future of the franchise for the sake of bringing in a big name. That's where I'm over there.
I can see that. SGA makes a lot of sense only because of I think the timeline of his age, and you know, right. And I think his age, his timeline, and he's a special player. And I just think that's sitting out there rotting away at OKC.
Yep.
If you don't have to, if you don't, like you said, if you don't give up the farm or you don't jeopardize our future, he's a part of it, but you don't give up the bank for him. I think we need a point guard like him who got his size and length, who can get in there and shoot a little bit. I think him. I would love to see him quickly. RJ, Randall, Obi, Mitchell Robinson. If we're not gonna go for the big dogs, you know what I mean. Right. But I think he's somebody I think we might could put in there, and then we do get a big dog. I think Randall, a big dog, at SGA, and RJ Barrett could be pretty special to me. I think that could work out, in a sense. But I agree with you, though. I'm dying to see what we're going to do in the draft, Sarge. I think, we got a lot of options there, man. We got 4 picks. I don't think we're going to keep all of them. I don't know, but I think the Knicks in a good spot, fellas. I just think we just got to play this card wisely, CT, and I think we'll be all right.
Yeah, you said it, It's all about just making upgrades first, We can't pull the cart before the horse, Whatever makes us better, you got to assess it, consider it, consider what you have to give up. And I think this team, this front office isn't delusional, They're not just going to make no move that's going to make them an instant contender this off season. And I think they're going to make multiple moves to set things up. And they're well connected around the league. To your point, Divine, they know what's going on. They know who wants to come here. Maybe a few years' time, they'll set the table for them. I think they'll rock with this similar starting 5, but maybe upgrade the 1 and the 3 spot. This draft night will tell us what the off season will be. I think, if they trade all the picks, then we know they'll be looking for trades and free agent. If they make a few picks, then we know, okay, they're in it for the slow build, and it's going to be exciting. We've got the a few of our guys in the Olympics, RJ with Canada. We got Luca with, Argentina. We got Frank over there in Spain, in France, sorry. See what he does. We've got the draft night. We've got summer league to see our young boys ball out. There's a lot to look forward to, and let's just let it play out. There's going to be a lot of names, agents trying to link their players' names to us. They got our names in their mouth. And it's going to be interesting. And what does Z say? That's me loading up the trade simulator to give up Obi and Knox for SGA.
I'll be trying to be nice, right? I'll be trying to be nice. But, oh, boy, they be poking the bear. Don't poke the bear. Do not poke the bear. I'm just saying, don't poke the bear. Oh, my goodness. Oh,
you can't poke the bear. You can't poke the bear. He does have a desk in a hotel where he can put his arms up on. So y'all better quit playing.
Since we're there, what's up?
Do not make me get in my position. You already know.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
No. Boy, look at you.
What's Obi's ceiling? What do you guys see for him next year?
I think Obi has to change positions. I think in order for him to be in order for him to experience his true potential with the Knicks, he has to get from behind, playing behind Julius Randle. So move him from that 4 position to the 3 position. Start developing him in the 3 position. So imagine this, right? I don't know who our point guard is going to be, but get a point guard that can distribute the ball. I don't care who it is at this point. You have RJ, Julius Randle, Obi Toppin, and Mitch on the floor at the same time. What does that look like to you? What do you think that garners for you? So at the end of the day, I need for Obi to get out of, and people, I've heard people talk about putting Obi at the 5. Okay, so let's get away from that. Let's move away from that narrative right now, because Obi is not a 5. He's not. All right. So for those of you that confuse athleticism with the ability to play the 5 position, get off that. Get off that.
Right.
So whatever I need to do for you, if I need to send you some Pepto-Bismol or some ibuprofen or whatever you need, I need you to move off that narrative, because that's not going to work. We need for Obi Toppin to transition from playing behind Julius Randle to playing in the 3. That's where he can bring the most value to the Knicks, in my opinion.
Yep.
I
What you
agree with
think?
that.
What you think, BX? I like him at the 3 because I think he'd be like DeAndre Hunter, a big
Yeah.
3.
Yep.
Maybe DeAndre Hunter
Right,
be like a
right, and
big 3.
he could shoot he could shoot from the outside. He could crash the glass. That move has to, if he wants to get on the court and he has to put in the work, because if not, he won't be able to get on the court with Julius Randle. They're going to keep Julius Randle here with that, and going forward, I think he has to get some time at the small forward. I think he's going to have to put a lot of work in. Get them, if it is slimming down 10 pounds, maybe, if it needs to be, or whatever the case is for him to do that. But I think he has the ability to play both positions, and actually all three. If you need him play the center in a pinch, for 5 minutes, in a foul trouble situation, or you want to be a quick and running gun, small lineup type of center, you could do it. Would he be successful? No. Okay, not on a long sample, but on a short sample, I think it could work. But yeah, Obi has to. I got I'm with Sarge with the way we like Obi Toppin. I'm with him 100%. I think he's gonna. I'm really for him, and he's one of my bright stars of the team that I enjoy watching.
I think he take a leap next year. I think Obi wind up, if Obi get the right time. I think just because of what he learned this year in the playoffs and what he's been through a first year already, now he's gonna come back knowing the game, get a full summer league, get a full.
Yep.
Obi might drop 15 on y'all next year. He might drop 15 a game next year. I would not even doubt it.
Yeah.
I would not doubt it. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I think he this maturation year for him. Sometimes what you think might be a curse might be a blessing, and it might have been a blessing. He went through these struggles this first year. So now he know he coming here against big boys now. You ain't in the Division I now. You still got game, but you need to up your game because now you up in the NBA. But I think he makes a big step next year. I think him and Immanuel Quickley going to make a big step next year. I'm looking forward to what Quickley do next year. I think he's going to be special too. So I think we're in a good spot. I like Obi at the 3 though. I definitely like him there, man. I think he could do something real good there for the Knicks. This is positionless basketball anyway. But I do picture him like a DeAndre Hunter. I really do. Kind of 6'9", almost 6'8", 6'9", small forward who could put the ball on the floor and who could shoot the J. And I think his defense gets better next year. So I think that might be possible. But real quick, SGP New York City, Canal, Bam, everybody in the chat, y'all cats hit that subscribe button. I don't know if you're members yet. I don't know if you're a subscriber, but y'all hit it because you're here. We here with you. So everybody in the chat, man, we got 19 comments. We know that is Elton Lee in the building. We got Zach in the building for the love of the game, and we got the panel with us. We got Sard, we got CT. The streets is buzzing. We got the new show coming out down there on Blonde Tales featuring Sard and Karen Stone. Y'all check that out. We know we got Brown Sports Jedi Talk. He always up in the building. We in here, man. We having fun tonight, man. It's late night. The Knicks off season. We just talking, man, having a good time. Friends among friends, boys among boys, talking New York Knicks sports. Frank Mack to salute. Candace subscribe. I appreciate you, Canal, my brother. That's what's up. But yeah, we in here, man. I'm excited about our season. I think we're gonna get it popping. And the pod couple. That was like that. That was a good one. That was a good one, 19 time. The pod couple. That's what it is, man. That's what for sure. But yeah, man. I'm looking forward to what we're gonna do. I still think that 3 spot gonna be interesting. I want to see what Luka Doncic does against the U.S. select team. I brought that up earlier. I definitely want to see what he's gonna do. I think he's the key to all this. I think Luka Doncic gonna be the key to the way the Knicks spend their money this year. If that boy pan out and they don't got to spend all that money on nobody else, we in the house. We in the house. We got a veteran point guard in Derrick Rose. You bring him back. We don't have to worry about a veteran point guard, right? Because you don't have to bring in a Kyle Lowry. You got Derrick Rose there. If Veldoza pans out, we are in the business. I believe that. Because I think now we got almost 50, 60 million in cap, whatever. And we already got a point guard who we already gave a non-guarantee to for only a couple of $1 million. He's gonna be another Mitchell Robinson. You know what I mean? Oh my God. So then now we can go, okay. Now we can go after one of them big dogs because we ain't spend that money on 2 big dogs because he's gonna pan out to help Derrick Rose. I think we in a good spot. I'm praying Luka Valdo to go in there and blow that thing up, man. When I mean blow it up, he let these cats know that I could play in this league because he's playing against the USA Olympic team. That's KD, that's Damian Lillard, that's Zach LaVine, that's all them cats. You know what I mean? What a way to get your feet wet in the NBA before you even get to training camp. So let's hope that thing pan out, man. Oh my God, that'd be nice. And we could spend a little money and distribute it wisely amongst who we need to bring in there, because the NBA gonna get better next year. Our division getting better. Boston done got better already with the Al Horford trade, like I said. Indiana got better just by bringing the Rick Carlisle. They got better. Now they might not trade Brogdon. They might not trade Turner. They might get my man back. What's his name? T.J. Warren back. They got Karis LeVert over there. They got Dougie McBuckets. I mean, they got them the Holiday boys. So with Rick Carlisle coming in there, they're gonna get better too. So it's gonna be really crazy, man. And Boston got better, like I said, and so we're gonna have to make a move. I can't wait till this Valdoza thing pop off in that league. I just want to see him play. I've seen his highlights. I never really got to see him play or feel good, but now he's going against NBA guys. And if he make that move, I think we're gonna be okay, man. I think we're gonna be fine. I really do.
That'll be key. Like you said it, going against legit NBA competition before the season even starts, before summer league even starts. We're gonna have a close-up preview, eyewitness look at our new point guard, running the show together with Campazzo, and another name I'd look for is TJ McConnell. He could be a nice pest to bother Trae Young. He'll come cheap, play some D. He plays hard. What do you guys think of him?
The TJ McConnell, I think he's going to make some money, man. There's going to be a lot of teams that's going to want his services just for that reason. The Trae Young effect. They're going to need, you're going to need defenders, players that could keep up, not just with Trae Young. You also got LaMelo Ball, who's running up and down, the Eastern Conference, and all those faster point guards. That's one of the reasons why I'm not too big on Kyle Lowry for the Knicks for that reason, because I don't think he could keep up with the younger point guards coming in there. Yes, he has experience and he is really good, still, but I don't think he's aging. At the end of that 2-year contract or 3-year, would he be able to keep up? Then you just have this, like you have the Derrick Rose situation again. You get going to a playoff series, you got a younger point guard who's going to eat his lunch, and then then we're back again with the lack of point guard play again. Being a disadvantage. But we'll see on that. That team, he's going to make extra money. I think that there's going to be a team that's going to probably pay a little more than usual for TJ, just because of what Trae Young is doing in these playoffs.
Agreed.
Yeah. Yep. Immanuel Quickley.
Yep.
That's the Trae Young effect right there. He got the same game. He just got to get that experience, man. He got the same game almost. I'm like, whoa. Yeah, that's gonna be. I think, man. I would like to see us pull out one of them cats out the draft, though, and I would like to see us either take a couple of draft picks and bunch them together to get one good player. I'm willing to do that because I don't think a lot of them players are even going to stay on the Knicks. I don't think 4 draft picks are going to be on our team. No. But if we could, I think we could put a couple of them together, Sarge, CT, and BX, and get one good one. I was telling them about that thing earlier. Like I said, I would with the Knicks. I would call Golden State Warriors. I'll give you the 19th, the 21st. You give me the 7th and the 14th. We'll take Andy Wiggins' 2-year contract, throw him at the 3, put Reggie Bullock at the backup, and let it roll from there. And you know what? And we keep it moving. And then 2 years that contract comes out the books. We got cap money back. And by then, I think Andy Wiggins and a good point guard and Obi and all these guys get more experience. I can see the Knicks in the second round easy. And if they add some piece to that, then you can see them go further. So that 7 to 14 would be interesting, man. You talking about that Davion Mitchell out of Baylor, you know what I mean? And I love this. Oh goodness, you know what I mean? You got guys out there that might just fit the mold, you know what I mean? And I like Conman made a good point. Serge Ibaka on a cheap deal. If Serge Ibaka wasn't hurt right now, I had the Clippers winning it all anyway. But if
it'd be a wrap.
It'd be a wrap, bro. We were born. That would have been over. Yeah, because he did that stretch 4, stretch 5, pulled the DeAndre Ayton away from that 3, from that low post, because DeAndre Ayton would have to play Serge Ibaka. You know what I mean? Right. He could shoot that trade now. Yeah, so that would have been interesting. Yeah, you're right, man. Camilio, he does. Davion Mitchell remind me of Donovan Mitchell. He does, man. He New York built. Davion Mitchell, the way he played basketball. He's like, he made me think of what's that, Norman Powell?
Yeah.
Yeah, we need dogs, people that aren't afraid, aggressive, no 2-year projects, guys that are timid, need hours in the gym. We need someone who's going to step in and complement this team, because we're not no team we were 2 years ago. We're the 4th seed in the East in the playoffs. So we need someone who's going to match that level of talent that we had this year and complement it, go one further. The players have had a taste of it. They've seen the blueprint of what it takes to beat an Atlanta, what they need to do to improve, what to do, get better. They can't come back next year the exact same team,
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact.
Yeah,
people have time to scout. They know where the game is right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But we good though. I think we're in a good spot as Knicks fans. I'll tell you that much right now. We are in a phenomenal spot, man. We just got to get it and make it happen without mortgage in the future, man. I don't got a problem. Whatever the Knicks do, I want us to get better. I want us to make sure the young guys keep developing. Whatever you do. But I just think that they can't lose sight of what they did and don't veer away from that. They do got a chance to go get a superstar. That don't mean they won't develop RJ and Obi and all these guys. So that's a good thing about getting a free agent, that you don't have to give up these guys to get them. The trade thing is a little different because now you might have to give up some of our good players to get a certain guy. But I do like the free agent thing because you ain't got to give up nobody to sign the man with the money, and then you keep building around the team that you got. But I think we're gonna do something, guys. Yep.
I was just thinking, I think I can see Knox and Frank moving on. And I think if you combine their salaries, let's say they're looking at Alonzo Ball, right? Some people don't want to overpay Alonzo. But if you give up Frank and Knox in a sign and trade, let's say you're signing Lonzo to $22 million, then you're basically removing Knox and Frank's salary, which maybe, upwards of 10, 11 mil. And you absorb that into Lonzo's salary. So you're technically not really overpaying him too much. And I think those guys, their future, they're going to want to clear up as much cap as possible. And I think their future's questionable. What do you guys think on Knox and Frank?
Yeah, much I love both of them, but I think it's time to move on though. I maybe Knox. I think Knox. I love Knox. I think what's so interesting to me. They got a chance to sit down for a whole year and learn behind how Tom Thibodeau played basketball. So I wouldn't even count them guys out because he might have sat them for a reason. He might have said, you know what, y'all guys are talent, but you're not ready to play with me this year. Let me let you learn from the bench, because sometimes the best teachers are sitting back up, listening and observing instead of playing. And maybe that could be their case. He might say, you know what, Frank, we bringing you back, but right now, you need to see how I want you to play Tom Thibodeau basketball. You know what I mean? And that could be the case. And Knox, I like Knox game. I wish Knox could have did what Reggie Bullock did. He lanky. He got the height. He can shoot the ball from the corner. He got the offense tools, and he linky. I think him in that lineup, to me, he taller than Reggie Bullock. He more explosive than Reggie Bullock. He could dunk on you. He just, I don't know I don't know. I think Tom Thibodeau said, I need to see something that you might not, he not seeing. I don't know, but I hope Knox get to play last year, man. I like Knox, man. I just hoping that he panned out, man. You already know what it is from local boy, Tampa, man, Tampa Catholic. Young boy got a nice J, Kentucky boy. And like John Calipari said, you had to give him a couple of years. I just think that we hired he's the wrong player for the system that we have.
Yeah. So with Frank and Knox, my belief is this: if the team was not invested in those two players, then they'd already been gone. They'd have been gone at mid-season last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the coaching staff sees something in both these young men, and I think that the season coming up will be their proven season. So they're going to get some exposure in the upcoming season. And I'm telling you right now, Knicks fans, you are not going to like it. When you see those two guys roll out on the floor, you're going to lose your mind. Oh, my God, I can see it right now. I can get the comments open on. I see it. I do. But what you have to understand is this. If the coaching staff and the front office did not see promise, they would already been gone. They'd have been on the same plane with Austin Rivers and whoever these draft picks that we got, not draft picks, whoever these free agents we got doing whatever little Mickey Mouse trade that happened at midseason that nobody talks about. All that, we don't care about none of that. We could care less right now about who those names were, where they went, and what they're doing in the NBA. We don't care. We don't care. But what I will say is this. I believe that Frank and Knox have something to contribute to this team. I truly believe that. I do. And I think that as we move forward in the draft and in free agency, those two guys, in my mind, at this time, I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think they're untouchable. You know what I'm saying? I don't see them going nowhere. I don't. Because
somebody's got to fold the chairs up.
Yeah, well, that too. But I think that the team has.
I feel pissing, man. Chill.
I think
it's a lot of money, though. You know, two of them together, they got to play.
And they do, and that's my point, CT. So because they're gonna have to pay these guys, they're gonna have to be on the court. You're not paying nobody to sit on the sideline. You're not. So, but now all this goes up in flames if there's some dude that comes out and says, you know, a Kawhi Leonard or somebody of that type says, "Hey, check this out, Mr. Rose. I want to come to the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? What do we need to do to make that happen?"
Mm-hmm.
If those contracts are anywhere in the vicinity of being in the way, they about to get. Look, when you watch what's that Hard Knocks, how those players when they come to their room and all their stuff is in one of them big black garbage bags. That's gonna be Kevin Knox and Mr. Frank Ntilikina. I'm telling you right now, they're gonna be coming out of the facility with a garbage bag over their shoulders, saying, you know, I wish I could have played for the Knicks or whatever the case may be. Yeah, that's gonna be you, partner. I'm telling you right now, it's never personal. Like Nino Brown said, it's never personal. It's always business. You know what I'm saying?
Check it out.
That's where we are right now, today. That's where we are.
His name, his name is Frank Herb Williams. He might do the Knicks his whole career because he's just a culture guy. They don't care about what he's a culture guy. He might be Frank Herb Williams. You know what I mean?
Hey guys, I got a bounce, man. Hey, as always, thanks for having me. I wish I could definitely get here sooner, but you know, I like to come pay my respects to you guys because real deal, y'all the bomb diggity. I'm telling you right now.
We appreciate you, man.
First
and foremost,
bomb diggity.
You have a safe trip home. You have a safe trip home, man, tomorrow, man. And you know, be careful out there. Be safe, sorry, you know, and everything like that, man. And we'll see you on the next episode, or we'll see you when we go hop on your show Thursday, whichever the case may, which one come first, but we're going to connect. But appreciate you coming on, my brother. Blessing the panel like always.
Stay driving the I-75, my man.
Well, yes, I'm flying. The only place I got to drive to is the airport.
Oh, that's nice.
And then I'm get on a plane, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. And then, this is the problem I'm gonna have, BH. And you already know what when I say this, what's about to happen, right? So my flight lands in Tampa in evening rush hour traffic when people get on a Saturday. And my wife is gonna be like, "Why on God's sweet earth did you schedule a flight that I gotta get up out of my bed, I gotta drive to the airport to get you, and then this is what she does when we get to the airport. When I walk out with my bags, she gets out of the driver's seat and get in the back seat and makes me drive. So I'm already aggressive. You know what I'm saying? I'm already aggressive. So, you know, I got to get my I got to get my elbows out, grab the wheel, and be like, okay, here we go. But it's all good because I'll be back at home. And I miss my recliner right now.
I know you do.
I miss my Giants.
Giant TV.
My room and my TVs. Oh my God, I miss all that. Oh my goodness gracious me, oh my! I'm gonna have to pack me a Giant starter kit for when I travel. I'm gonna have to do
Your
that.
back scratcher by the look of it.
I'm missing my back scratcher. I'm missing my sippy cup. I'm missing all my stuff, brother. Look, listen. I'm in no man's land right now. I'm telling you, but it's all good because I'm amongst family right now, and that's how I feel, brother.
I'm glad.
Bless you, gentlemen. You know what I'm saying?
Salute.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for coming through.
Yeah, y'all forget in the chat and everybody looking right now, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We got Sarge with the new show coming out Thursday, him and Cornerstone. Y'all make sure you go support, represent down on Blanche Tears. Hit him up. Check out the info. Check out the content, man. You know he got a great mind, so let's get it popping. Sarge, we love you, my brother. We'll talk to you.
All right, peace, brother.
Yeah, peace.
Y'all be easy, man. Hey, BX, I'm subscribed right now. Okay,
You got it. You got it.
I'm subscribed right now.
And I would love to have you on and talk some football, man.
No doubt. No doubt. Peace, brothers.
You got it.
Peace. Yo, real quick, salute to the chat, man. Y'all up in here tonight, man. 19, Con, Elton, Lee, Canal, for the love of the game. Still living. We thank you, Zach, for coming on, checking on in, man. Camilio still up in here. 19, Con, man. Everybody, man. I know it's like night. SGP, NYC. Everybody, we up in here talking Knicks and everything, man. Great to have y'all on this late. You know, we're going to stay on for a little bit longer, man. Then we're going to get off, man. We've been on for a minute. But because y'all still up in here and y'all still want to hear some Knick talk, long as the panel is all right for maybe another 15 and a half hours, we can make it happen. We'll keep it moving, man. You know what I mean? It is Knicks Real Talk, the night show, Divine, Bronx, July 7-6. We got CT for the, the streets is buzzing. You know, we in here, man. And, let's keep it moving, man. And then we take another 15 and a half hour. Then we call it a night, man. But I'm excited. Like I said, man, we got a lot of things going on, guys. And first thing starts next week with the next pretty couple of weeks, actually another month, I would say, with the draft night. I think what we're gonna do though, we're gonna try to me and B gonna try to really get a draft night live popping off that night. We're gonna try to be on here live. So Steve T, we make sure you chime in, man. Because I already feel like you family in here, man. We just gotta get wait one day. You say, you know what, guys, I'm just gonna be part of the movement. I'm going to be part of Knicks Real Talk. I'm coming on. We'll wait for you to pop that out there. But yeah, man, we're going to get it popping, man. And we're gonna come on. We try to get on the draft night thing and we get it popping, man, and talk Knicks, man. So, we love the great minds that be on here, man. We love the chat. The chat is where it's at. You already know they always checking in. Like I said, everybody on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you chiming in from, we thank for the support. Hit that like and subscribe, man. Run them up with the thumbs up. You already know. Knicks Real Talk, Bronx July Sports Talk. The streets is buzzing. We ain't here with you guys, man. Let's get it popping, and we gonna keep doing our thing, man. But yeah, real quick, I think, like I was saying earlier, I just want to go over a couple of things. That SGA thing, and I like that just due to the fact of the time frame with the players that we have. I really do like that. I think that'd be a good fit for a point guard here. I like his height. I like his game. I think he compliments RJ real well. I think he compliments Randall real well. And like I said, even people may disagree with Karl Anthony Towns, but damn, you get him and Karl Anthony Towns, and oh my God, we good. You know what I mean? Or we go get that three that CT be talking about. Unless Obi can turn into that three, but can you imagine SGA, RJ Barrett, Obi Toppin, Julius Randle, and Karl Anthony Towns or Mitchell Robinson? I love that core right there. I'm not saying they going to the final. That's not going to happen. But I like that building block right there. I think that's a good start for me, though. I really would love to see something like that.
Oh, that's tough, I mean, SGA, I'd love it, I think we'll start to hear some more news as the weeks unfold. But, it's going to be interesting. OKC, we talk about all the assets we have. No one knows what Sam Presti's going to do. They got more ammunition than Rambo.
Yeah,
and
loaded.
It's like, man, if any team can afford to just throw SGA away for Suggs or whoever they're looking for, they're in a blessed position. And we better be there ready to cash in.
Yeah, man.
That's why I want us to keep all our assets, for the right move. Because when that move becomes available, we will have the assets to make it happen. But only if we don't throw them all away for the wrong move, And I think, Bradley Beal's going to find himself a new home. SGA might. We keep talking about Zach LaVine that I want to focus on. We have Elton Lee, the Chicago native out here, saying that they're looking to keep him, and build around him. But to BX's point, he's a unrestricted free agent in one more year, and if they're getting whispers that he might not stay, then they might change their tune, because it's all good to say they want to build around him. But what happens when the player becomes an unrestricted free agent? You don't want to be left with nothing. And
I've got a little scenario. What if the New York Knicks return goes to the Orlando Magic, offers the 19th, maybe the 30th pick, and a future first round pick later in the a couple years from now, protected, and they want to move up to number, or maybe it might be too much if you go to the Magics for number 5th of draft slot. He's projected that Jonathan Kuminga might be there, because the first 4 picks on the draft are considered to be all the guards, the point guards. You got Kate Cunningham is projected to go first. Evan Mobley, the center from Houston. I don't know why would Houston get a center. Where they got Christian Wood. They just signed him, but they're projected. Mobley there, or Cleveland could get their pick of Jared Slug if he's there, or Mobley, either or. They also Jared Allen's name was also mentioned to be moved or not. Let him go if he gets he's a restricted free agent, not match his contract. And then you got Toronto will sit there who's high on Jerry Green as well. Those names could flip flop back and forth with those 4 picks. And they got the 5th pick. And my point is, you talk to Orlando for that 5th slot, for that Jonathan Kuminga, because they already have a small forward. The next few players are some small forwards. They got Isaac. They've got some players there, and maybe you could jump and go there and move 2 players to go up there, and you still keep your 21st pick or your 19th, whichever one. How do you could maneuver it, and you could attack that. That's another interesting, and Alton Lee said as well. We talked about it earlier. Sexton is available as well. We talked it earlier in the program. We actually said we already compared. Would you take Sexton or Ben Simmons? We had that segment much earlier in the program, and that's an interesting for that number 5th for Kuminga. Kuminga is a small forward. That's what we need right now. But like we said, will Tom Thibodeau have the patience or dealing with another rookie to come in that position to go forward, even despite being 5th? Well, Obi was a 7th also, and you saw what he played them, but he yanked them with the struggles. What do you think? You think they'll do that, or they'll bring a rookie and will Thibodeau play 2 years in a row? Because now you got Quickley. Quickley, Obi, and now if you bring this young man
in. So
I think they. I don't have a problem with them doing it, but I just think that I think we go in a different direction, guys. I think we trying to take another step up. I think I would. To me, it all depends who. I guess what I'm trying to say, BS, depends on who we move that we don't bring back. We don't bring back the Alfred Paytons of the world and guys like that. Maybe one of them guys could take their spot. I don't have a problem with that but if we bring back a certain amount of guys, I don't know if they would do that. I would take talent over anything. It don't matter to me. If the man is that talented, then he need to be on the team. So I don't have a problem doing it because I don't want to go big game hunting and then lose not the sight of to keep developing players. You know what I mean? We need talent. And I don't care if we get talent and throw them in the G League or D League, whatever it is. I don't care if we do that, but we do need talent to grow with RJ. We do need talent to grow with Quickley. We can't lose sight of that. They're going to be on the team if they don't get traded and nothing like that. So, yeah, I think I won't have a problem doing that, man. I like even Jalen Green and them guys. If you can move up and get a stud player and he could contribute like Quickley did, you got to do it. You know what I mean? Because we don't know how it's going to shake out in that free agency and in trade market. So I definitely don't have a problem with that whatsoever. I CT, I think I'll be good with that. Yo, salute Uncle Fulio, my brother. Salute to you. Salute Josh, aka Uncle Fulio's in the building.
Josh in the chat.
I'm just being a little goofy, but I guess I got Phil Jackson. I'm part of the posse or the crew now. Thanks, Josh. It's an inside joke, Josh, that we were joking around earlier with the Phil Jackson.
Yeah, one thing I'll say is I don't think, to Divine's point, the 100% not going to bring in some projects or some inexperienced guards, just signing Vildoza, as a vet who was 25 on 26, that tells us what their plans are, that Tibbs wants a ready-made guy that can plug and play. And I think we packaged the 2 first picks to get the most ready wing or shooter that can come in and contribute straight away. And I think we look to trade for Lonzo or sign Lowry or another veteran point guard as well that Tibbs trusts, because we're trying to push for for an upgrade. We made the 4th seed. Tibbs isn't going to be here forever.
Yep. It's interesting. Like I said, even with the Colin Sexton thing, that's available. See, a lot of this stuff is depending on who we trade in. They're good. They're good problems to have. They really are. So, I'm sorry. Will y'all take Ben Simmons? I think he's that much of a difference maker. Yeah, absolutely, Josh. No question. Absolutely.
Give us 8 more wins at least.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
8 to 10 more wins.
Yeah, he's the difference maker. His defense, his game alone is no problem. Yeah, good. Josh, absolutely, my brother. I would take him in a heartbeat. I like Ben Simmons. I think everybody, just because he had a bad playoff series, don't mean he's a bad player. Julius Randle had a bad playoff series, but Julius Randle was the most improved player in an All-Star. You know what I mean? The second team NBA, just because you had a bad series don't mean you're a bad player. That one series, just you kind of stunk it up, and it happens. You know what I mean? And it could be maybe who he was playing may have effect on that. You know what I mean? I think, my man, I think people underestimate Nate McMillan. When he was playing ball, he was a defense specialist. That's what he do. That when he played with the Seattle Supersonics back in the days, that's what Nate McMillan did. Lock you down. You know what I mean? He brought that same mentality to DeAndre Hunter, and you think, well, they not a good defense team. They don't got a lot of good defensive ball players, but he gave them a defensive mentality. And I think that helped them out so far, man. And then with their offense, anybody like Trae Young can run them up every now and then. So I do think Ben Simmons is definitely worth play. And I would like Camilo. I agree. Like I said earlier in the chat, they should throw him at the 4. If his shooting woes, are you concerned about his shooting woes that bad? Throw him at the big 4. Let him post up down there. And even if Joel Embiid, you can switch him and Joel Embiid for every now and then. Joel Embiid can come out there and pop the post jump shot, or you can bang Ben Simmons right down there in the middle because that boy that's strong. So he athletic.
Also,
I won't have no problem with it.
The thing is, there's hope. Simmons, 24 because of Giannis. I'll use him as an example. Giannis was the same or worse shooter, and he developed so that he can hit a little mid-range, even pop the 3. That's all Simmons needs to work on, 24 years old. Just make it enough so they have to respect your shot, because when Simmons is running downhill, they're going to push back. And if, there's a little mid-range jumper there to be had, he just has to hit that. And to a lot of the point Z made earlier, Simmons can shoot in workouts in the gym. It's just all mental, needs to practice that. And I said it before, he's pulled out of the Australian Olympic team, which he was, due to play in. So he's pretty serious about trying to get better. Now we'll see, I guess a lot of the detractors are about Simmons' contract, not so much his the player.
Right.
We know he's earning 30, 35, 36, 39 mil. It's all about the team you have around that. If you have a player making that much money, you need solid pieces, I personally don't think the fit in Philly is good at all. If Simmons is his second best player, you're not going to win if Embiid's the first best player. A slow, clunky big, that has bad knees, can shoot the 3 but isn't a great shooter. I just don't think that's the best fit at all. If you put Simmons on Golden State, they'd be a juggernaut. If you put Simmons on that James Harden Rockets team, they'd be tough to beat. It's all about the right fit, and giving Tobias Harris the same amount of money, 30 mil, that's not going to get it done either. So instead of just pointing the finger at Ben Simmons, point the fingers at some of the other dudes, and the GM,
right.
Put pieces around him.
Right.
That's 3 players at $100 million, right? Ben Simmons, Tobias Harris, and Joel Embiid. That's $100 million right there. Your salary in 1 year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why people don't understand why I love what the Knicks did. You know what I mean? I think what the Knicks did is man. You look at the Brooklyn Nets. It's Harden almost 40 million. KD 30-something million. Kyrie 30-something million. 3 players take up the majority of your salary cap. You know what I mean? And then if one go down and the other go down, that's hard to recover from. You know what I mean? So that's why I kind of like what the Knicks did. I like what the Knicks was doing. I mean, just keep the flexibility. I don't have a problem with them getting 2-year contracts or 3 years. If a guy got $70 million and you get a 2-year deal, like I said earlier, I'm cool with that. I don't have a problem with that because in 2 years that goes off the books. You try to compete for a championship in 2 years, and if you don't make it in 2 years, that money goes off the books. You know what I mean? And you still got your draft capital. So I think if they keep it flexible, go ahead and do something like that. That's why certain guys I don't mind going after. I know people might say, nah, he costs money. No, he only got 2 years. He only got 2 years. You know what I mean? What's the big deal? You know what I mean? And go for it. And at the same time, still keep developing the guys that we have on the team. I really want to see Obi and all these guys make it on the Knicks. I do. I just think that's beautiful to have them young guys there, man. We haven't had this in a long time, man. The Knicks haven't been like this in years. And I'm glad that we got guys like Obi and them and Quickley and RJ, and we might draft one more. But I think we might draft one more, but I don't think it's going to be a continued thing going on and on and on where we're going to keep getting young guys and keeping them. Sooner or later, they're going to have to go big game hunting to compete for a title. They just going to have to do it. And like Reggie Miller said, like Knicks one superstar away from contending. And I believe him. He right. The Knicks is one superstar or a player who can go on any night and give you his numbers every night. Just no matter, even on a bad shooting night, he still can get you 25 because he went to the free throw line 8 times. You know what I mean? Or 9 times. He knocked down 8 or 9 free throws. He might have shot 5 for 20, but he went to the line and made 9 for 9. You know what I mean? Or he just that good. I think once we get a player like that, then I do think the Knicks are going to be a problem for a lot of people because now we got, that's like Jason Tatum. Sometimes he don't have a great shooting game, but Jason Tatum get to that free throw line every now and then. He's knocking down them free throws. Now next thing you know, the boy got 30-something points. So I think that might be our next maturation is we get that one good player who could really make it happen for us. And I think after that we good to go. Who it is, like I said, I don't have no problem with Karl Anthony Towns. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I like his contract. I like his skill set in his contract. 24 something a game, 11 rebounds, 0.6 a game, 2 years left on that deal. And him playing the stretch 5 with Julius Randle because we need height down there anyway. I don't have a problem with him. I really don't. I think he works well with Julius Randle because they both got an inside-outside game and they can piggyback off each other. And he stretches the floor, so that opens up the lane for RJ. Julius Randle stretches the floor. RJ can have that lane to himself. You know what I mean? So I don't have no problem with him. I don't have no problem, with guys like that who got only a couple of years left. It's not too many. I don't know too many out there who do got it, but I would take it. That's the guys I would take a chance on if we're going to try to get somebody instead of giving away $200 million for 5 years. I ain't beat for that. Even with the Kawhi Leonard, I love Kawhi Leonard, but not that injury history. I'm not giving Kawhi Leonard no max deal the way that man be getting injured. I'm not doing it. And I love Kawhi Leonard. I think he the GOAT. He one of the GOATs out there, but I'm not giving him no 5-year, $200 million. He ain't even playing right now. They're in the Western Conference Finals, and he got Achilles problem, or whatever the case may be, ACL, whatever. I'm not paying that money to him. Give me somebody on 2 years, and we'll roll with the punches. You know what I mean? So I hope our organization just do it that way. Find a disgruntled cat, a couple of years, like we said earlier. If you don't keep Mitch, go see if you could rejuvenate Marvin Bagley's career. stuff like that. I'm willing to do stuff like that, and at the same time keep building our young boys up to so in 2 or 3 years now they ready. RJ ready, Quickley ready, Obi ready. 2 to 3 years from now they be ready to take on that mantle because they done developed themselves into a certain type of players. So I hope that's what we do, man. And we get it from
I think Indiana could be a quality trade partner. You know, you look at guys like, you know, in the situation they're in with the vets they've stacked and the money, their payroll, you know, like I could see them, you know, wanting a move like Mitch, you know, who's on a cheap deal, you know, and giving us Miles Turner, you know, to flip their payroll around, you know, that could be a sexy deal for them. You know, we could offload, give them a bunch of picks, you know, take Malcolm Brogdon off their hands.
It all depends on Rick Carlisle. He's just got there. What's his envision? What was spoken? What was talked about them in the front office? If they're really supporting money wise, if they want to continue having that money invested on that team, the way it's constructed. What's his vision for the team? And if Carlisle gave them that vision and includes these players, I don't see. You know, I think once he arrived there, I think the brakes were pumped on doing a fire sale in Indiana because, you know, they got talent. You know, they just probably don't have the right coach, and you're bringing in a former NBA champion coach in Carlisle, who, you know, who's got wins and he's proven to try to get this team jump started. Do I see them giving them a year with this roster and letting him? I think so. I don't think there'll be those tweaks, or unless if they really start off bad and trading deadline. That's why next NBA season trading deadline is going to be bonkers, to my opinion, because you got so many good players that are about to enter their free agency, and there's a lot of teams that are struggling. A lot of teams are going to try to call and capitalize to get their bird rights so they can bring players in. So next off trading deadline will be bonkers, in my opinion. So we got to keep an eye on that with these teams and with these coaches. You know, there's a lot of coaching vacancies that haven't been filled. And what are the directions of these coaches heading into these vacant teams? What they envision, what they see, how they want to proceed going forward with talent and all that. And Bamba is not leaving my Orlando. Orlando is so high on Bamba. They got rid of Vukovic. The organization, from the general manager, from the front office, they like Bamba. I live in Orlando. I definitely know that they're really big on him. They're big on this young nucleus team that they have moving forward. So not in a second, I don't think we'll get Bamba going here. And, you know, never say never, but they're high on Bamba. So unless they get an offer they can't refuse, who knows? But back to the coaching vacancies and different organizations, the way they want to retool there. It's going to be, like I said, every team is always in a crossroads. So we'll see in the off season, and the trading deadline is going to tell us a lot about the Knicks organization, which way they go. If we do see them draft these players, then we know that they're just going to sign, hold, and be in position whenever the season then trading deadline to try to get it. We saw Chauncey Billups as the new Portland head coach. We mentioned that on the air there. Big ups to him. Well-deserved man, a bright basketball mind, in my opinion. My thing, I wish he would have stood being around the Knicks. I wish they would have not amnesty him back in the day. I wish he would have stood and, you know, finished out his playing days here. But that's for another time. Speaking on that. So yeah, what do you guys think about the positioning of the draft? If they say they do draft all these rookies, what do you think then what's your thought? I mean, because, you know, that's going to tell the story first. We all know the NBA draft starts first and then free agency August 3rd. The draft is on the 28th, the 29th. And what do you definitely that's going to be a telltale sign of where we go.
Yeah, for me, I think for the picks, I don't anticipate BX that they're gonna sign off. They're gonna keep all four, and if they do keep all four, like I said, a couple of them going down to the G League. They're just gonna pick. They're gonna get 2 prospects. Because you can really almost say the Knicks literally got 3 first rounders. Because that Detroit pick in the first round. You know, that's like really having 3 first rounders.
Yeah, the second.
I think you package them 3 picks. I think them 3 picks to get you up in the top 10. You know what I mean? It got three. Oh, you almost talking about 3 first-round picks almost. The 19th to 21st and that. And you look at a team. Look at the teams who got the lottery position. It might be teams near that they on the edge of trying to go to get to the playoffs, or instead of tanking or whatever. You got teams in that lottery that really still want to try to improve to get to the playoffs, or they might need more players. So they might say, "I'm willing to take 3 players and give you one guy who I'm going to take a fly on." You know what I mean? 'Cause I think out of the top 5 or 10, everything is a toss up to me. Now you're just searching for talent then. So the BX, I think they got a chance to either move some of them picks and move up in the draft, or they put them in a trade. That would be my scenario. I think they would probably do something like that. For definitely.
Yeah. So for me, I can see out of the 4
I
picks.
think that's the only way I can see it going. CT. I think that would be, to me, that's the only option I think they would do.
Yeah, I can see us bringing in 2 players on the roster maximum, and I think the pick 58 would be a European stash. Just get his rights and keep him in Europe cooking for a few years. The 32nd pick, I could see us taking and bringing in on the roster as a sort of a high upside gamble. And I think the 2 first rounders will be packaged at most to be draft a higher player. So essentially you're only bringing 2 players into the roster. And I think to Divine's point, let's not forget some of these cheap teams, that are drafting 8 to 10 or 12. The salary that comes with those high picks, they might not want to be, up for that kind of, salary commitment, and they can swap that out for the 19th and 21st type salaries as well. A 2-for-1, because to your point, you're just gambling on upside at that point. We all know we've been picking around the 8 range for the last 3 years. There's no guarantee. There's no much guarantee than there is 19 or 21. If you trust your scouts, And
That's what
it comes down to.
I'm sorry.
It comes down to needs.
I'm excited about this. Gonna be almost like Walt Perrin's really true first draft for the Knicks. You know what I mean? I really want to see what he gonna do. Man. He's a really good scouter. I'm definitely I want to see what Walt Perrin gonna do, and I definitely want. This is that first year that you really gonna see what that front office is made of. You know what I mean? They all came together last year. Brought Olive, and the man got us Derrick Rose and a second round pick for Dennis Smith Jr. So, I'm definitely dying to see what these guys are going to put together, and this is going to be that. And I know they had a whole year to process this whole thing. Now they probably know what they're going to do, know what they want to do. I know when they got to that playoffs, and I think that playoff left I don't want to say a bittersweet taste in the Knicks organization mouth. Because I think they really truly believe they could have got out that first round, and I think they by losing the way they did, they see what they need to do, and I think that bodes well for them because now they see what they need to do.
Yeah.
What do we need to get better at? Who do we need to bring in here to complement Julius Randle or RJ Barrett if they're gonna be on the team? I think that's the biggest issue right there is who do you bring in to complement them 2 guys right there? You know what I mean? If they're gonna be the part of the thing going forward this year, that like CT saying we all say that 3 guy that number 3, and obviously the number 1 depending on what the guards do that we got. But I'm not too concerned about our point guard stuff. I do think that we know Alpha Payton probably not gonna be back. So between if they sign Derrick Rose again. I think Quickley taking a second step in his, another step in his second year. Get to do a little bit more ball dribbling in the off season. Get to run some point guard in summer league. You know what I mean? And so I do think we got a good thing going on there as well. So I don't think we keep a lot of them guys. I think we're gonna package them BX and move on, man, and make something happen. We might keep one.
Like the 19 comments say, yeah, they were high on Bonnick. Jalen Johnson, also Kentucky player, they were high. They're high on them. You could see them probably if they do stay with Pat. I could see them. They might be available at those. And Bronny wants to play for the Kentucky UConn player wants to play for New York. He he's craving to play for the Knicks. He's calling them. He's saying, making no bones about it. He wants to be a Knick. So we'll see if if he's available there at draft night. With the Knicks previous luck, he might be there, and the team in front of them just ends up drafting him right before the Knicks. Knowing our bad luck when it comes to the draft. But this is a different organization, like you said. What you said about or the scouting report. Now this year, there's the COVID. They could see these players live. We saw they're at the combine now. The scouting report is getting to see them firsthand. It's going to be really the first time seeing them in person and live, not just video a video feed or a videotape or footage. They're going to see them, and usually there's something about when you have a good scouting report, the eye factor. When you have a good scout, they see things that other players don't. So you see that eye factor. So watch out if the Knicks, when they, I think point is I trust the scouting report, this scouting team that they assembled now because of the Quickley fine, and Toppin still looks like a good player. So I think they're in good shape. If they go with all four of them, they seen something that we're not seeing. I think that draft pick for the second round, like you said, CT, it is going to be probably a European stash or even a G League, two-way player stash. Remember, real Theo Pinton is also a free agent that they're going to think if they want to bring him back. That's an open roster spot if they choose to, or they could sign him right out to a two-way contract with the G League.
Harper as well.
Also Harper, that's another roster spot. So even if they do all four, then they just we don't know Alfred Payton will not return. That's one roster spot. Then you got Theo Pinton. As much as we like him, it might be a second roster spot. It goes to two rookies. 17th and 19th, or 19th and 20th. Those two rookie picks. Then it's depending what they get in that number one, that second pick in the first round. If it's something that they need, if it's a center like Jalen Johnson, or they want to bring him in there, or they stay, or even Novell Pell, they could release him, whatever the case is, open up a roster spot. The point is there is room for these rookies that they want to bring in here, and they just got to fill out with veterans at the free agent, the positions where these guys don't occupy space, so they can develop, or even veterans to teach these guys to move forward. And then you don't spend too much money, you keep your money, and then you go after the big guys 2022 in the offseason. Then you go really big game hunting, because that's when the real big guys, the cream of the cream of the NBA free agency will be around, and then you have money and flexibility to go ahead and attack that if you want to go that route too. So I think that's the way. I think that's the way the Knicks. My opinion, my hunch feeling. I think that's the way they're gonna attack the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
absolutely. That makes sense.
I'll just mention the G League system, because I think we could have used that a bit better with Knox and Frank. I want these guys to keep playing, get better. We missed like a good 50-game chunk where Knox was just on the bench, DNP. That's valuable experience. Send him down there. And it's too many years in a row. We're just not doing that. Even Frank, might have been a bit more ready for the playoffs, if he was getting some burn.
Yeah, and some rhythm.
Yeah, now I'm going to be sad if we end up, I do, despite what G-Man said, he made a great point about Knox and Frank and the upside, and they're cheap. But I don't see both of them coming back sheerly because of the roster spots,
Right.
If we're looking to make upgrades, we can't really keep players, we can't bring back the same roster that we had, especially guys that weren't playing, So I'll be shocked if both come back. I think one of them will probably come back, but not both. And if we bring in some young guys, use that farm system, the G League, put them out there, especially the two-way dudes. And, another benefit is the G League season's going to be back to normal. Remember before it was a compressed bubble where it was like 30 games only. And, it was over quickly, And even Iggy Brazdegas didn't get many games down there before it finished. So, I think that's a good system. Westchester, it's not far from the practice facility. And, we need to utilize it. We got some talent there still that that Simi dude who we would have signed if Vildoza didn't come up. Maybe they give him a backup center look. You know, don't forget, guys, there's 20 roster spots for the training camp. You know,
Right.
we'll probably, even if we don't make any pick in the draft, we'll probably make a few free agent, you know, undrafted signings and just give them Exhibit 10 deals to bring them into Westchester and, you know, see what they can show us in summer league or maybe in the training camp. You know, Miles Powell, remember him? You know, he's still floating out there. You know, they're high on him. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes back.
Yeah. Hey, man, last I knew, he was with the Orlando Magic. I'm not sure unless they did a trade. 19. If they did a trade with the Bucks, I'm not sure, but I know he was playing with Orlando. Was doing pretty good down there actually. At the end of the year, he had a 24-point game, had a 18-point game. So unless he got moved after that, my last I knew he was with the Orlando Magic for sure.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, well, you know, listen, guys, great show, man. We could stay out here all night, but we got to get up out of here, man. And we're gonna go around with some last thoughts. And listen, guys, you know, if depending on y'all keep checking for the notifications, I'll probably come on Tuesday night for a short hour or two. If the panel up to it, if the chat up to it, y'all want some more Knick talk, y'all just hit me up and check out for the notification. I'll come on Tuesday night, probably for an hour or two, you know what I mean? And we just talk some more Knicks and everything like that. And I know y'all was out there chilling tonight, man. So this Friday is the weekend. Y'all probably finally getting in from your rendezvous. I'm glad hopefully all y'all home made it safe and all that good stuff. You enjoyed yourself tonight. And me and the panel will go around, man, and get some last thoughts, throw a little promo outro, man, and then I'll see you cats on the next one, man. But CT, man, holla at me, man. You know what's going on. Give me your last thoughts for the night, brother.
Yeah, appreciate what you guys are doing. You know, great show as always. You know, very informative and good chatting with you all. You know, about this off season, and we're getting closer and closer to, you know, making some decisions. You know, that's going to shape our future, and I'm excited about it. You know, let's keep talking, and you know, we'll catch you Tuesday or next weekend.
Yep.
Salute. BX.
Thanks everyone in the chat. I appreciate everyone that stuck with us all this time here. Salute to Josh, to Conman, to Cal, Ben, Lawyer, everyone that joined with us. Tim Smith, the usual, Frank Matos, Sarge for coming on. You guys, I ask you guys to support Bronx Sports Jedi channel. We talk, other football, baseball, all different types, and I also have for you bilingual folks. We have a Spanish bilingual program on Mondays at 8 o'clock as well. For if you're bilingual and you want to come on and listen to us both in our native language in Spanish, we have also the soccer part of the program. Also, I got some music downloads for you guys if you're out and about or you're just cleaning the house or you're hanging out in the backyard. I got put some music, some mix on different types of genres. Just hit there, just hit me a like, support. Subscribe, hit the notification. We're up and running as well. Divine myself comes on Thursday nights, Bronx Jedi Sports Talk. We'll talk about the other sports that we try not to talk too much basketball because that's why we leave this platform for all the basketball and all the talks. But yeah, we also encourage all our youth sports as well and all that. So come check us out, guys. I appreciate you guys coming on and being part of the program this late in the evening. You guys rest. Have a good evening, and if we probably see you, I'll be on Monday night. If not, I'll be maybe Tuesday night as well. But I appreciate each and every one of you. And Divine, thank you for the platform. And let's close it out, brother.
Yes, sir. Hey, listen, guys. First and foremost, salute to the chat. That's where it's at. You already know, man. You brothers and sisters in there mean so much to us in our program. We thank y'all so much for supporting our show. Keep subscribing, man. Keep liking and keep subscribing. This is from the fan for the fans. Without you guys, it ain't no Knick Real Talk. And we appreciate you guys so much for hanging in there, giving us all y'all great intellect, your great content. But y'all guys pretty much could be on this panel right here. That's how wise, intelligent you guys are. We just happen to be the ones on here bringing the moderation. But you guys are definitely worthy of all that yourselves. So thank y'all for making the show what it is today. And thank you, Canal, for subscribing to the channel today, man. I appreciate you for that. And y'all just keep it moving, man. Stay safe out there. You know, like I said, I understand that we getting through it, but COVID-19 still out there, man. When you have to wear your mask, wash your hand, keep your distance, you know, protect yourself, your friends, your loved one, your neighbors, and thoughts and prayers to everybody in Surfside, Florida, man. They had a tragedy down there. The building collapsed down there, man. We had deaths and injuries down there. So, you know, the nation praying for you guys down there in Southside, Florida. Hope to keep your heads up and keep it moving. You know, yeah, man. Great show tonight. Great panel as always. All the wise heads, CT, brother. You know how we get down, man. We appreciate you. You already know. And listen, Bronx Jedi Sports Talk, man. Y'all get it there popping, man. To support the brother. Go there, check out his shows on nights when it ain't no Knicks basketball. If you want to hear Giants, Yankees, Mets, whatever. You know what I mean? He's got all the sports covered down there in Bronx Jedi Sports. Y'all go down there, Bronx Sports Jedi, pardon me, and we keep it moving, man. And we're gonna get it popping, and we're gonna get out of here and everything. Throw a little promo in there that I put down for our show. And Tuesday night, I'm gonna try to come on, guys, and I hope y'all all be available and we can talk Knicks again, man, and all that good stuff. Because this is where it's at. You already know Knicks Real Talk, the night show, Divine, CT, Bronx Sports Jedi, Zach for the love of the game. Thank you, my brother, for coming on and giving us your intellect. Sarge, you know how we do. We all up in here. Thanks for everybody who was in the chat earlier. Chris from the Queen's Court. We appreciate you. We appreciate everybody, man. We're going to get it popping. And we're going to get up out of here. Knicks Real Talk, the night show, Divine, Bronx Jedi, CT. We see y'all, man. Peace. Y'all have a good night. We're going to get it here and get it popping.
Salute.
Yo, salute. Knicks Real Talk, man. Divine. About to get up my grind, hop in the Black Knight. About to make it happen, man. Knicks Real Talk. We all over the place. About to get it popping.
Sorry, fellas. A little freezing going on.
Divine, Bronx Jedi 7.
We apologize for the freezing over there. Y'all already know how it go, man. This is video world.
Real talk, man. About to get the Black Knight.
Knicks Real Talk, let's get it poppin'. We hoppin' like Toppin' and the Jumpman brand. Ain't no stopping. Divine and Bronx out our 7 cities. We lit from Facebook, Twitter to Twitch, and all that shit. We number uno, the promo that blow like nitro. Now the streets are buzzing, so we flow with the night show, so spike them likes below. That thumbs up, run them up, then you double up, cause it's Knicks Real Talk, and we on the come up. We'll salute to the cats in the chat. So where it's at, now you place the chats, when I paste that under space where our faces at. We lace these cats with news, notes, stats, game recap, no hyperbole, we straight facts. In fact, we stay lit like a candle throughout the handle on the banner. We vibe, so subscribe to the channel. Knicks Real Talk. Knicks Real Talk. Yo, salute, Knicks Real Talk.